Chapter 751, Goodbye Nicola May. According to this, in an attic dozens of meters away, Ivan looked at the two aurors who were stopping the pedestrians from asking questions. He turned his head and looked at Aisha, and asked curiously. If we say that, will anyone really believe it? Don't worry, Fern has already made all the wizards in Knockoff Alley confess to them. No matter how the aurors ask, the news is the same. If they don't believe it, they have to believe it. Aisha said with a smile. Such a result is exactly what Fudge wants to see most, and according to their judgment, the Ministry of Magic shouldn't check it carefully. In short, we'd better send some people to contact them and try it out. Ivan said very cautiously. During this period of time, the changes in Knockoff Alley have been so great that it can't be covered by a sentence or two, but be careful. Also. Aisha nodded, without refuting Ivan's words. Sunny and Dallas are old acquaintances. They have seen each other a few years ago, and they have some friendship, so she still knows both of them. The little girl named Sunny was innocent and romantic, and she was very foolish, and although Dawlish was delicate in her mind, she also had her own little abacus, and she might be able to win over. Thinking of this, Aisha decided to make time to meet them in person. Ivan just reminded me briefly, and didn't say more. In his opinion, these two aurors are just small characters, and even if they happen to discover some secrets, it is impossible to cause a storm. It was only out of caution to make Aisha pay special attention to these two people. Considering that he had been delayed for a long time in Knockoff Alley, Ivan did not stay here much, and after confirming that these aurors had no deterrence, he returned to the underground fort, packed his bags and prepared to set off. Even though Aisha was a little bit reluctant, she didn't mean to stop her. For Ivan, who has mastered the magic of space displacement, it only takes a moment to go back and forth between the two places. If there is no major delay, he can come back about once a week. Saying goodbye to Aisha, Ivan carried the small suitcase, thought of the coordinates in his mind, waved his magic wand, and uttered a spell. Apparition. With a burst of space conversion, Ivan's figure disappeared in place. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in a wide courtyard, surrounded by various flowers and plants, and strangely shaped alchemy creatures were creaking pruning the overly luxuriant bushes. It's back again, it's great, it's still so peaceful here. Ivan looked around and said with emotion. To him, Nicola May's safe house is like a paradise away from the crowds. There is no annoying intrigue here, and there is no need to consider safety issues. You can also learn a lot of advanced alchemy knowledge, it is simply not too perfect. If possible, he wouldn't be bored by staying here for a year and a half. While thinking, Ivan walked quickly toward the house in the middle of the courtyard. When he stepped on the steps, the wall in front of him automatically split, revealing a square with jagged spikes on both sides. The passage is like a big mouth of a giant beast's open blood basin. Ivan was very suspicious that this room was actually a super large alchemy creature, but with his current level of alchemy, he couldn't see any way out. Olala, dola. As soon as Ivan stepped into the door, a large group of finger-sized alchemy creatures that made a chirping sound gathered around and moved around at his feet. Long time no see, Wukaka, where's the teacher? Ivan picked up a little carrot head and asked with a smile. This small alchemy creature was suddenly lifted up high in the sky by Ivan, and he was shocked, panicking, his limbs clinging to Ivan's fingers, lest he fall, and there was no time to answer Ivan's questions. Fortunately, the little radish heads on the ground were not affected, shouting indiscriminately one by one, and stretched out their hands to point in the direction of the living room. Thank you. Ivan put the alchemy creature in his hand back on the ground, stepped through the corridor, and entered the living room. At this time, Nicola May was sitting on a chair by the window, flipping through a thick book in his hand with relish, taking a sip of tea from time to time. It wasn't until he heard the noise coming from the door that Nicola May seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head slowly and just saw Ivan coming from the front hall. You're back. Nicola May was not surprised, just closed the book in his hand and greeted him. I received a letter from you a few days ago, but there are some things at home that need to be dealt with, so I was delayed for some time. Ivan sat down on the chair in the living room and explained with some embarrassment. He glanced casually over the book in Nicola May's hand, and then stopped. The cover of the book is outlined with black and white lines. It can be vaguely seen that it is a small wizard surrounded by a group of people, which vaguely makes him feel very familiar. Wait. Isn't this stuff just... Ivan's mind was a little confused, he looked at Nicola May with the last glimmer of hope. Teacher, this book you are reading. Of course it is the New Century Manifesto you wrote. Nicola May explained with a smile, and then continued. During the summer vacation last year, you forgot it in your room. Wukaka made the bed and picked it up in the corner. At first I thought it was just an ordinary brochure, so I did it without your permission. Look. Ivan was stunned. www.mtlnovel.com when Nicola May reminded him, he finally remembered. The day before school started last year, Asia did give him a new century declaration. After he stayed up all night and read it, he threw the book angrily. As a result, he got up too late the next day. I forgot the matter and hurried to catch the train. Unexpectedly, those alchemy robots found this book and gave it to Nicola May. A look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Ivan's face. It felt like writing a little yellow book secretly, and when I returned home, I found that my relatives and friends were all around to read it. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a place to bury myself. Teacher, that book is just handwritten by a friend of mine, please don't take it seriously. Ivan said in a slanderous manner, and already gave Gleason the author of the book 1,000 cuts in his heart. I think it's quite interesting. Nicola May didn't care who the friend Ivan was talking about, but said with a point. It looks like you are also working in this direction, don't you? Chapter 752, Ivan, this can also be called assiduous study? Of course Ivan could hear what Nicola May was referring to, and shook his head helplessly, explaining in a vague tone. That's just luck. If I do it again, I may not be able to win Voldemort. So you defeated that person? All the rumors in the magic world in recent times are true. Nicola May asked suspiciously. Didn't you confirm it a long time ago? Ivan was also stunned. If Nicola May was not sure about this, why would he congratulate himself in the letter he sent? Nicola May smiled and did not answer. He had known the news of Ivan's defeat of Voldemort a week ago, but he couldn't believe it when he first received the news. Had it not been for a few clear photos and the news was sent by Dumbledore's Phoenix, Nicola May would have doubted whether someone was deliberately fooling himself. After all, he spent more than a month with Ivan last year, and he also tested Ivan's magic level. Although far surpassing the average adult wizard, there is still a clear gap between him and Voldemort. It stands to reason that no matter how talented a person is, it is impossible for such a big improvement in a year. However, all the information collected later proved the truth of this matter, so he sent a letter to confirm it. I didn't expect your strength to develop so fast, you defeated the famous Voldemort without seeing you in just a year. Maybe with your talent, you can really do what is described in this book. Nicola May looked at the new century declaration at hand, and said with emotion. Hearing Nicola May's words, Ivan came to the sense that the previous alchemist was also half-trusted, and the act of sending the letter was just to test himself. To a certain extent, he is not arrogant. Ivan was very helpless. He didn't want too many people to know about defeating Voldemort, because he couldn't explain how he defeated the opponent. So Ivan didn't wait for Nicola May to ask again, so he changed his words and spoke first. By the way, teacher, I forgot to tell you that I have successfully completed the test you gave me last time. While talking, Ivan took a grey iron bump from the pocket of the wizard robe and placed it on the table. It was about half a slab in shape and had a peculiar shape, which looked like a badge. In fact, this is a badge, but it was made in a hurry, so there was no time to fine-tune the appearance. Fortunately, Nicola May didn't care about the slight defects in appearance. When he saw the badge, he gave a sigh, picked it up and looked at it carefully. It looks like you have initially mastered the guiding magic I taught you. Nicola May confirmed this after just a few glances. At the same time, I roughly guessed that Ivan had a certain anger in this badge. As long as he input a little magic power to activate and then throw it out, it will cause a big explosion. But if he remembered correctly, the trial task he had arranged for Ivan should be to fix a crescent moon pendant. How could it become this iron lump? Nicola May looked at Ivan very strangely. I repaired the pendant and gave it away, so I don't want to come back again. Ivan said with some embarrassment, thinking about the scene that day. Nicola May nodded and didn't delve into it. What he really wanted to test was whether Ivan could master the guidance magic, and the badge had already proved this. Then I have passed the test and become your disciple now? Ivan asked quickly. Of course, don't you always call me teacher? Nicola May said with a smile. Ivan was overjoyed. Although Nicola May had taught him a lot of alchemy knowledge before, there was a gap between them because of the lack of confirmation of the master-disciple relationship. He has never dared to ask about some advanced alchemy knowledge, for fear that the alchemist master who was upset is not so much concerned now. Now that you have become my disciple, I will arrange heavy schoolwork for you from tomorrow. You'd better prepare yourself in advance. Nicola May accepted the smile on his face. He said seriously, and took out the parchment paper that had been prepared from the drawer and put it on the table. Ivan took a look and found that it was a schedule. According to the above time, he needs to get up at 6:30 every day, learn alchemy with Nicola May from 7 to 12, practice making magic props from 2 to 5 in the afternoon, and then read a book after dinner. Until 10 o'clock in the evening. It is worth mentioning that there is still one day off during the week. Teacher, will this schedule be too easy? Ivan said cautiously after reading it. How can you not be harsh? You only have a total of 1.5 months, but there are a lot of things to learn. Nicola May replied subconsciously with a stern face. Then when he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. What Yvonne just said seemed to be, the academic task is too easy. Nicole LeMay couldn't help wondering if he had heard it wrong. However, he heard it right, such a schedule is too leisurely for Yvonne. After several hemolytic transformations, Yvonne found that his physical fitness and adaptability were much stronger than normal people, and he could carry out super high-intensity learning. For example, after Exia died of suspended animation, in order to find ways to improve the compound decoction, he often learned the knowledge of potions without sleep, and there was no problem if he didn't sleep for 3 or 4 days when he had energy tonic. The current situation in Ivan's eyes is not much better than it was then. www.mentalnovel.com. The pressure brought by Voldemort has been lingering in his heart, and Yvonne dare not relax for a moment. No one knows how long this kind of deterrence can last, so Yvonne urgently needs to improve his strength. This is also the reason why when he was in Knockdown Alley, he changed his way every day to bring the dark wizards to practice with him, and he did not hesitate to leave a notoriety. However, after many high-intensity battles, it has become increasingly difficult to rely on this to break through the bottleneck. Yvonne can only choose to work alchemy. After all, relying on foreign objects to improve strength is always the fastest. The improved wand, protection ring, and magic ring made previously have all provided him with a lot of help. It's just that as Ivan's strength gets stronger and stronger, some of these methods are gradually unable to keep up with his combat effectiveness, so it becomes inevitable to learn more advanced magic knowledge. Ever since, under Nicole LeMay's stunned eyes, Yvonne resolutely stated that he did not need a vacation or rest time, and he could devote himself to studying, leaving 2 or 3 hours a day for sleep. Up. Chapter 753, Level 7 Alchemy. Ivan's remarks directly surprised Nicole LeMay. He has taught many disciples in these 600 years of career, but studying so hard like Yvonne is almost equivalent to being the first one to work hard. No wonder he was able to possess a level of magic far surpassing that of ordinary wizards at a young age. Nicole LeMay sighed inwardly, but in the end he totally rejected Ivan's masochistic study plan. After more than a month of continuous high-intensity study, even if you can bear it, you will be mentally sluggish. On the contrary, it may affect the learning efficiency, which is simply a measure of loss. The most important thing is that his old bones can't stand the toss. He doesn't want to get up and teach Yvonne alchemy before dawn. If things go on like this, even if this kid can stand it, he won't be able to bear it. Seeing that Nicole LeMay insisted on reducing the burden on himself, Yvonne did not say anything to refute. Anyway, he can freely control the rest time and can use it by himself, such as reading a book or something. After making a plan, Yvonne devoted himself to the study of alchemy in the next few days. Nicole LeMay also gave him advice, and would spend a lot of time every day to solve Ivan's confusion. However, Yvonne was a little disappointed. Although his alchemy level has improved rapidly in the past few days, the level displayed in the system bar is still stuck at the limit of level 6, without a slight change. Where is the problem? Yvonne muttered puzzledly. If I didn't understand it, Yvonne simply didn't want to, leaving the concept of breakthrough temporarily behind him. The knowledge he had learned recently will never be false, and his alchemy has indeed improved, that's enough. Yvonne believes that if we continue to improve like this, one day quantitative changes will cause qualitative changes. And this time shouldn't be too long, because he specially left thousands of grade points unused during the previous school year, and now he is devoting himself to the study of alchemy. Under the double buff of cheating and hard work, Nicole LeMay expected that he would learn the lessons within a week, and Yvonne would often be able to master it in 2 or 3 days. This surprised Nicole LeMay and tried to continue. Heavier tasks put more pressure on Yvonne. This high pressure lasted for more than a month, and Yvonne lived a boring life of going to school with his eyes open and sleeping after graduation. It wasn't until a week before the start of school that Yvonne, who was in the laboratory making magic props, finally heard the long-awaited system prompt in his mind. Ding! After a period of practice, your alchemy level has greatly improved. At the current level 7, Yvonne has not hurriedly carved a ring in his hand and put it on the little finger of his left hand before turning on the system. Check the status bar of Yvonne Halls. Occupation, Blood Wizard. Blood Fusion, 4/7, Unicorn, Basilisk, Bogut, Norwegian Ridgeback. Magic Scale, 239. Magic Bar, Transfiguration Curse, Oblivion Curse, Contemplation, Occlumency, Level 7, Alchemy Level 7, Legendary Points, 3, 23. Grade Point, 7/6. I have been stuck for more than half a year, and finally broke through. Yvonne slowly breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the alchemy in the magic bar that had been promoted to level 7. This is his 5th skill to upgrade to level 7, and it is also the most difficult one. Just by looking at the long upgrade progress bar, you can tell how much effort he has spent on this. In order to break through this bottleneck alone, he spent all the academic points he had accumulated, read most of the alchemy books collected by Nicole LeMay, and mastered the guide magic freely. If this couldn't be recognized by the system as a 7th level alchemist, then Yvonne would really be desperate. In contrast, his talent in spiritual magic is very high. Forgetting spells, mind trapping, and occlumency, naturally broke through to level 7, with almost no targeted training. Ivan suspects that this talent may be related to his frequent use of SWIBA experience cards to enhance the speed of his brain. Of course, the dark wizards who were imprisoned in their cages also contributed the most, because Ivan often used them for experiments when in Knockoff Alley. The magic power has also increased by 22 points compared with the last time, and the increase is almost comparable to the previous blood fusion. Ivan nodded with satisfaction and muttered silently in his heart. From the age of 14, he entered the peak period of magical improvement, and then it will continue to grow faster and faster, until he slows down at the age of 22 or 3, and then completely stagnates at the age of 30. Ivan estimates that by the end of this year, he will have 2.7 times the magic power of an adult wizard. It's a pity that it's still not enough. Ivan thought greedily, but soon turned his attention to the experiment table again. He didn't forget that he still had a very heavy task in the afternoon, and immediately picked up a ring and burned it. Time passed bit by bit, and when he finished the production and put down the carving knife in his hand, the sky had gradually dimmed. At this moment, Ivan heard a faint sound of footsteps, turned his head, and saw that the door of the laboratory was opened. "How is it? Is it going well?" Nicole LeMay stepped from the door and asked. "Well, it's all done." Ivan nodded, and proudly stretched out his hand to show it. Each of his 10 fingers was wearing a protective ring. The corners of Nicole LeMay's mouth twitched slightly, and Ivan was prepared to use the newly learned alchemy knowledge to transform the magic items he possessed, and thus he was naturally aware of the fact that he would increase his combat power. But I didn't expect that Ivan would create a full 10 enhanced protection rings in one go. www.mtlnovel.com and put them on his hands. This is too bad for your life, isn't it? Nicole LeMay shook his head and said silently. "Halls, I think you should know that the more magic items you have, the better." Ivan nodded nonchalantly. Of course he understood the truth. Ordinary wizards can distract and control 4 or 5 magic items in battle, even if it is the limit, no matter how much it will only cause confusion in the fierce battle, it will drag down the combat power. However, he is an exception. With the increase of the SWIBA experience card, he can control a dozen magic items at the same time without any problems. In addition, the wizard's high offense and low defense has always been his heart disease, and he can't incarnate into the black mist like Voldemort and is immune to most attacks, so he created the 10 commandment body. The magic of other wizards and even muggles' hot weapons, if you want to attack yourself, you must pass 10 layers of protection. Each layer of protection is tougher than the iron armor curse he casts himself, even if it is uninterrupted by a dozen wizards in a short period of time. Attack, it is impossible to break it. Chapter 754, The Method of Alchemy, Enchanting and Amplifying Magic Power. These 10 layers of protection are certainly strong, but they are also relative. The magic barrier that is difficult for ordinary wizards to break is probably nothing to Voldemort. Ivan expected that all these protective rings would be used, and it would be good to be able to resist Voldemort's curse. Even so, Ivan is already very happy, because this can greatly improve his tolerance in the battle. Even if accidentally hit by Voldemort's magic, it will not be directly killed. Seeing Ivan's full of confidence, Nicole LeMay did not persuade him. These days of contact made him understand that Ivan is a very assertive and rational person, not as frizzy as children of the same age. He has created so many protective rings in one breath, so he has the confidence to control them at the same time. So Nicole LeMay soon changed his voice and asked him with interest whether he needed to experiment with the protective effect of the ring. Ivan agreed without much hesitation. Although he already knew the specific strength of the protective ring from the system inventory, the description of the text was not intuitive to try it personally after all. "Teacher, are you going to fight me personally?" Ivan said eagerly. "No, that's not necessary, let's try this." Nicole LeMay shook his head, reached out and picked up a mithril block from the table. Ivan was a little disappointed. He had always been curious about the strength of Nicole LeMay. He had lived for more than 600 years. Even if he didn't like to fight, he focused on alchemy. His magic level should not be weaker than Voldemort. Correct. Ivan was also thinking of a good fight to verify his current combat power. "Are you ready?" "I'm about to do it." Nicole LeMay grabbed the mithril block in his palm and suddenly asked. Ivan put away the messy thoughts in his mind and retreated to a relatively wide place. Then he saw Nicole's right hand shake and threw the mithril block over. At first, Ivan was a bit unclear. So, he took the magic materials on the table, and he hadn't had time to engrave any magic text. Is it possible to use Nicole LeMay to experiment with impact? Just as Ivan was thinking about it, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came to his mind. Some rebuttal lines faintly appeared on the mithril block flying in the air, like a series of fine cracks, and the dazzling red light was constantly blazing from the cracks. At the moment when he noticed the danger, Ivan opened all the protections, the ring in his hand was lit at the same time, and one after another magical barriers spontaneously blocked him. Almost at the same time, only a knuckle-sized mithril block directly exploded. A violent roar resounded in the laboratory, and the hot tongue of fire expanded rapidly with the red light, occupying all of Ivan's field of vision, and colliding with the magical barrier in the middle. The first layer of protection shattered after resisting it for a while, but it also weakened the attack to a certain extent. The second layer of protection at the rear persisted for a while, and the magic barrier was soon covered with cracks. It broke apart Alley. After all, the aftermath of the explosion failed to break through the third layer of protection, and Ivan in the middle slowly breathed a sigh of relief. When the smoke was dispelled, the entire laboratory was in a mess, and the tables, chairs, and benches nearby fell to the ground, and magic materials such as yew wood and mithril metal were scattered all over the floor. Nicole LeMay stretched out his hand at random, and under the influence of magic power, the tables and chairs that were turned on the ground quickly stood up, and the scattered magic materials returned to their original positions. After doing all this, Nicole LeMay turned to look at Ivan and asked, "How?" The explosion just broke through several layers of protection. 2 layers. If the attack intensity is higher, the third layer of protection may also be broken. Ivan raised his left hand, and the protective ring on the index and middle fingers became very dim and could not be used for a day. Up. Very good, it seems that the protection strength is at least 3 times as high as before. Nicole LeMay nodded. He deliberately charged for a while just now, which is almost equivalent to using high-intensity blasting magic to attack when holding a wand. Even so, he broke through the double protection. This shows that the magic props made by Ivan are better than he expected. To be more powerful. Teacher, how did you do it just now? Why did the mithril block suddenly explode? Ivan asked strangely. He was quite sure that it was a piece of ordinary mithril without any treatment, and Nicole LeMay just grabbed this thing in his palm and threw it out to create an effect similar to blasting magic, which made Ivan feel very much magical. I just temporarily enchanted the mithril block and injected some angry emotions into it. Nicole LeMay had no intention of concealing it, but directly exposed the mystery. Strictly speaking, this is a high-end magic technique, but it requires a lot of alchemy knowledge. After being proficient, he can instantly enchant materials that can guide magic, whether it is used to attack or resist damage. It is very convenient, and it can even use channel magic to increase its power. Hundreds of years ago, many powerful alchemists would use it as a means of assisting a fence. If the shortcomings are not without it, it is that it is very expensive, and the best mithril can be very valuable. For example, the one that Nicole LeMay threw out just now is worth more than 10 gallons. However, this point is acceptable to Ivan. After all, the wizarding market can be described as a daily gain, and a month's net profit should be enough to support him to fight a few fights with all his strength. What interests Ivan even more is that such an instant enchantment method is completely analogous to casting spells without spells. Sure enough, alchemy and magic have the same goal. They both use magic to achieve their own goals. If you can learn this fast method of enchanting, it might be helpful for him to master spellless and wandless spelling. www.mdlnovel.com. I thought of it here. Ivan hurriedly pestered Nicole LeMay to ask how to use the enchantment magic. Even if you don't mention it, I'm planning to put this into the course in a few days. Nicole LeMay said helplessly. Ivan's learning progress was so fast, far beyond his expectations, and the original foundation was very solid, so this only 2 summer vacations had almost emptied his foundation. In addition to the Philosopher's Stone, the means of enchanting quickly is the last knowledge he can teach Ivan. After obtaining the consent of Nicole LeMay, Ivan was very happy. In his opinion, the use of quick enchanting is very wide, and it may be effective in the battle. By the way, teacher, is there any way to quickly increase the magic power of a wizard in a short period of time? Ivan suddenly thought of the problem he had been troubled by, and cautiously asked. In his opinion, this master alchemist has lived for more than 600 years, and he can even make potions for immortality, and maybe there are ways to amplify his magic. Chapter 755, Powerful Sorcerer's Stone. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. You ask what this does? Nicole LeMay was stunned, a little curious. My magic is too little, it's not enough. Ivan sighed and said distressedly. Too little magic? Nicole LeMay looked at Ivan with a surprised look. In his opinion, Ivan's magic power was 7 or 8 times that of his peers, and it was completely enough to squander freely. In this regard, Ivan had to explain that he had mastered several powerful magics, and his total magic power was simply not enough to support a great battle. Although he was lucky and happened to defeat Voldemort more than a month ago, if the opponent was not frightened and ran to try again, then he would be completely gone, so he urgently needed to find a way to greatly increase his magic power in a short period of time. Listening to Ivan's explanation, Nicole LeMay nodded. He had asked Ivan about what happened that day in Knockoff Alley, and he knew that Ivan was not Voldemort's opponent now. It was because Ivan was in a state of magical explosion that he was able to win at that time, so he scared Voldemort away. As for why a 15-year-old little wizard suddenly burst into magical powers, Ivan did not explain too much. It is said that even he himself has not figured out the specific principles. Nicole LeMay didn't ask too much, because he could hear that Yvonne was telling the truth. There are many ways to increase magic power in a short period of time, but most of them involve dangerous magic transformations, and the rest may not be suitable for you. Nicole groaned for a while and said. Yvonne sighed disappointedly, and he knew that there was no risk-free way to increase magic power. However, beyond Ivan's expectation, Nicole LeMay changed his voice after a pause and continued. If you just want to get plenty of magic power in battle, it's not without tricks. What's the solution? Ivan's spirit was shocked, the disappointed expression on his face was wiped away, and he looked at the alchemist in front of him eagerly, and hurriedly asked. Magic is his last shortcoming. If it can be resolved smoothly, Yvonne estimates that with his unlimited use of blood magic and alchemy props, he should be enough to fight Voldemort. Nicole LeMay smiled, stopped selling it, and said straightforwardly, then you need to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Magic Stone? Hearing this, Yvonne was very excited. His alchemy just broke through the 7th level and reached the minimum requirement for making a magic stone. Originally, Yvonne was planning to quickly collect materials, make a Philosopher's Stone of his own, and then turn on the money printing machine mode to make a large amount of gold to subsidize the family. Unexpectedly, this thing could solve the problem of his lack of magic power by the way. But it's right to think about it carefully. The Philosopher's Stone is called the ultimate alchemy creation of alchemy by Nicole LeMay. It can only be said that these two functions are the most attractive. After being excited for a while, Yvonne gradually calmed down. Although he has the method of making the Sorcerer's Stone in his hand, for such a high-level alchemy creation, knowing the drawings is not safe enough. Who knows whether there will be omissions when making it, and how to use it when it is made is also a problem. All this must be turned to Nicole LeMay. So Yvonne quickly calmed down, looked at Nicole LeMay and asked. Teacher, what should I do specifically? Continue to learn alchemy step by step. With your current level of alchemy, there are still some homework to make up. It should be almost the same when you master the enchantment magic. Nicole LeMay replied. Yvonne frowned and stopped talking. Now there are only 10 days left before the start of the next semester. He is worried that this period of time is not enough to master the enchantment magic. After all, he used up all the grade points. And now making the Philosopher's Stone is the most urgent thing, which is directly related to whether he can cope with Voldemort's attack freely. All kinds of worries flashed through Ivan's mind, but he couldn't say it after all. Because Nicole LeMay also knew the threat posed by Voldemort, since he chose to let himself learn enchanting magic first, it proved that a key step in making the Philosopher's Stone might need to be used. I understand, sir, I will master the enchantment magic within 10 days. Yvonne made up his mind, and without relying on the power of the system, he could master it all by his own efforts within 10 days. If it fails in the end, Yvonne can only resort to the last resort, call for sick leave and go to Hogwarts a few days later to go to school. Or maybe skip some of the insignificant courses while going to school, ran to Hogsmeade Village and then operate from there into this safe house. Nicole LeMay didn't know that Yvonne had already regarded his death as home, and he planned to skip class. In his opinion, Ivan's talent in alchemy was excellent, and the initial mastery of enchanting magic in 10 days was not a problem. Difficulties www.mdlnovel.com. Seeing that they are getting close to the meal, the two of them just talked and walked towards the living room. After a simple dinner, Yvonne didn't take a moment to rest, and immediately plunged into alchemy learning. However, instead of checking the esoteric alchemy books as usual, he asked Nicole LeMay about the use of enchanting magic. Time is limited, and he doesn't want to delay a moment. Nicole LeMay also knew Ivan's thoughts, and spent several hours explaining how to use Yvonne and the precautions. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, Yvonne, who was very knowledgeable in conscious theory, couldn't wait to enter the laboratory and started his first attempt. Grasp the magic guiding material in your palm, and use your mind to drive the magic power to inscribe the magic text on it. Yvonne silently recalled the specific steps in his heart. This method is easy to say, but it is difficult to implement in practice. He usually uses special carving knives to inscribe magic texts when he makes alchemy props. Now he needs to remove this step and directly use his mind to drive magic instead of carving knives to complete the work of engraving magic texts. No wonder the enchantment can be completed in an instant. Yvonne tried to pick up a piece of mithril metal and hold it in his palm, but when he wanted to officially start, he was stopped by Nicole LeMay. Wait for me to set it up. Nicole LeMay took out his wand and waved it. The tables, chairs, and benches in the laboratory flew to the corner automatically, and then he arranged a large number of defense barriers around to avoid the entire laboratory from suffering. If you notice something wrong, remember to throw away the mithril metal in your hand as soon as possible. Nicole LeMay reminded him solemnly. So exaggerated? Yvonne looked at the finger-sized mithril metal in his hand and couldn't help swallowing. Chapter 756, Enchant Magic. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Yvonne is very worried. The mithril thrown by Nicole Lemay has exploded 2 layers of protection in succession, and its power is very amazing. Now it is directly held in the palm of the palm. If the reaction fails, his whole hand is not. I want it. Therefore, Ivan, who has always been committed to life-saving, decisively activated his bloodline magic dragonization, and crimson dragon scales quickly surfaced on his right hand. Nicole Lemay, who watched this scene, was amazed. He had heard of Ivan's blood magic from Dumbledore a long time ago, but it was the first time he really saw it. After making perfect preparations, Ivan clenched his fist and experimented according to the method given by Nicole Lemay, mobilizing his mind and condensing the magic power in the palm of his hand. In the beginning, everything went smoothly, and Ivan soon covered the surface of the mithril metal with magic power, but the remaining steps baffled him. Because the texture of mithril metal is very hard, he doesn't know how to leave traces on it by his will. Ivan stood still thinking and meditating, frowning and tightening. After trying for a while, the mithril metal in his hand did not respond. It seems that mastering this enchantment magic is not so easy. Just the first step is to burn the magic text. It's so difficult. At the same time, Nicole Lemay was sitting on a chair in the laboratory looking through an alchemy book, and occasionally took the time to look at Ivan. When he noticed that Ivan had no clue, he turned all my energy is devoted to reading. He knows the difficulty of enchanting magic. The average alchemist may not be able to get started in 10.5 months. In Nicole Lemay's opinion, although Ivan has a good foundation and extremely talented, it takes at least 3 days to get started. Tonight is just for Ivan to find the feeling first. Ivan on the other side tried for more than an hour, but still no results. Just when he was a little discouraged and was about to ask Nicole Lemay if he had any tricks, he suddenly flashed as if he had thought of something, closed his eyes and concentrated on recollecting how he directly controlled the magic power in the protection mode. Feel. I don't know how long it took. Ivan finally found some tricks. The magic power quickly penetrated into the mithril metal, and the piece of metal held in the palm of his hand slowly lit up, with a few irregular scratches on the surface. Nicole Lemay, who was reading the book, instantly noticed this wave of magical power, and subconsciously turned his head to look at Ivan. So fast? Nicole Lemay was surprised. He understood that Ivan had found a way to burn the magic text, but at the same time he noticed that the magic wave was becoming extremely irritable. Before Nicole Lemay could speak to remind him, Ivan sensed the threat and threw the mithril metal block in his hand without hesitation. As soon as he left his hand, the magic power that no one suppressed completely broke out. The hard mithril metal instantly shattered, and the wreckage scattered like flying bullets in all directions. Fortunately, Ivan's reaction was extremely quick, and as soon as he let go, he activated the protective ring and successfully resisted the scattered wreckage. Looking at the cracks all over the first magic barrier, Ivan estimated the impact strength of the debris fragments, and was immediately frightened. If he reacts later, even with the protection of dragon scales, he might be injured. Unfortunately, I still failed. Ivan picked up a fragment from the ground and sighed helplessly. He tried for a long time to find a way, but he didn't expect that even if he couldn't finish engraving a simple magic text, the input magic power would get out of control. Don't worry, now that you have found the way, the rest is uninterrupted practice. While feeling that Ivan is absolutely talented, Nicole Lemay did not forget to comfort him. Ivan nodded, quickly cleared up his emotions, and continued to pick up a piece of mithril metal and closed his eyes to try. Soon there were explosions one after another in the laboratory. This time Ivan couldn't find any more tricks, so the whole night of practice had little effect, and he couldn't even complete the most basic magic text. Nicole Lemay was relieved to see the scene. If Ivan could learn it in just a few hours, then he would doubt life. You know that he was once known as an alchemy genius, but it took him half a month to master this enchanting magic. In the next few days, Ivan studied alchemy with Nicole Lemay in the morning, and continued to harm the magical materials in the laboratory in the afternoon and evening. In order to maintain his genius character set, Ivan even got up secretly in the middle of the night and arranged silent magic in the laboratory for additional practice. However, this also caused rapid consumption of mithril metal, and Ivan estimated that he might spend thousands of gallons a day. In a sense, this is burning money. Realizing this, Ivan always seemed guilty when he got up early in the morning. www.mentalnovel.com. In just 2 days, he had already broken a box of mithril metal blocks. Fortunately, Nicole Lemay didn't seem to care much about the expenses. Without asking, he brought him another box. Ever since, with the continuous practice day and night and the support of the local tyrant alchemist, in the afternoon of the 8th day, Ivan finally burned a simple magic text on the mithril metal block. Finally succeeded. Ivan couldn't help feeling a little excited as he looked at the faintly flickering magic text on the mithril block in his hand. Nicole Lemay also came up with interest, and after confirming that there was no problem, he suggested that Ivan throw it out and give it a try. Ivan did not reject Nicole Lemay's proposal, and immediately input some magic power into the metal block to activate it, and then quickly threw it out. Finger-sized mithril metal burst into the air with a dazzling light, and then quickly became 100 times larger, and hit a wooden cabinet not far away, smashing a big hole. The effect is very good. It seems that you succeeded. It is much faster than I expected. Nicole Lemay said with a smile. The first simple magic text he gave to Yvonne, the effect is to enlarge the object. Can last about 3 or 4 hours, and in some cases it can have miraculous effects. Hearing that, Yvonne was also very happy. He worked overtime to practice and finally mastered this kind of enchanting magic within 10 days and fulfilled his promise with Nicole Lemay. Thinking of this, Yvonne hurriedly turned his head and looked at the master alchemist beside him, and said with golden light in his eyes. Teacher, the magic stone. I will teach you tomorrow. As for now, you'd better get more proficient in the enchantment magic you just mastered. In the battle, the enemy won't give you 10 minutes to inscribe the magic text. Nicole Lemay looked at Yvonne. He shook his head and reminded him with his eyes shining. Chapter 757, How to Make Philosopher's Stone. Hearing what Nicole Lemay said, the excitement in Ivan's heart slowly subsided. He knew very well that this master alchemist had not made a mistake. He could only be considered a preliminary master of the method of engraving magic texts on mithril metal, and there was still a long way to go before it could be used freely in battle. Thinking of this, Yvonne closed his mind and picked up a piece of mithril metal to practice again. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Yvonne sat in the study room with great interest. However, Nicole Lemay didn't mean to explain directly, but asked. What do you think the Philosopher's Stone is? A very powerful alchemical substance. Yvonne was stunned, and then replied hesitantly. His understanding of the Philosopher's Stone came from the description of some books, and he had no substantive understanding at all. The same can be said, but it is also a huge source of magic power. If its users can master specific methods, they can use this huge magic power to achieve their own goals. It's all the result of using magic power. Nicole Lemay talked freely. It's a bit like using another method to release magic. Yvonne muttered to himself, touching his chin. Yes, I should have told you that magic and alchemy are ultimately a way of using magic power. Nicole Lemay nodded and continued to explain to Yvonne. The difference between the two is that one relies entirely on the magic power in one's own body, and the other can choose external force. Yvonne pondered for a while, and soon understood the meaning of Nicole Lemay's words. Alchemy is equivalent to wands, spells, and gestures. Its role is to guide magic power, while the Philosopher's Stone can replace itself as another source of magic power. But since he has magical powers, why did he make a magic stone specially? Just to make your magic power more? Nicole Lemay has been paying attention to Ivan's expression, and he can naturally guess what he is thinking, so he speaks again. The magic power in an ordinary wizard is extremely limited. Not everyone has an outstanding talent. At a young age, there are several times the magic power of an adult wizard. So some alchemists usually choose to borrow external forces in order to master higher levels of magical power. The Philosopher's Stone is the best choice, because a Philosopher's Stone usually stores incalculable magic power. If the user masters superb alchemy skills, he can even use the Philosopher's Stone to achieve such incredible things as turning stones into gold. Then how should I make a Philosopher's Stone? Yvonne hurriedly asked. Nicole Lemay also didn't mean to hide it, and quickly explained the steps to make the Philosopher's Stone and the various materials needed. The core material is the rough stone used to store magic power. It is so rare that it is not available on the market. Rough? Hearing this, Yvonne frowned. He had indeed seen this magical material in the method of making the magic stone given by the system. It's just that because the alchemy level has never been up to the standard, he didn't prepare these materials in advance, and he didn't expect the rough stone to be so rare. Even an alchemist like Nicole Lemay feels cherished, it would be difficult to get it by himself. Looking at the distressed look on Ivan's face, Nicole Lemay couldn't help but smiled, took out a silver white stone about half the size of a palm from the drawer and put it on the table, and said. It happens that I still have a rough stone here, which can be given to you. Thank you, teacher. Yvonne stood up gratefully and bowed solemnly. Although he and Nicole Lemay have a mentor and apprentice relationship, it is true that they have been together for less than half a year, but the other party is willing to teach him without asking for anything in return, and even give himself such valuable magic materials. This kindness is simply it's beyond words. Nicole Lemay waved his hand so that Yvonne didn't need to care. This rough stone was useless to him. Instead of throwing it here to make ashes, it would be better to put it in Ivan's hand to play some role. In addition, you'd better not be too happy too early. In addition to gathering the materials, to make a magic stone, you also need to thoroughly master the enchantment magic, and find a place with plenty of magic power, and arrange the alchemy used to guide the magic. The circle is good, I can't help you this time. Nicole Lemay said solemnly. Yvonne nodded. As a self-reliant person, he never expected Nicole Lemay to help him complete the production of the Philosopher's Stone. But what makes Yvonne a little puzzled is what kind of place is considered to be full of magic power. Faced with Ivan's question, Nicole LeMay pondered for a while, then suddenly said. Perhaps you can find it in Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Yvonne said in surprise. Yes. This magic school has been able to run smoothly for thousands of years, and it is likely to have a magic power storage room to absorb the magic power that escapes near the school, so as to provide for the operation of the entire castle. Nicole LeMay explained. Evanton felt his eyes light up. He had always wondered how Hogwarts was so big, with ever-changing secret passages and stairs, how to solve the problem of magic power supply. If it is true as Nicole LeMay guessed, the magic power accumulated over the millennia of the entire castle is definitely a huge value, enough for him to make a magic stone. Moreover, as long as these extra magical powers are not excessively consumed, they should not affect the operation of the castle. www.mdlenovel.com. That is to say, Dumbledore is likely to allow him to use the magical storage room to make a magic stone. Thinking of this, Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief, but there was a faint worry in his heart, because he did not know the specific location of the magic storage room, and was even more worried that Dumbledore would not know. After all, Hogwarts is so mysterious, even as the principal knows very little. Of course, there may be another obstacle, that is, Dumbledore knew the inside story but was unwilling to tell him, or the old professor had died unfortunately when the school started, that would be troublesome. Yvonne didn't show the slight anxiety that arose in his heart. As Nicole LeMay said, these problems need to be solved by him. After a simple lunch, Yvonne didn't rest for a moment, and continued to learn from Nicole LeMay the alchemy circle needed to make the Philosopher's Stone. In the middle of the night, he worked overtime as usual to practice enchanting magic. Now there are only less than 2 days left before the official school starts. He must master all the relevant alchemy knowledge. Chapter 758, Immortality and Immortality. 2 days passed in a flash, and Yvonne successfully mastered the magical alchemy circle before Hogwarts started school, but the practice of enchanting magic was not so smooth, and he still can't do it today. Enchant an item in 1 second. However, making the Philosopher's Stone is not a matter of a short while, so Ivan's mentality is very open. The big deal is to go to school to practice more. On September 1st, the day of school, Yvonne got up early, took the suitcase he had packed beforehand, and hurried downstairs. Perhaps because of the parting, today's breakfast was extraordinarily rich, with the entire table full. The industrious alchemy creatures were busy going up and down. After seeing Yvonne coming, they enthusiastically grouped together to push him away. Got a chair. The first time I was received such a warm reception, Yvonne couldn't help being flattered. He looked at Nicole LeMay by surprise, but the latter didn't say anything, with a smile on his face, and pointed his finger in front of him. Meals. Yvonne also laughed and stopped thinking about it. He picked up the knife and fork in front of him and feasted on it, and Nicole LeMay also ate a little with Yvonne. About 15 minutes later, seeing that the departure time was approaching, Yvonne, who had eaten and drunk, put down the tableware, turned his head to look at Nicole LeMay, with white hair and beard, and said solemnly. Teacher, thank you very much for your guidance during this period. I will come to see you again next summer. Yvonne knew that for an alchemist like Nicole LeMay, material rewards didn't make much sense, and the only thing he could do was to accompany him more. However, after he finished speaking, Nicole LeMay shook his head. You are the most gifted student I have ever seen, Halls. I finished all the courses I prepared for you in just 1.5 months. I think I have nothing to teach you. Don't say that, teacher, my alchemy has just started, and there are many things I need to learn from you. Yvonne hurriedly responded. The deeper I understand the knowledge of alchemy, the more Yvonne understands how profound alchemy is. With his current level of 7-level alchemy, he was only just enough to have access to the most advanced alchemy knowledge, and it would take at least 10 or 8 years to understand it thoroughly. This is still based on the teacher's teaching, coupled with system assistance. So now I suddenly heard Nicole LeMay say this. Yvonne was very worried, even faintly disturbed. Don't be presumptuous, since your current level of alchemy is enough to bear the title of Master Alchemist, you need to find the way forward on your own. No one can help you. Nicole LeMay's face remained calm. Slowly replied. Yvonne was eager to say something, but was interrupted by Nicole LeMay again. Do you remember the question you asked me the other day? Problem? Yvonne recalled it for a moment, and then remembered that a few days ago, he had curiously asked Nicole LeMay why he wanted to destroy the Sorcerer's Stone that he had worked so hard to make, but he didn't get the answer by himself. Now I can answer you. That's because I don't need the Philosopher's Stone anymore. Nicole LeMay said very freely. No need? Yvonne looked at the Master Alchemist in front of him unexpectedly, somewhat incomprehensible. If you change it to yourself, unless you are about to die, you will never be able to give up such a precious treasure. Wait, die? Yvonne suddenly realized something. You are right, Halls, everything has a limit. The power of the Philosopher's Stone can make a person immortal, but it is not immortal. Nicole LeMay nodded and revealed the answer directly. That is to say, you are about to. Ivan stammered speechless, or said he didn't want to say the result. Speaking of it, I should have welcomed death long ago, but I used the power of the Philosopher's Stone to postpone this result for more than 500 years, it is enough. Nicole Lemay said with emotion, his face faintly with a little smile, he couldn't see the fear of death. From the moment he used the Sorcerer's Stone to make the immortality potion, he has never stopped drinking the immortality potion, and at the same time, his resistance has become stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he only needed to drink a bottle of potion every 3 years to maintain his body functions, but the recent drug resistance has become so strong that he must drink potions regularly every few days, and his body is not as good as before. Although strictly speaking, Nicole Lemay can still hold on for a few years, but the potion's anti-aging effect is completely useless for his wife who has been with him for more than 600 years. It also makes no sense. Because of this, he lent Dumbledore's Philosopher's Stone to make arrangements to deal with the mysterious man, and completely destroyed the Philosopher's Stone that he had worked so hard to make afterwards. After all, the last reason for his survival is no longer there. If the appearance of Ivan had given Nicole Lemay the idea of cultivating a qualified heir, he should have stopped taking potions and buried him with his wife. Now, Nicole Lemay is very sure that the talented and hard-working little wizard in front of him will surely surpass himself in the future, and even hope to explore the end of alchemy. And he fulfilled his last wish, and finally he can accept death calmly. Suddenly knowing that Nicole Lem's death was approaching, Ivan's heart was blocked, and his eyes became a little foggy. He has only been here for less than half a year www.mdlenovel.com, but he has already fallen in love with this paradise away from the crowd, and he has already regarded Nicole Lemay as his elder. I have been studying hard day and night for 10 consecutive days, that is, I want to master the method of making Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible, but I also don't want to disappoint the other party. Death is nothing terrible, Halls, this is part of life, it is long-term peace and tranquility, it is a process that everyone must go through. Nicole Lemay said to comfort the depressed Yi Fan, then took out 2 thick books and handed them over. Ivan subconsciously took it over and glanced at them. The 2 books were the Book of Jewish Abraham and the Book of Hieroglyphics. The first book was accidentally obtained by me in my early years, and it recorded a lot of advanced alchemy knowledge. It took me 21 years to interpret it, and in-depth research to produce a Philosopher's Stone. Nicole Lemay murmured, he said, looking at the Book of Jewish Abraham with a trace of memory, and it took a long time before he regained consciousness. Then, he introduced the Book of Pictographic Symbols to Ivan. This is his usual manuscript for recording magic texts and alchemy circles. It should be able to provide Ivan with some help. Chapter 759, School Opening and Presidency Badge. Ivan held the 2 heavy books in his arms, feeling the weight of this inheritance. After hesitating for a while, Ivan put the suitcase in his hand aside, looked at Nicole Lemay, and said solemnly, "Teacher, I can stay with you for a while." Ivan said it very seriously. He felt that he had to do something for the other party, even if it was trivial things, such as seeing off the other party. "I'm glad you have this kind of heart, Halls." Nicole Lemay shook his head slowly and said, "However, no, alchemy creatures will take care of me. Please let an old man enjoy a quiet time for the last time. And I think Dumbledore definitely doesn't want to see that there are students who ask for leave on the first day of school." Nicole Lemay added with a smile. Seeing Nicole Lemay's resolute attitude, Ivan also extinguished the thoughts left behind, but his mood became worse than before, because he suddenly thought that it was not only Nicole Lemay but also Deng who was about to die. Blido. Thinking of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Ivan had mixed feelings. Although the relationship between the other party and Asia was very poor, in all fairness, the old principal treated him quite well. If possible, Ivan did not want to receive news of the other party's death. It's a pity that the black magic in Dumbledore is very tricky. Even Nicole Lemay, whose alchemy far exceeds his own, and Snape, the best potion master in England, couldn't think of a solution, and he could do it. What is it? After saying goodbye to Nicole Lemay, Ivan walked out of the house with a little frustration. Before leaving, he turned his head and glanced at the courtyard one last time. The Akakas, who had piled themselves into a big robot, were waving to him enthusiastically. Ivan nodded, waved goodbye to them, and then waved his wand vigorously. Apparition. Meanwhile, London, Kingdom Cross Station. With a burst of space conversion, Ivan's figure appeared out of thin air in a small alley near the station. After standing firmly, Ivan looked around and confirmed that there were no muggles nearby, and then walked towards Kingdom Cross Station with his small suitcase. On the way, Ivan keenly noticed that the location coordinates of the safe house gradually became vague, and finally disappeared directly into his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Nicole Lemay is really determined to die, and he does not want to go to worship in the future. It's really merciless, teacher, I even erased the coordinates. Ivan muttered to himself, but soon he cleared up his emotions and entered 9 3/4 with his suitcase. Platform. It's the beginning of school. The crowds in the wizarding station are mixed with noise and noise. The red-skinned Hogwarts train stops at the platform, and thick smoke is constantly gushing out of the huge chimney, bringing the station down. The sky above is foggy. Yvonne also happened to see the Weasleys, Harry, Hermione, and others who were being separated at the door of the next few cars. "Hi, Yvonne." Harry waved happily when he saw Ivan's figure for the first time. Next to him, the brothers George and Fred, who were blocked by Arthur Weasley, looked at each other, with a smile on their faces. The two suddenly waved their magic wands together, phantom shifting and teleport to Ivan's side, and then they wanted to reach out and pat Ivan's shoulder. But unfortunately, before they succeeded, Ivan's figure disappeared there. "George, Weasley? What are you doing? Are you going to show off your new magic to me?" Ivan's voice came from behind the two. "Hehe, just want to say hello." George turned his head to find that Yvonne teleported behind him, and smiled awkwardly. He originally wanted to appear suddenly to give Yvonne a surprise, shock, when he met, but he didn't expect Yvonne to be so vigilant. Fred on the side explained it. "We've learned about Phantom Shift a long time ago, but there has never been a chance to use it. You know underage wizards are not allowed to cast spells outside the school, and Hogwarts has anti-Phantom Shift protection. Of course, it's different now. We are 17 years old and grown up. No one can stop us from casting spells outside of school," George added triumphantly. However, the Weasley brothers weren't happy for long, because Mrs. Weasley, who had a dark face, quickly walked over and pulled them aside and cursed fiercely. This summer, because George and Fred were randomly casting spells at home, she caused a lot of trouble. Even on the way to Kingdom Cross Station, George cast a levitating charm enthusiastically, and was almost hit by muggles. Yvonne looked at Mrs. Weasley's scolding, and the Weasley brothers who were winking at him leisurely, and shook his head dumbfoundingly. When he turned his head to greet the others, a figure rushed into his arms. "Hermione, it's been a long time." Yvonne didn't mean to dodge this time, but instead reached out and hugged him, he said with a smile. "Oh, long time no see, Yvonne." The little witch tightened her arms enthusiastically, and her whole body shrank into Ivan's arms, as if she had expressed her thoughts for 2 months, without a long time. "Let go." It wasn't until the Hogwarts special train uttered a long cry that Hermione woke up, and her sanity returned to her mind. At the same time, she noticed that the people around her were looking at her with ambiguous eyes, and hurriedly pretended to be okay. Yvonne broke free from his arms. Yvonne let go of his hand rather unwillingly, and then said hello to Harry and others. www.mtlnovel.com. To his surprise, Sirius, Moody and Lupin were all here. Passing by after a side attack, Yvonne realized that they were all here to protect Harry. "Is something wrong?" Yvonne frowned, but before he could ask, the little witch on the side asked. "By the way, Yvonne, you must have received the letter from the school, right?" "Believe? What letter?" Yvonne asked suspiciously. "Of course, the prefect's badge and the letter of appointment. I received it this morning." Hermione excitedly took out a letter from her pocket, and a badge with a red background and gold rim. Yvonne took it and took a look. The surface of the badge was painted with a roaring lion, with a big letter P in the middle. "Congratulations on becoming the prefect, Hermione." Yvonne smiled and returned the badge back, happy for the little witch. "Thank you." Hermione squinted her eyes slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ivan's praise made her very useful. Chapter 760, This must be another test of friendship and love. "Where's your badge, Yvonne?" Hermione put away the prefect badge, looked at Yvonne and asked. "I don't know, I haven't received a similar letter. Maybe Professor Dumbledore intends to let others become the prefect." Yvonne shook his head and said hesitantly. "It's impossible. The prefect is usually the best among 5th graders." Hermione said very positively. "You are the winner of the Merlin Medal. Last year, you defeated the warriors of Boothbatten and Durmstrang, and won the top 3 for Hogwarts. There is no better than you in the whole school." "Students." The little witch talked about Ivan's great achievements, and then guessed that maybe the owl who sent him the letter could not find a place, so it was delayed. This speculation seemed to Hermione extremely possible. After all, Ivan's whereabouts during the summer vacation was very mysterious. Every time she sent a letter to Yvonne, she had to wait for several days to wait for a reply. Harry, George, Fred, and others also nodded, agreeing with Hermione's guess. Just as everyone was thinking like this, a voice suddenly rang. That letter is with me." Everyone turned their heads puzzled, only to find that Ron was speaking. He slowly put his hand into the pocket of the wizard's robe and took out a crumpled letter and a gold-red badge from it. "Little Ronnie, how come this letter is with you? Is it because the owl couldn't find Yvonne, so he sent the 2 letters together? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" George took both things coming over, I asked very curiously. No, this letter was sent to me." Ron's face flushed, and he stammered. George froze for a moment, thinking Ron was joking, but after scanning the letter in his hand, he was surprised to find that Ron's name was actually written at the end. Oh my god, how is this possible? Ronnie is going to be the prefect. George's eyes widened and said in surprise, while holding the envelope high under the light, as if he wanted to verify its authenticity. You must be joking, George. Fred was also taken aback, snatching the letter from George, and after seeing the contents clearly, he shouted in surprise. Impossible. Professor McGonagall must have made a mistake. For a normal-minded person, who would choose Ron as the prefect? Harry and others who were standing around also gathered around to check the letter. When the envelope was passed to Mrs. Weasley, she let out a scream, her face was full of surprise and joy, but after looking at Yvonne, the gaze that looked at Ron was vague. There was a trace of suspicion. George and Fred, who were free to shoot, were also looking at Ron with a very strange look, as if he had done a prank. Sirius strode forward, drew out his wand and clicked on the letter. After searching for it, he spoke. This letter has not been modified by magic. It should not be a prank. But why did the professor choose Ronnie as the prefect? This is so strange. George muttered. Everyone at the scene turned their heads. Under their gaze, Ron's face was blue and white, and finally he muttered to himself extremely unwillingly. How do I know? It's probably the wrong post. But it's my name written on it, how could I post it wrong? This letter is definitely not wrong, you are going to be the prefect, Ron, congratulations. Yvonne pushed away George and the others who stood in the front, looked at Ron, who was very depressed, and said. Congratulations. Ron's mind didn't seem to turn around for a while, his face changed constantly, and he said in a panic. But, I mean, you don't blame me. In fact, when he received this prefect appointment letter this morning, he himself was shocked, because no matter how I looked at Yvonne, he was more suitable than him. Otherwise there will be Harry, they are all the warriors of Hogwarts, no matter what happens to them. It is precisely because of this that Ron never took out the letters and badges before, because he always felt that this prefect had been stolen by himself. Blame you for what, Ron? I'm not the prefect, and the professors didn't send me a letter. Maybe President Dumbledore thinks you are more suitable to be the prefect. Yvonne shrugged and smiled. Said. Although he didn't understand the reason why Dumbledore chose Ron as the prefect of Gryffindor, he still wanted to come to a test of friendship and love. The thought of Dumbledore still doing these crooked things, Yvonne heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this year's school banquet should not become a funeral. As for the position of Gryffindor prefect? Yvonne didn't care. He was very busy this semester. Not only did he need to find the magic storage room at Hogwarts, but he also had to practice enchanting magic. There was no time to manage a group of reckless and trouble-loving Gryffindor cubs. You are great, Ron. After Ivan's congratulations, Arthur Weasley also realized how much their questioning would cause Ron, and immediately stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Then Lupin, Harry, Sirius, and others reacted and came forward to congratulate him. Mrs. Weasley happily hugged him several times and kissed him. Only George and Fred insisted that the letter must have been sent wrong. When they arrive at school, they will find that it is just a prank by Principal Dumbledore. Ron didn't pay attention to their yin and yang strange tone. After being kissed by Mrs. Weasley a few times in public, his pale face turned red, and he broke away embarrassingly, and said dissatisfied. Don't do that, Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. Let's say, what reward do you want? We gave him an owl when Percy was the prefect, but you already have one and you can choose something else. Mrs. Weasley let go of Ron. Asked happily. Reward, reward. Ron couldn't believe his ears. www.mdlenovel.com. After he confirmed that he had not misheard, he immediately thought about it in his mind. A brand new dress? Or replace the old crucible that has been rusted? Or buy a new broom? Woo! The sudden roar of the train interrupted Ron's thinking. Arthur Weasley looked at the watch on his wrist and hurriedly urged. Ron, you can go to school and think about it slowly. Now there is no time to delay. Get in the car as soon as possible. At Arthur's reminder, Yvonne and the others hurriedly said goodbye and embarked on the train with their suitcases. Just as a few people were looking for vacant cars on the train, they saw three familiar figures walking towards this side. House. Walking ahead, Malfoy didn't expect to see Yvonne here. He was stunned and stuck in the middle of the road. Chapter 761, This must be Dumbledore's conspiracy. Malfoy, Gore, Crabbe, what do you want to do this time? Before Yvonne could reply, Harry stopped in front of Malfoy angrily, questioning. On the day of Voldemort's resurrection, in the cemetery, Harry clearly saw Lucius standing among the Death Eaters and tried to do something against him, so Harry was very wary of Malfoy and others. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny on the side also pulled out their wands. I'm not here to find you, Potter. Malfoy glanced at Harry and said arrogantly, but after turning his gaze to Ivan, his expression became a little more complicated. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he stopped and said instead, "I'm just passing by, can't I? Get out of the way." After speaking, Malfoy took Gore and Crabbe and squeezed past them. Harry and Ron had been staring at them, seeming to want to find something wrong with the actions of Malfoy and others, and then waved their wands to subdue them. But unfortunately, until the three of them disappeared, they didn't find a reason to do it. Ivan vaguely felt that Malfoy looked at him a bit strange, but he didn't care much. "Okay, leave them alone, let's find a carriage first, sit down, and talk." Seeing that the atmosphere on the court was a little condensed, Ginny hurriedly interrupted. Ivan nodded, and Harry and the others put away their wands, and hurriedly looked for a seat in the carriage before the train started. Hermione and Ron did not follow a few people. As the newly appointed prefects, they needed to report to the president of the student union. Then the prefects have to assume the responsibility of patrolling, lest the naughty ghosts wanton tricks on the train. After hearing Hermione talk about the duties of the prefect, Ivan became more grateful that he was not selected, otherwise this semester would definitely waste a lot of time on useless things. But what made Ivan feel a little headache is that when they were looking for an empty carriage, many little wizards in Gryffindor regarded him as the new prefect and enthusiastically came up to congratulate him. Ivan had no choice but to help. Explain one by one. "Harry, Ivan, come here, there just happens to be a space." Ginny on the other side turned her head happily after opening the door of a carriage, and said to the two of them. Ivan and Harry walked over quickly. Because they arrived too late, most of the cars were either full or there was only one seat left, which was not enough for the three of them. When Ivan arrived at the door, he found that Luna was also in this carriage. The little witch who hadn't seen for a long time was leaning against the window with a slender wand pinned to her ear, holding a large newspaper in her hand and reading it earnestly. A little sunlight poured down from the sky, and her hair shined brightly golden. Hi, Ivan. Luna also heard the noise from the door and turned her head slightly. When she saw Ivan's figure, her face suddenly showed a happy expression. "Luna, long time no see." Ivan also smiled, and after asking the little witch for instructions, he asked Harry and Ginny to bring their luggage in. At the same time, the Hogwarts train, which had been parked for a long time, moved slowly, and several people standing in the carriage shook their bodies. After placing their luggage, they hurriedly sat down. "What are you looking at, Luna?" Ginny looked curiously at the antagonist in the little witch's hand. The headline page is a moving picture. At a glance you can see a large area of collapsed ruins in a house that is blazing, and a strange black mist is still shrouded in mid-air. The title reads "Mysterious Man Flees and Turns Down Alley Impressively." Ginny was taken aback immediately, but after carefully reading the content below, she leaned forward and closed with a smile. The above report is the riot in Knockoff Alley more than a month ago. The writers of the newspaper believed that the root cause of the riot was that mysterious people led the Death Eaters to attack Knockoff Alley, which resulted in the tragic loss of Waterloo for some reason. And the man behind all this is Dumbledore, who planned an astonishing conspiracy, the purpose of which is to kill Minister of Magic Fudge. This is too weird. What does the mysterious man do when attacking Knockoff Alley? How can this be with Professor Dumbledore? Wanting to assassinate Minister Fudge has something to do with. Ginny complained, not to mention that the Prophet's Daily had reported on the riots in Knockoff Alley long ago. It was just a group of wizards who got drunk during a campfire party and ended up playing magic. After Harry took a look, he also regarded this as a joke book. If Voldemort was defeated so easily, then Sirius and the others would not have to discuss strategies to deal with Voldemort every day. When the two murmured secretly, Ivan's voice suddenly rang in the carriage. "Luna, you'd better send a letter back later, so that Mr. Novgood will pay more attention in the near future, and better hide. If the mysterious person sees this newspaper, he will definitely be very upset." Harry and Ginny turned their heads abruptly, and Ivan next to them was looking at the opposite tune with a serious expression, and didn't mean to joke at all. Even more surprised the two of them, Luna actually thought about Ivan's proposal seriously, and said distressedly. "But where can we go and hide? Dad has to stay in England to write the manuscript. He certainly doesn't want to go too far. If there is no other choice, you can temporarily move to Knockdown Alley. There is still safe, and the law and order is also very good." Ivan thought for a while and suggested. Before he knew his details, Voldemort probably didn't have the guts to come to Knockoff Alley again to make trouble, and there were a large number of law enforcement officers patrolling there, and safety could still be guaranteed. Knockdown Alley. Isn't there the place where the dark wizards stay? How could you let Luna's father move there? Listening to Ivan's words www.mdlnovel.com, Ginny couldn't help but yelled. She remembered that when her mother mentioned that place to her, she told herself never to approach Knockdown Alley. It was said that the most evil wizards lived there, who would abduct people if they didn't pay attention. No matter how you look at such a place, it has nothing to do with safety. Harry also nodded in agreement. He had strayed into Knockoff Alley once during the summer vacation of the first grade. If Yvonne hadn't come in time, he would have been taken away by an old witch. Every time he thought of this, he would be very scared. That's the old impression from a few years ago, Ginny. In fact, the dark wizards have already reformed, and they are all willing to be good people. Yvonne looked at the two with a sincere expression. Affirmative. Said. If you sometimes go there for a walk in person, you will be surprised by the changes there. Chapter 762, Secret or Mourning. The Black Wizards have reformed collectively and plan to be good people? Harry and Ginny looked at each other in disbelief. Yvonne didn't mean to explain more. He couldn't say that the vicious dark wizards in Knockoff Alley were locked up by themselves. The remaining residents of Knockoff Alley were under the supervision of law enforcement officials. You can only choose to be a good person, right? That's too scary, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. However, the antagonist would choose to report the riots in Knockdown Alley, but Yvonne had never thought of it before. Don't look at this news with many fabricated rumors, most people who read the newspaper will only regard it as a joke. But Voldemort, who was stunned, didn't have to care about that much. If he knew that the Devil's editor indiscriminately arranged himself in the newspaper, he would be annoyed to let the Death Eaters go over and arrest him, or kill him directly. Xenophilius is Luna's father, and the other party may be in danger. Of course Yvonne is not easy to leave it alone. Furthermore, Yvonne is also a little selfish when suggesting that Luna's father hide in Knockdown Alley. The propaganda department that Gleason had just established, he couldn't make him start from scratch. Although Xenophilius and the articles he wrote are not very reliable, it is still a well-known magic newspaper in England, and it may be useful. After thinking about Ivan's proposal, Luna seriously agreed to it, planning to write a letter tonight. Ginny wanted to say something and stopped. She always felt that Ivan's statement was unreliable, but in the end she didn't say anything to persuade her. By the way, Harry, have you had any trouble lately? Or is there something about Sirius and the others, and someone is about to attack you? Yvonne turned his head to look at Harry, and asked. He had discovered something wrong when he was at the wizard station just now. After all, those who were idle in the Order of the Phoenix had come together to protect Harry. Yvonne searched for the memory in his mind, and suddenly remembered that Harry had been attacked by a Dementor in the original time and space this summer. He reluctantly used the Guard of the Gods, but was misunderstood by the Ministry of Magic to cast spells at random outside the school and was almost taken away. Magic wand. However, Harry shook his head under his watch and spoke. No, this summer vacation was pretty good. No one came to trouble me. Sirius and the others insisted on coming. At this point, Harry looked a little awkward. He didn't like the feeling of being protected by others to go to school, which would make him mistakenly think that he was still a first or second grade kid. Especially this summer, when he proposed to join the Order of the Phoenix to fight the Death Eaters. Mrs. Weasley and the members of the Order of the Phoenix firmly refused his request because he was still young. That is to say, the mysterious man didn't send someone to attack you. Yvonne muttered to himself, somewhat surprised. This is very different from the plot in his memory, and the more the plot changes, the more distorted the intelligence he has now, and it may even mislead himself in turn. For example, last semester, he devoted himself to the plot and used it as a clue to investigate. In the end, he learned that Moody and Little Crouch were just pretenses that Voldemort deliberately used to attract his attention. The real killer was under the Imperious Curse. Sirius. With these precedents, Yvonne immediately became vigilant and asked seriously. Since you are not in trouble, why do Sirius and the others protect you so closely? This is Professor Dumbledore's arrangement. The last order he sent is to ask Dad and them to protect Harry. Before Harry could reply, Ginny said. Dumbledore sent, the last command. Yvonne keenly noticed something was wrong. Ginny nodded and quickly explained to Yvonne that her family moved to the safe house this summer vacation, and members of the Order of the Phoenix often came to attend meetings. However, Professor Dumbledore was the only exception. He was not visible in these 2 months. All Dumbledore's instructions were communicated through Snape. If it hadn't been for Phoenix Fox to send letters from time to time, they would have doubted whether Dumbledore had been murdered by Snape. Because of this speculation, Sirius almost had a fight with Snape. Hearing this, Yvonne frowned involuntarily, and the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Voldemort was resurrected just 2 months ago. It stands to reason that Dumbledore will take some time during this summer vacation to discuss strategies with the core members of the Order of the Phoenix. No matter how bad it is, it will not disappear for a long time, so that the Order of the Phoenix will disappear. The members are suspicious of each other. Is it, secret or mourning? This thought came to Ivan's mind. Perhaps Dumbledore had died long ago, but in order to confuse Voldemort and inspire the confidence of everyone, only Snape knew the news. But if that was the case, how could Dumbledore carelessly arrange for the prefect? Yvonne was certain that Professor McGonagall would definitely lose the position of Gryffindor prefect to himself unless Dumbledore instructed him. Or maybe Dumbledore is actually still alive, but his injuries are so serious that it's not easy to show up. Thousands of thoughts flashed in Ivan's mind one by one, but on the surface, Ivan's face did not change at all, and he continued to talk freely. It's a pity that Harry and Ginny are both peripheral members, and the information they learned is so pitiful that they can't help him much. The four people in the carriage just chatted all the way www.mdlenovel.com for about an hour, and Hermione and Ron, who had completed the patrol, also ran over, and the small carriage suddenly became lively. Hermione was talking about the candidates for the prefect of each college this year. It is worth mentioning that Malfoy became the prefect of Slytherin, which made Harry and the others very upset. Although this is not beyond their expectations. Don't worry, now Hermione and I are also prefects. Malfoy's troubles are not so easy for us. Maybe I can catch Crabbe and Gore, or find a reason to lock them up. Ron said confidently. You shouldn't abuse your power, Ron. Hermione glared at Ron harshly. She had never thought Ron was a good candidate for the presidency. The train hurriedly headed north, and when the sky was getting dark, Hogwarts Castle in the distance was already in sight. Yvonne changed into his school uniform, took his suitcase and walked down the car. Harry, Hermione, Luna, and others also quickly followed. They all got on the carriage pulled by Yechi and swayed along the trail, sailing towards the castle. Chapter 763, Opening Banquet. After a while, the rickety carriage stopped beside the stone steps of the oak gate, and Yvonne stepped out of the carriage and followed the crowd into the castle. Harry, who was behind him, looked back from time to time, with a worried look on his face. What's the matter? Harry. Yvonne noticed Harry's abnormality and asked puzzledly. Did you see Hagrid just now? He would come to welcome the new students in previous years. Harry said strangely. His course last year was too bad. Maybe it was because there were too many complaints. Principal Dumbledore dismissed him. I saw Professor Grapland at the station just now. She was probably the one who came to work. Luna guessed. It's impossible. Harry glared at Luna, and said with certainty that Professor Dumbledore would not fire Hagrid. And he thinks Hagrid's course is pretty good, obviously everyone likes him. So you plan to raise a few more snails for fun this semester? Luna asked lightly. Harry's words suddenly got stuck in his mouth, and the expression on his face became uncertain when he thought of the bad things that happened when Hagrid asked them to raise the snails last school year, and the scene of being chased by a group of snails. Hermione also looked worried. She was very worried that Hagrid would be caught in Azkaban because of privately raising and transforming dangerous creatures. While talking about Hagrid's anomaly, a few people walked through the hall and stepped into the auditorium. Hogwarts was brightly lit, and hundreds of candles were floating in the sky, and the bright lights of the stars illuminate the surroundings. The room was full of 4 long Academy's tables, and many of the little wizards who had arrived early had already sat down. The freshmen at Hogwarts stood neatly beside the high platform waiting for a new round of sorting. Several silver-white ghosts floated around, scaring some timid freshmen. Yvonne simply glanced in the auditorium, and then turned his gaze to the teacher's bench. The golden high-backed chair in the center was empty, and Dumbledore was not in his place. And beside that seat sat a witch wearing a pink cardigan. She had short curly grey-brown hair, a short and fat body, and a sweet and greasy smile on her face, and she was chatting enthusiastically with Snape. But Snape obviously didn't want to pay any attention to her, and his face was blunt, and he responded with a match. After seeing the witch, the surrounding professors all showed slightly uncomfortable expressions. Umbridge, she really came. Yvonne squinted and muttered to himself. Hermione followed Ivan's gaze and noticed the disgusting figure. But what surprised her even more was that at the end of the professor's seat, Hagrid had been seated in another person, Professor Grapland. Harry took a sigh of relief when he noticed this, and were worried about Hagrid's situation. Look, as I thought, he is not suitable for teaching, he must have been fired. Luna said, shaking her head. Harry, Hermione, and Ron glared at her. Yvonne also thought Luna's words were too straightforward, but she didn't say anything to stop it. Strictly speaking, Luna didn't say anything wrong, but it was a bit out of date. Because Hagrid's teaching level is indeed very poor, he always likes to bring some huge and hideous cuties to class, and tries to make everyone fall in love with them. As for Hagrid's whereabouts, Yvonne felt that it should be the same as the original time and space, and he followed Dumbledore's orders to negotiate with the giant. After all, Hagrid is not Harry, and has no value targeted by Voldemort and Death Eaters. After telling her conclusion, Luna seemed unaware that she had caused the anger at all, and she said goodbye to a few people naturally, and walked to the Ravenclaw table alone. Yvonne and the others also hurriedly sat down at the long table in Gryffindor. Just after they sat down, the sorting hats placed on the stools suddenly moved, split their mouths, and sang loudly. A long time ago I was still wearing a new hat. Hogwarts hadn't been built at that time. The 4 founders of Noble School thought they would never part ways. The singing of the sorting hat changed from the humor and lightness of the past. It used a deep and magnetic tone to tell the story of the founders of the 4 major colleges, and used these past events to remind the wizards present to unite and cooperate and abandon the opinions of the college. After waiting for the Sorting Hat to stop, there was a burst of warm applause in the auditorium, but there were also some whispers in it. Many people wondered why it was about to be sorted out, and Principal Dumbledore was not there yet. Yvonne has been staring at every move of every professor in the faculty seat, trying to see something from their response, but the professors probably received the news in advance, and did not express any doubts about it. Only Umbridge's face showed a very unhappy look. She thought that the principal's absence on such an important occasion was a very dereliction of duty, so she kept questioning Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to her. Professor McGonagall fooled a few words casually, then walked directly onto the stage to preside over the sorting ceremony. As McGonagall chanted his name, the freshmen walked up to the high platform nervously, buckled their hats on their heads, and waited nervously for the sorting hat to make a decision. Every time the hat made a choice, the audience would think of cheers and applause. When the last student came down from the high platform and took a seat, the door of the auditorium was pushed open heavily. The creaking sound of pushing the door attracted everyone's attention, and the noisy auditorium fell silent for a while. The next moment, Dumbledore, dressed in a dark purple robe and wrapped in a scarf, walked in from the door. Yvonne squinted his eyes and fixed his eyes on Dumbledore in front of him. According to his previous speculation, the other party's current state should be very poor. After all, it's been a whole year since Dumbledore was injured by the black magic on the Horcrux. www.ndlenovel.com. Even if he was not dead, he should be in a state of serious injury. The fact that the other party's delay in showing up throughout the summer also proved this. A little. However, under Ivan's perception, the fact is not the case. Dumbledore's state is amazing, his steps are very steady, and even the pressure is stronger than before. When confronting Voldemort next to the English village before, he had felt Dumbledore's aura, far less than now. Dumbledore at that time was like the setting sun, powerful but late, but now it is like the scorching sun at noon, so hot that it makes the heart palpitating. How is this possible? Did Dumbledore find a way this summer to heal his previous injury? Yvonne was stunned and looked at Dumbledore carefully. Only then did I find that the opponent's right hand was still hidden in the sleeve. He could not see it at all, and he could not confirm the opponent's state. But Dumbledore is still alive anyway, and alive well. This made Yvonne somewhat relieved. Chapter 764, Umbridge. Seeing Dumbledore coming in from the door, Umbridge, who was sitting on the teacher's bench, suddenly felt his eyes light up, and his whole body became excited, and he quickly stood up and greeted him. Principal Dumbledore. I need to remind you that according to Hogwarts school rules, the principal should be there before the sorting ceremony. Umbridge cleared his throat and said in a strange tone. However, Dumbledore didn't mean to stop as if he hadn't seen her, and he walked straight past. The faintly radiating pressure directly blocked Umbridge's subsequent words. Umbridge just opened his mouth and stood there blankly, his face turned blue and purple. At this time, Dumbledore had already walked to the stage, looked at the little wizards below the stage, and said with a smile. Although I am a little late, I still want to say, welcome. Welcome all freshmen to Hogwarts. After the voice fell, there was an exceptionally warm applause in the auditorium. The figure of Dumbledore had not been seen at the opening ceremony before, and the senior students were a little worried, but now they are finally relieved. When the applause weakened, Dumbledore continued to speak. Maybe the long journey has left you hungry, but before enjoying a rich lunch, I still need to say a few words. This year, our faculty has 2 changes. First of all, I am very happy that Professor Grapland will continue to come back to teach. She will be responsible for teaching you the magical animal protection class. While talking, Dumbledore turned his gaze to the teacher's bench. Grapland stood up, smiled and gestured to the crowd, and there was another round of applause from the audience. Harry wanted to speak and wanted to inquire about Hagrid's whereabouts, but was held back by Hermione. Immediately afterwards, Dumbledore looked at Umbridge, who was still standing stupidly on the long table aisle. In addition, there is a new face this year. The defense against the dark arts class will be taught by Umbridge. Ahem. Umbridge coughed slightly, interrupting Dumbledore's words, his face slightly distorted, and said with a smirk. Thank you, Principal, but I would rather be able to introduce myself personally. Dumbledore remained silent, as if tacitly acquiescing to Umbridge's rhetoric. Umbridge also regained some self-confidence, no longer a calm face, barely showing the iconic sweet smile, and twitched to everyone. I must say, it's great to be able to go back to Hogwarts again. As soon as I see you, I think of the days I went to school at Hogwarts. I also stood here more than 40 years ago, wearing a sorting hat with excitement and joy and becoming a Hogwarts student. Umbridge eloquently recalled the past when he was young, trying to get closer to the little wizards, but unfortunately the effect was little. No one wants to understand how she succeeded in becoming a superior by studying hard and making small reports more than 40 years ago, and she has no interest in those outdated rules and regulations. Everyone in the audience was drowsy, and Harry was clutching his hungry stomach, thinking about when to have dinner, and then lay down in bed for a good night's sleep. Can't you wait until the dinner is over? Ron sighed and muttered to himself, obviously he used to have a banquet first and then speak. I don't know why this school year is different. In the future, let us continue to move forward and enter a new era of enlightenment, efficiency, and sensibility, resolutely maintain what should be maintained, improve what needs to be perfected, and abandon those we should forbid. Umbridge said fully. More than 40 minutes. The first half recalled her honors as a student, and the second half emphasized that Hogwarts will make certain changes under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic in the future and improve the existing school regulations. Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge, your speech is very enlightening. Dumbledore waited for Umbridge to finish before he walked back to the stage and said. As for now, everyone can enjoy today's dinner. Dumbledore raised his left hand and waved his magic wand. Large pieces of beef, pies, plates of vegetables, bread, jam, and a pot of pumpkin juice appeared on the long table of the 4 colleges. The little wizards who had been hungry for a whole night refreshed and took up knives and forks to feast on. Yvonne also cut a small piece of steak into his mouth and ate it. Harry and Ron were eating while talking about the new defense against the dark arts professor. They had seen Umbridge several times before, so they had no hope for this year's defense against the dark arts class. They only hoped that Umbridge would not be worse than Lockhart's. This matter is probably not as simple as you think. Did you understand what Umbridge said just now? Don't forget, she was an investigator from the Ministry of Magic. Hermione temporarily put down her knife and fork. Looked at the two of them, and said very seriously. Did she say anything just now? That sounds like nonsense, I'm almost falling asleep. Ron yawned and took a sip of ice lemon juice to suppress his sleepiness. Sometimes there are some important things hidden in nonsense. Hermione said seriously, but Harry and Ron both had blank expressions. Hermione sighed and explained. Umbridge is standing here. www.mtlnovel.com. This shows that the Ministry of Magic wants to interfere with Hogwarts and weaken Professor Dumbledore's influence in the school. They had daily profit in the first 2 months. You should have seen it all, that's an omen. Harry and Ron were very angry when Hermione brought up those reports. In the past 2 months, the daily prophet has been the ultimate discredit for Dumbledore. While denying Voldemort's resurrection on a daily basis, it spent more than a dozen pages trying to prove that Dumbledore was suffering from Alzheimer's. One of the articles mentioned that Dumbledore would habitually say some crazy things at the opening ceremony, such as the famous idiot. Cry nose. Residue. Screw. In addition, Dumbledore also abused his power to add points indiscriminately to favor the students. He once added more than 500 points to Gryffindor Academy in just over 10 minutes, but turned a blind eye to certain special students' violations. As a result, Slytherin, who was supposed to win the Academy Cup, missed him and severely hit the rest of the Academy. Enthusiasm. According to people familiar with the matter, Dumbledore also believes in Harry Potter's dreams, and believes that the mysterious man who once harmed the magical world is lurking in the dark waiting for an opportunity, ready to fight him at any time. Chapter 765. Sometimes the truth is only in the hands of a few people. Yvonne looked at Hermione's daily prophet collection piece by piece. These reports directly described Dumbledore as an old child who was old and frail and stubborn with his own temperament. The last report also wrote. He is too old. We can't expect a 100-year-old wizard to stay sensible at all times. It is extremely dangerous for such an unconscious person to continue to serve as headmaster of Hogwarts. For the sake of the next generation, what we should do the most is to let this once legendary wizard stay at home and recuperate. Well, when you read a storybook, it's quite interesting. Yvonne put the newspaper down and said, vomiting. This is not the time to make a joke, Yvonne. There are also many reports about you. Hermione glared at him dissatisfied. Well, are you there? Yvonne opened the newspaper again and looked at it. Under Hermione's guidance, Yvonne quickly found news about herself on another page of the Daily Prophet. The above really didn't say anything good, describing him as an arrogant and quirky genius. In order to be popular, Dumbledore was concealed from Dumbledore and Harry concocted the resurrection of the mysterious man. There is even a report alluding that he was born in Knockoff Alley and formed a gang in school to become the next mysterious person. This is too, trick. Ivan's mouth twitched involuntarily, and said very speechlessly. Needless to say, the Ministry of Magic must have put pressure on the Daily Prophet, or the editor who wrote the article would have no guts to make such a mess. That means Dumbledore's mentality is good. If you switch to Voldemort, the entire newspaper will be slaughtered for you. Thinking of this, Yvonne felt a little headache. Although he read these news as a joke, some wizards might really believe it after a long time. The most important thing is that Yvonne will not find a solution for a while. Don't look at him holding Rita Skeeter's handle, but the other party is just an editor of the Daily Prophet, who can't decide what to do. Even if he is willing to write some articles that are beneficial to him, he may not be able to pass the review. And don't even think about negotiations. Last time I became Dumbledore and said he was going to run for Minister of Magic, but he let go of these people's pigeons and made the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet angry enough. Now the newspaper scolds so harshly. There is no sense of revenge. The news of Voldemort's resurrection clearly has so many people to testify. How could they do this? Harry bit a piece of shortbread fiercely, as if it were fudge. Because for Minister Fudge, we are all Professor Dumbledore's people, and what we said may come from his instructions, so it cannot be used as evidence. Hermione took out a thick book and continued vowing. And Minister Fudge has no choice. He can only believe that the mysterious man is dead, otherwise he will end up as the Minister of Magic. Yvonne looked at Hermione's from a clerk to a Minister of Magic. How a wizard goes to the peak of power, feeling a bit complicated. He gave this book to Hermione only temporarily, but he didn't expect her to be true. Have a good look. As Hermione said, Fudge didn't completely disbelieve in Voldemort's resurrection, but the current situation did not allow him to believe it. After all, Fudge chose to stand on the side of the conservatives and won the support of many people. Now he can only walk to the dark, otherwise it would be equivalent to denying everything he did, which would shake the foundation of Fudge's ruling. Among other things, if the messy things he had done before were exposed, angry wizards would blast him off the stage for the first time, and perhaps he would be liquidated in disrepute. For a politician like Fudge, his own interests are the first thing. If he can't become a minister, then what good is the development of the magical world? So even if there was a Dementor riot, dwarfs escape from prison, Fudge would prefer to believe that all of this was Dumbledore's conspiracy. After dinner, Dumbledore quickly got up and announced the disbandment of the teachers and students of the school. The sound of a collision of tables, chairs, and benches soon sounded around. I'm going to show the freshmen in the first grade, you should go back first. Hermione picked up the book in her arms and greeted the freshmen in Gryffindor to come and gather. Ron on the side kept fiddling with the prefect badge hung on his chest, took a few deep breaths, and looked a little nervous. After Yvonne said hello to the two of them, he took Harry back to the Gryffindor lounge with him. Pushing open the door of the bedroom, Seamus and Neville were already inside, and they seemed to be talking about something. Neville said happily when they saw the two coming in. Harry, Yvonne, you just came here, we were talking about you just now. What are you talking about? Harry asked curiously. Harry, where did you go the night you received the award last semester? Seamus hesitated. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Peter Pettigrew disguised himself as serious with the compound decoction and took me to Voldemort, and then Yvonne and the others rescued me. Harry was a little impatient. Said, and then suddenly realized something. Wait, you don't believe us? Of course I would like to believe you. Seamus looked at Yvonne, said slyly, and then continued desperately. But my mother thinks that Professor Dumbledore is not in good spirits. She doesn't believe that the mysterious person is still alive and thinks you are lying. If it weren't for my insistence, she wouldn't plan to let me come to school. Professor Dumbledore is mentally unhealthy? Is she crazy? Why would she think that? Harry was shaking with anger. www.mentalnovel.com. After Voldemort's resurrection, the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet did nothing, adding to the chaos. Only Dumbledore chose to stand up and expose the truth, but was slandered as old and confused and mentally abnormal. He really couldn't swallow this breath. Okay, stop arguing. Yvonne interrupted the argument between the two, looked at Seamus, and said. You are 15 years old, Seamus, you should have your own judgment. You were there when the riots occurred on the day of the game. Think about it. Don't forget, no one in the first grade wanted to believe what you said, even if they were true. Yvonne patted Seamus on the shoulder. So I'm not mistaken, you really rode a dragon flying in the Forbidden Forest that day. Seamus's face flushed red. He told many people this story, but they all regarded this incident as one joke. How else do you think I defeated Professor Chino? Yvonne shrugged and said with a smile. Sometimes the truth is only in the hands of a few people. Chapter 766, Book of Pictographic Symbols. You actually kept it from me for so long. Tell me what happened that day. Seamus said excitedly. Tomorrow, I'll tell you tomorrow, or you can go to Harry and Ron, and they know. Seeing Seamus's excitement, Yvonne shook his head helplessly. I wouldn't say so much if I knew it, he still has some important things to do tonight. Because of the previous contradiction, Seamus really didn't have the face to ask Harry again, and had to pester Yvonne reluctantly. Fortunately at this time, Ron, who had finished guiding the new student, walked in from the door and relieved Yvonne. After all, Ron likes telling stories the most. After finally getting rid of Seymour's entanglement, Yvonne walked to the bed and tidied the suitcase, and then leaned on the bedside to open up the life spot map. I solemnly swear that I did nothing good. Ivan's wand was tapped lightly, and the delicate ink lines surfaced on the blank parchment paper, gradually drawing the outline of the entire castle. Well, Dumbledore is in the office. Yvonne looked around on the spot map and quickly determined Dumbledore's location. When she jumped up from the bed, she was about to go to the principal's room and ask about the location of the Hogwarts magic storage room. The scarcity of magic power is his biggest weakness now. If it can be solved, he won't have to hide away when he sees Voldemort again, and he can rely on blood magic to fight the opponent head-on. With such power, coupled with the law enforcers in Knockoff Alley, it would be no problem to kick the Ministry of Magic directly. Just as Yvonne was thinking this way, Dumbledore's name flashed on the map of Hogwarts suddenly, and then disappeared without a trace. Yvonne, who was walking to the door, had to stop and glanced carefully on the map of the spot. Dumbledore's name could not be seen anywhere else. If it weren't for the deliberate use of magic to block the name like last school year, it would prove that Dumbledore left the school through the Phoenix. Have you gone out? It's the big night? What's so urgent? Yvonne raised his brows slightly, pondering inwardly. It was rare for Dumbledore to be late at the previous school opening ceremony, and he didn't stop at the slightest after the dinner, as if he was rushing to do something. This made Yvonne feel something was wrong, and Dumbledore's condition was a bit better, completely different from his expectations. If the opponent still used his left hand when casting a spell, and he saw Dumbledore's name on the map of the point just now, he would have doubted whether it was Dumbledore himself. Forget it, ask again tomorrow, it's not bad for a couple of days. Yvonne waited for a long time without seeing Dumbledore coming back with the map of the life spot, so I temporarily gave up the idea of asking about the magic storage room and took out New instead. But the two books given by Ellie May read. The next day, early in the morning, Yvonne got up from the bed with a yawn. After washing, he walked out of the dormitory with Harry, Ron, and others. When a few people arrived in the lounge, they saw Hermione standing on the bulletin board angrily peeling off a piece of parchment. What's on it? Hermione. Yvonne stepped forward curiously and asked. Look at it for yourself. Hermione handed the parchment over. At first, Yvonne thought it was Umbridge who was doing something, but after a glance, he realized that it was actually an advertisement for the Weasley Joke Shop, which marked the new product they had just developed this year, and it was quite fair. Hiring experimenters and staff at the end. Quick acting skipping candy, answering quill pens, decoy bombs, and even making a portable swamp. How can they sell these things? It's damn. They weren't so bold last year, because Percy will definitely stop them. Hermione was shivering with anger. She thought that George and Fred must feel that they had become prefects with Ron this year and would be so unscrupulous that they would be merciful to them, and posted the advertisement directly on the bulletin board in the lounge. God, Hermione, do you want to be the next Percy? That's terrible. Ron didn't think it was a big deal to post an ad, but was shocked by Hermione's words in the second half. He thought about it. Hermione was holding a copy of How the Prefect Gets Power All Day, and her body shuddered involuntarily as she arrogantly commanded. Of course I don't want to be Percy. Hermione rolled her eyes and said angrily. But they should know that 5th grade students will have to take the OWL exam this year, and the 7th year students will also have to take the NEWT certificate. There is no time to spend time on fun. Will you help me? Yvonne. Hermione turned her head and looked at Yvonne, begging. She knew she couldn't help George and Fred. Okay, I will talk to them when I have time and let them converge a little. Yvonne nodded and agreed. Because he saw the ecstasy named Wonder Witch in the product list, selling this kind of mentally affecting potion is really too much, and it's easy to go wrong. Not to mention that this year Umbridge is going to vigorously rectify Hogwarts, it is not a good thing to be too free at this time. Slightly restrained. Hermione pursed her lips a little unhappy. Okay, don't care about this so much, let's hurry up and eat. Yvonne didn't compromise this time. He threw the advertisement aside, and suddenly kissed Hermione on the cheek, and then did not wait. She responded and took her hand and walked towards the auditorium. Hermione's face flushed, and for a while the trouble with George and Fred was forgotten. Although it is not the first time Yvonne has kissed her, Harry and Ron are still paying it back. Here I am. A few people walked into the hall together, and the students met along the way had polarized attitudes. Some people greeted them enthusiastically, while the remaining students stayed away from a distance, as if they were a plague. Of course Yvonne knows what's going on. Those little wizards who are hiding from themselves should believe in the words of the Daily Prophet, or they were ordered by family members during the summer vacation and ordered them to leave themselves in trouble. The source of it is farther away. Those who are still willing to believe in him are probably the followers who worship him. Harry also keenly noticed that some people were deliberately avoiding him, and he was immediately frustrated. He couldn't understand why so many people were willing to believe the crazy words of the Ministry of Magic. Of course it's because of the power of public opinion. Yvonne explained. The Ministry of Magic can be compared to a Muggle government. It is authoritative. As long as what they say is not too outrageous, most people will choose to believe it. Coupled with the bombardment of information from the Daily Prophet, there are even more people who believe in it. Yvonne knew very well how easy it is for the government to manipulate public opinion and reverse black and white. Even a bag of washing powder can be said to be a biological weapon. Whether Voldemort is dead or alive is not a matter of their words. Yes. The wizards can only see what the Ministry of Magic wants them to see. If only another influential newspaper is willing to report the truth. Hermione will also be relieved from the previous embarrassment. God came, talked freely, then paused, and said with regret. Even Lavender believes in the rhetoric of the Daily Prophet. Don't worry, I will persuade her, it only takes a little time. Ron slapped his chest and promised. Since the prom last school year, his relationship with Lavender has grown by leaps and bounds, and within a few days it became a reality. Boyfriend. While chatting, Yvonne and the others quickly sat at the long table in Gryffindor, enjoyed today's breakfast, and then rushed to the classroom of the history of magic without stopping. The ghost Professor Binns, as usual, didn't care much about the classroom order. He followed the script throughout the whole process, and talked about the topic of Giants' War for more than an hour. The boring history of magic made everyone in the audience sleepy. Only Hermione listened carefully and took several pages of notes. Before the class, Yvonne picked a remote location and took out the book of pictographs to look through it. I was idle last night, and he had already roughly turned over the 2 books that Nicole LeMay gave him. Although the other book of Jewish Abraham records a lot of advanced alchemy knowledge, even the method of making the Philosopher's Stone was unearthed by Nicole LeMay. However, the full text of this book is composed of Latin, Arabic, Chaldean, and Syriac. He can't understand it without translation. Moreover, Yvonne believes that this book of pictograms will help him the most in a short period of time. After all, this is Nicole LeMay's research notes, and the knowledge is sorted out, very concise and understandable. In addition, there are hundreds of different magic texts and thousands of magic text arrangement methods, as well as the method of using the magic stone. Sure enough, during last summer vacation, the teacher was studying something related to the Sorcerer's Stone. When Yvonne turned to a certain page, he couldn't help but stop, muttering to himself. On this page is painted a weird armguard-like device, with a groove in the center, inlaid with a bright red irregular stone. A year ago, he had seen the same thing on Nicole LeMay's research drawings. After studying the content recorded below, Yvonne quickly understood the purpose of this device. Generally speaking, if you want to use the huge magic power in the Philosopher's Stone, you have to set up an alchemy circle, which is somewhat inconvenient during battle. The enemy will not give you time to prepare in an encounter. So the arm guard developed by Nicole LeMay is very important, which is equivalent to a magic guide device, which can easily transfer the magic stored in the Philosopher's Stone to release magic. This is probably what Nicole LeMay said, a trick to gain ample magic power in battle. Seeing this, Yvonne understood that he had one more thing to do this year, and that was to make this alchemy device. In the next lesson, Yvonne found out how to use the alchemy circle to transform matter and the formula of the potion of immortality in the book of pictographic symbols. Yvonne was very excited. It's nothing more than turning stones into gold. It is very easy to make money with his current alchemy level, but immortality is different. This is the ultimate dream of most people. Especially this is still quality longevity. After all, the potion's effect also has the effect of delaying aging. As for Nicole LeMay's old look all the time, there is actually a reason. First, taking too much potion, the body's drug resistance greatly reduces the potion's anti-aging effect. Secondly, it took Nicole LeMay more than 20 years to analyze and make the magic stone. By the time he took the potion of immortality, he was already in his 50s and 60s. Unless he was transformed by magic, he could not be a younger one. The body has come to spend more than 600 years. This has to be said to be a pity. But he is different, very young, and after taking the potion, he can completely maintain his body's function at its peak for a long time. Thinking about this, Yvonne couldn't help feeling a little excited, but he quickly suppressed these emotions. Hold steady, take your time. Now is not the time to distract and study these alchemy circles. Yvonne forced his gaze away from these alchemy circles and turned to the alchemy device that guides magic power. This is something that needs to be studied in the near future. Ding, after the host's unremitting efforts, the magic history class is over, please continue to work hard. This comprehensive class evaluation, low. Appraiser, Binns Cuthbert. Reward, academic points *2. Just as Yvonne was studying how to make this alchemy device, the system prompt in his mind rang. Yvonne was stunned, and then he realized that the magic history class was over. Professor Binns on the podium wandered out all the way, and looked at his side before leaving. Obviously, the ghost professor who looked a little old and confused still discovered that he hadn't listened to the class seriously. But that's right, it's rare that he didn't stand up to answer the question www.mdlnovel.com. It would be strange if he couldn't find it. Yvonne touched his nose. It seems that he should pay more attention to it in the future. It is still very important for the grade point to greatly improve his learning efficiency. The next session was the potions class. No one wanted to be late in Snape's class, and Ivan was no exception, so he hurriedly packed his textbooks and left the classroom. Ivan, why were you absent-minded when you were in class today? Hermione also quickly followed and asked strangely. When Professor Binns asked questions today, Ivan didn't even fight with her, which made her too accustomed to it. I'm just studying a very important alchemy subject. It's a bit too fascinating. Besides, I've read this history of the giant wars in books a long time ago, and it doesn't matter if I listen to the class. Ivan said with a smile. Seeing Ivan's lightheartedness, Harry and Ron on the side were very envious. The course taught by Professor Binns was too boring, so the two of them listened drowsy and played a class game. Now they can only beg Hermione to lend her notes from the History of Magic class to her next exam. Chapter 767, Ivan, who on earth wants to murder me? After a few people stepped into the classroom and sat down, the class bell had already rang. It didn't take long for Snape in a black robe to push the door and walk in, swinging his wand backhand to close the door of the classroom. The classroom suddenly became very quiet, and everyone was sitting in jeopardy, putting away their playful thoughts. Before we officially start the class, I think it's necessary to remind you. Snape casually placed the book on the podium and said. The pair of hollow eyes scanned the classroom, and when they fell on Ivan, they could not help but stay for a few seconds, then moved their eyes away calmly and continued. You will take an important exam next June. At that time, you will prove how much you have learned about the preparation and use of potions. Although there are a few people in this class who are really mentally retarded, I hope that you all can barely pass in the OWL exam, otherwise I will be very angry. Having said this, Snape's gaze fell directly on Neville's face, and Neville's body trembled, and he took a breath of fright. Of course, after this year, many of you will no longer be able to take my class. I only select the students with the best grades to enter my Newt Potions class. That is to say, we talk to some people I will have to say goodbye. Snape spoke plainly about the important exam a year from now. OWL, the full name of the Ordinary Wizarding Level Test, has a total of 12 subjects. It is a sub-subject test required for 5th grade students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Only after passing the test can they get the qualification for continuing to study magic. The importance is evident. The subsequent N.E.W.T exams taken by 7th graders are equivalent to vocational certificates, which are directly related to whether they can find a good job after graduation. For example, to apply for the Aura of the Ministry of Magic, it is necessary to obtain at least excellent or good evaluation in the 5-subject NEWT exams. Of course, for Ivan, such an exam is not worth taking. With his current level of magic, in addition to some luck in the divination class, Ivan is confident that he will get the highest evaluation in the remaining 11 exams. But in order to earn grade points, Ivan still pretended to listen patiently. After a few warnings, Snape quickly took out his books and started the first potion class of the school, brewing the mitigator. In this class, Harry suffered from Snape's venomous tongue as always. As long as he made the slightest mistake, Snape would suddenly appear behind him like a ghost, mocking and mocking. Potter. I asked you to make potions, not to boil water. Is the moonstone powder put at this time? Potter? Read the instructions for me again. Potter, 2 drops of hellebore syrup is enough, remember it clearly, I don't want to say it again. Under Snape's constant inspiration, Harry, who was already in a hurry, completely boiled the potion into a ball of wastewater, which was ridiculed by Snape in public. In the end, the grey-headed Harry had to use his eyes to help, hoping that someone could save him. Seeing this scene, Ivan shook his head helplessly, sealed the bottle of the potion that had been boiled, and then walked to Snape and spoke. Professor, my moderator is ready, can you help me see it? Snape reluctantly let go of Harry, turned his head and picked up the demulcent that Ivan had handed, and looked at it carefully, then opened the lid and smelled it, and finally spit out a word slowly. Not bad. Ivan was very pleased. As his Gryffindor student and Harry Potter friend, Snape's nice voice can be completely added to very good. This shows that his potion level has been affirmed by this potion master. Harry on the side gave Ivan a grateful look. But Ivan ignored it. He came to Snape for more than just relief for Harry. By the way, Professor Snape, do you know where President Dumbledore is? Ivan asked curiously. This morning, when he opened the map of the spot to check it, he unexpectedly discovered that Dumbledore was still not in the school, which was strange. And the person most likely to know Dumbledore's whereabouts was Snape. As a double-faced undercover from both sides, Snape must have a lot of secret information, and he must have an urgent way to contact Dumbledore. I need to remind you, Halls, it's class time. Snape said coldly, putting the moderator in his hand on the podium, and then as if thinking of something, he looked to follow him. Ivan's tone softened a bit, and he spoke again. And I don't know the recent whereabouts of Principal Dumbledore, and I have rarely seen him in these 2 months. The last time was at the dinner yesterday, when you were there. Do not know? Yvonne looked at Snape suspiciously, unable to determine whether he was lying or not. With his current level of contemplation, he couldn't break Snape's occlumency. What about the mysterious man? How is his recent experience? Yvonne looked around, and saw that everyone else was still concentrating on making potions, so he lowered his voice and asked. Ever since Voldemort was beaten off last time, Yvonne has always wanted to know whether his disguise is useful, and how much Voldemort believed. Thanks to you, he is still alive. Snape's gaze at Yvonne became very strange, and it took a long time before he uttered this sentence. Of course Voldemort is still alive and well, but his spirit is a bit abnormal. Snape was very curious about what happened that night, so that after Voldemort returned www.mdlenovel.com he hid in a safe room suspicious all day, and he dared not go out for 2 months. But Snape knew very well that it was not convenient for him to come into contact with Yvonne this school year. After such a short time, a glance had already turned towards this side. Malfoy was staring at him very nervously. Snape had to suppress the curiosity in his heart, his lips moved slightly, and he reminded him in a very light tone. Be careful in the near future, especially don't eat randomly. After that, Snape ignored Ivan's reaction, and walked past him with a blank face, sternly berating Neville who had accidentally overturned the cauldron. Ivan's complexion remained unchanged, and he returned to his seat on his own. He picked up a few potion materials and put them in the cauldron to cook them, but he was recalling Snape's last words in his mind. Don't eat indiscriminately. Does it mean someone is preparing to poison themselves in food? Chapter 768, Weasley Joke Toy Shop. Yvonne pondered for a while, then glanced around in the classroom, especially for Malfoy and the Slytherin students. The parents of these people have joined the Death Eaters, and they all have the possibility of attacking themselves. However, apart from them, others should not be taken lightly. After all, the Black Wizard with high magic can control anyone with the Imperious Curse. Thinking of this, Yvonne glanced at Snape again. The other party must have more information, but for some reason he was reluctant to tell him directly. Is it because of some reasons that can't be said, or is it pure and mysterious? Yvonne touched his chin, feeling a little difficult. Snape kindly reminded himself that he couldn't get Snape up for questioning, right? The 2 potions classes ended soon, and when they walked out of the potions class door, all the little wizards were relieved. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were discussing the upcoming OWL exam and future career choices, while Yvonne was still thinking about who was going to murder him. Yvonne, Ron, Hermione, do you think about what you will do after graduation? Harry looked at several people and asked curiously. His knowledge of the magical world is limited to the years of study, so he can't determine which courses will be more important. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Ron said slowly, but I think the aura is pretty cool. It's a pity that the requirements are too high. Ron added silently in his heart that the NEWT exam is inherently difficult, and to apply for aura, you need at least 5 relevant subjects to get O, perfect, or E, exceeding expectations. Only a few people can do it every year. Do it. Aura? I think it's nice to be a professor at Hogwarts, just like Lupin and Moody's. Harry said, and because of Fudge's successive brain-dead actions, he was not very good with the Ministry of Magic's senses. On the side, Hermione vowed to do something more meaningful after graduation. Meaningful things? Like liberating the house elves. Ron couldn't help but spit out. This is just one of the things. Ron, besides that, I still have a lot of things I want to do, such as prohibiting wizards from calling ordinary people who don't know how to do magic as muggles. This is a very bad name. Hermione said firmly. In Hermione's view, the entire British magical world is full of medieval decadence, and laws and regulations are full of inequality and loopholes. It is precisely because of this that these Death Eaters like Lucius can get away with it, and Voldemort's conspiracy will succeed time and time again. Ron scratched his head and couldn't understand what Hermione was trying to express. Is there anything wrong with calling someone who doesn't know magic as a muggle? They have always called it that way. And Hermione's other ideas were completely whimsical. Whether it was giving house elves preferential treatment, prohibiting slander, or changing the law, they were nothing short of fantasy. Who said it's impossible? As long as the Minister of Magic is willing to formulate corresponding regulations, these things can be avoided to a great extent. Hermione said confidently. So you really want to be Minister of Magic? Harry looked at Hermione with a weird look. Hermione said that once last year, thinking that Hermione was just joking. Ron also shook his head. The probability of a Muggle-born witch becoming Minister of Magic is almost 0. Hermione ignored Harry and Ron who were pouring cold water, and continued to talk about her plan. Although she is still far from this goal, she can start working hard from this academic year, such as applying for all subjects of the OWL exam, and striving to get the highest evaluation. Excellent grades and resume are the capital for promotion to Minister of Magic in the future. Harry and Ron were a little embarrassed to hear that Hermione was preparing to take 12 exams at the same time this year. Is this the Swiba? Can't afford to provoke, can't provoke. Yvonne, are you going to take all the exams as I did this school year? Hermione turned her head and looked at Yvonne, who hadn't said anything, and asked. Yoon, hey. Yvonne nodded subconsciously while thinking about it, and then realized what Hermione was saying. At that time, we will be more optimistic about the comparison. Hermione said happily. Yvonne touched his nose, when did he agree? But Yvonne didn't say any more to refuse. After all, these exams were nothing to him. If it weren't for worrying about damaging Hermione's self-confidence, he would have no problem taking the NEWT exam now. Hermione then looked at Harry and Ron again, asking if they wanted to participate together. Ron shook his head frantically. For a self-aware scumbag like him, it is a blessing to be able to pass the OWL exam in 6 to 7 courses this school year. Harry also hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, Yvonne, you haven't said what you want to do in the future. Me? After graduation, I bought a house big enough, built a magic research room, and studied magic every day. Yvonne hesitated for a while and said. That's it. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at Yvonne with weird eyes. As the recipient of the Merlin Medal of the first class, Hogwarts' greatest genius in history, after graduation, he plans to study magic at home and become an otaku. It's so weird. Hearing the weird gazes of several people, Yvonne curled his lips and didn't mean to explain. To be an auror or a professor with his strength is completely overkill. As for dominating the magic world? It seems to be meaningless. If it weren't for being forced into helplessness, Yvonne had never been interested in forming a force, and fighting with Voldemort was just to protect himself and his family and friends. The thing he was most interested in was studying magic, especially after he learned the essence of magic from Nicole LeMay. His thoughts became deeper. Change material, immortal, bring back to life. The power of magic is unimaginable, and it is really fascinating. The course on the first day of school was over soon. After walking out of the gate of the divination class, several people returned to the Gryffindor lounge together. When they walked into the entrance, they happened to see George and Fred standing surreptitiously on the bulletin board. George, Fred, what are you doing? Yvonne stepped forward in confusion, and then found that George and Fred were using magic tape to put an advertisement on the bulletin board. Hermione also saw this scene at this time, stopped them angrily, and said. The bulletin board in the lounge is used by the prefect to issue emergency notices, but not for you to post advertisements. Let's use it for now. If there is an urgent notice, we will definitely tear him off. George said with a smile. It's a pity that Hermione doesn't eat this set, and she firmly doesn't allow them to use the bulletin board as a place to promote products. Also, you are not allowed to sell truant candy, cheating quill pens that can automatically answer questions, and ecstasy in the school. This is a serious violation of order. Hermione stared at the two. Don't be so pretentious, Hermione, everyone will want to have a little fun while studying. Fred emphasized in a faith-like tone. Yes, for example, we have newly developed Wonder Witch, edifice. I think many wizards need this to enhance their charm. George also nodded, then rolled his eyes and took it out of his pocket. A bottle of Wonder Witch was stuffed secretly into Hermione's hand and whispered. Think about it, if you sneak a drop of this in Ivan's drink, then he will love you to death. Hermione blushed with anger, and threw the Wonder Witch back in her hand. She didn't need this kind of thing. Yvonne was speechless. George's bribery seemed secret, but his body had been strengthened many times. Naturally, this little action could not hide from him. What are you doing in such a hurry to promote new products? Yvonne asked. Of course it is to earn more Jinjialong. Fred and I are planning to open our own magic shop after graduation this school year. Now there is still a lot of money. George spread out helplessly. Do you need my help? 3,000 gallons, is it enough? Yvonne said a number casually. 3,000 gallons. George and Fred were startled, and took a breath. They had never seen so much money. From the 3rd grade, they made a gambling game and earned initial research expenses. Since they started to make magic items by themselves, their money was no more than 100 gallons when they had the most money. The other money was used to buy materials or support new ones. Research on the props. Even sometimes I can't make ends meet. Because of this, they are only preparing to distribute flyers and make money this year. But even so, according to the two people's expectations, if you want to rent a cheap store in Diagon Alley and decorate it, you need at least Bakalong, and you have to sell it for several years before you can get it. After all, they are now short of manpower and time is limited, and they cannot expand production at all. What? 3,000 gallons is not enough? Yvonne asked George and Fred in a daze for a long time, and asked again. No, it's too much. George jumped up and said excitedly. 3,000 gallons. They originally only wanted to rent a remote location and have a venue, but with 3,000 gallons they can choose the most suitable location, and the decoration can be more complete, and more importantly, there is no need to worry about follow-up research fund. They felt excited just thinking about it, but it didn't take long for their enthusiasm to cool down. George hesitated and said a little embarrassingly, "Ivan, you helped us a lot before, and we can no longer accept your help, and 3,000 gallons are too much." Ivan stretched out his hand to stop George's subsequent words and explained. "Make no mistake, this is the kind of investment that needs to be repaid. How to say, I am very confident in the joke toy store you are going to open." George and Fred looked at each other, then nodded together. "Okay, yes, but profit. I only accounted for 3 achievements. After all, the magic items you researched are the roots of the magic shop." Ivan took the lead and said. The Weasley joke toy store is George and Fred's dream and effort, and Ivan is not ready to seize it. However, George and Fred felt that Ivan was too disadvantaged and firmly disagreed. After some discussions, they unanimously decided to sell 40% of the Weasley joke shop to Ivan at a price of 1,500 gallons, and they would borrow the remaining 1,500 gallons. Ivan couldn't hold back the two of them, so he simply agreed, and then the voice changed, reminding him. "Since you have the money, you have stopped posting flyers everywhere recently. The new defense against the dark arts class professor is not easy to deal with. If you are caught by her, it will be more than just confinement." "That Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic? We are not afraid of her," Fred said carelessly. "And you are now the biggest shareholder of Weasley's joke toy store, can't you always help your girlfriend? You should be tough, Ivan, can't let her everything." George ignored Hermione next to her. Angry eyes, spit out. "No, it has nothing to do with Hermione, I'm just worried that you will cause trouble." Ivan sighed, looked at Fred and asked suddenly. "What would you think if someone bought your Wonder Witch, Ecstasy, and secretly dropped it in Angelina's drink?" Fred followed Ivan's thoughts for a while, only to feel the green light flashing above his head, and he shivered suddenly. "I have always been optimistic about Angelina," Fred said firmly. "You can't stay by her side all the time." Ivan shook his head. "So, you still don't want to sell the Ecstasy, it's too dangerous. If you have time recently, you might as well study more new products, and soon graduate. If you are caught and expelled from school, it will be difficult to handle." Under Ivan's persuasion www.mdlnovel.com George and Fred finally gave up the plan to sell dangerous goods, and happily planned their big plan. After the two left, Hermione finally couldn't help it. "You shouldn't have promised them, Ivan, that's 3,000 gallons. Ron nodded a bit in agreement. He was sluggish. He had never seen so much money. "That's only 3,000 gallons. Ivan said indifferently. "He can now sell hundreds of gallons for making an alchemy item. The Philosopher's Stone is like a money printing machine. This little money is for him. It's nothing. What's more, George and Fred are very talented in making magic items. Although they are thinking about some crooked ideas, I have to say that these items are very popular with students. Why not do a business that only makes money but not loses? He will not be short of money, he will not be too rich, and he can help his friends by the way." Hermione was very helpless. Although she knew that Ivan was rich, she couldn't use it like that if she had money. Besides, if George and Fred were devoting themselves to the magic shop, they would definitely have passed the NEWT exam this year. Not anymore. Chapter 769, Ivan, be cautious, 1 Be cautious. Saying goodbye to Hermione, Ivan, Harry, and Ron returned to the bedroom together. As soon as I opened the door of the dormitory, Ivan saw Seamus and Neville sitting on the table by the window, staring at the large package placed there. "What's the matter, Seamus?" Ivan stepped forward and asked casually. "An owl sent a package just now. It's weird. No name is written on it. I don't know who it is for," Seamus replied. Ivan frowned as he looked at the things placed on the table, thinking of Snape's reminder in the potions class, and vaguely felt something was wrong. "We are all here now, don't you know who it was sent to by opening it?" Ron was very curious, squeezing away Seamus who was stuck there, and he was about to reach out and grab it. Ivan was distracted for a moment, and there was no time to remind him, just holding the wand pinned to his waist in his hand, ready to rescue at any time. Ron opened the package easily. The explosion and curse that Ivan expected did not happen, and no horrible, murderous dark creatures popped out of the package. There was a big bag of candies. ZZB candy, chocolate frog, BB Duo beans. There is even the latest licorice wand. Ron took out a box of brown wand-shaped candies from the package and said in surprise. Last year, he saw at the Duke Bee candy store in Hogsmeade that the price of this new licorice wand is not low. Seamus and Neville are also picking and choosing the sweets they like. Ivan had no interest in candy, so he saw the slips of paper among the many candy boxes at a glance, and took it directly. After unfolding and seeing the contents inside, Yvonne was taken aback for a while. Careful. Snape. Harry leaned close and read out the contents of the note. What are you talking about? Harry? Isn't this package from Snape? Ron joked. I mean, this note says beware of Snape. Harry explained. Ron and Seamus were both surprised, and Yvonne passed the note in his hand when he saw it. After reading the pass, everyone wondered who sent these candies and paper slips, and why they should be careful of Snape. Harry, is it a package from Sirius? Ron asked suddenly. Impossible. If Sirius sends it, he will definitely write his name on it. Harry shook his head. Now that Sirius has cleared his charge, he doesn't need to hide anymore, he can send it directly to him, so why make it so mysterious? Perhaps he wants to give you a surprise. Who else is there but him? Ron shrugged. In the 3rd grade, Sirius once gave Harry and Yvonne a firebolt without a signature, which was very generous. Moreover, Sirius and Snape had a deep conflict. They almost had a fight in the safe house before, and had the motivation to write this note. Harry also became a little uncertain when he heard Ron say this. It's impossible for someone to send them so many candies for no reason, right? Such a large package would cost dozens of gallons. Yvonne directly ruled out Sirius' option, because he suspected that the person sending the package was uneasy and kind, and might even poison it. The only idle seamer did not participate in the discussion. While listening to several people, he opened a piece of chocolate frog and planned to put it in his mouth. Don't eat, Seamus. Yvonne was startled, and subconsciously snatched the chocolate frog in Seamus's hand, threw a handful of them on the ground, and waved his wand neatly. Flaming flames. A ray of flame flew out, and then directly exploded, burning the chocolate frog jumping high to ashes. After that, Yvonne did not relax at all, waved his magic wand to summon a stream of clear water to wash his left hand that had touched the chocolate frog, and finally looked at the status bar of the system. Fortunately, no hits. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he was too cautious just now, and he should destroy everything as soon as he discovered that the package was not right. In case this chocolate frog or that note was cursed viciously. Yvonne thought about Dumbledore's scorched right hand, and shuddered abruptly. Be cautious, be cautious. Yvonne secretly reminded himself to wake up, and when he turned his head, he found that Seamus was looking at him dumbfounded. The gazes of Harry, Ron, and Neville on the side were also very strange. Ahem, I think this thing may have been sent by a mysterious person or a Death Eater. Yvonne coughed slightly, concealing the embarrassment that had arisen in his heart, and continued without change in his expression. Don't forget that the mysterious man always wanted to murder Harry. He didn't succeed in the cemetery last school year. Maybe he would use some poisoning methods in private. Yvonne didn't give Snape's warning out, but threw the pot over Harry's head. After all, he couldn't explain why Voldemort wanted to target himself so deliberately. It's hard to say that he beat Voldemort 2 months ago, so the other party hates him very much now. Can he do everything? Can you make a mistake, Yvonne? Listening to Ivan's explanation, Seamus twitched the corners of his mouth, and the mysterious man sent Harry a large bag of candies and poisoned it by the way? This is too nonsense. Harry also didn't quite believe that if the person sending the package was going to poison them, how could he deliberately remind them to be careful of Snape? That might be a way to confuse us, or be careful, Yvonne said very strongly, and then decisively waved his magic wand to gather the scattered candies back into the package, and then burned everything to ashes. Harry and Seamus glanced at each other and looked at each other speechlessly. They very much suspected that Yvonne was suffering from persecution delusion. Ron was staring at the ashes blown away by the wind on the table. It was a pity that he didn't have time to eat so many snacks. If you want to eat www.mtlnovel.com, I will go to Honeyduke's shop tomorrow and buy some back for you. Why couldn't I see Ron's thoughts? Yvonne shook his head helplessly. But soon Yvonne suddenly thought of another question. What if the owner of the Honeyduke's shop gets an imperious curse? The other party deliberately sent a large bag of candies over, does it just want to seduce oneself to find clues there? Yvonne suddenly fell into contemplation, and finally decided to be more cautious tomorrow, pretend to go to the honey candy store, and then apparate from Hogsmeade Village to Knockoff Alley to buy, so it should be no problem. Thinking of this, Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the note floating in mid-air. Snape just reminded himself in the morning to be careful in Hogwarts, he must eat indiscriminately, and someone sent him a package when he turned around, and he deliberately asked himself to be careful of Snape. This is really interesting. Chapter 770, Clues to the Magic Storage Room. A week passed in a flash, but Ivan's search for clues did not make any progress. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to maintain the mind for a long time, investigating every little wizard who entered and exited at the entrance of the hall. But the result of the perception is that everyone around him does not have too deep malice towards him. At least far enough to poison yourself. Even Umbridge, who has the worst attitude towards him, is limited to cursing in his heart, and has not made a plan to murder himself in the near future. This made Ivan feel very strange. His contemplative mind had risen to the 7th level. Except for Snape, who had perfected occlumency in the entire school, no one should be able to avoid his own perception. Could it be that the threat came from outside the school, or which house elf was controlled by the imperious curse? Or was it the same as it was written on that note? It was Snape who really needed to be careful. Shouldn't he believe what he said? After excluding many options, Ivan had to temporarily put the matter of tracing the murderer aside. After all, there is no way to find out. The person who sent him the package did not do anything during this week, and no little wizard in the school died of poison while enjoying a meal in the auditorium. This shows that there is no problem with the food you usually eat. In view of this, Ivan had to devote most of his energy to the practice of enchanting magic and the making of alchemy devices. After a whole week of hard work, Ivan successfully reduced the preparation time for enchanting magic to less than 1 second. Although there was no actual combat drill, how much combat power he could display was still a question mark, but it was definitely more than enough to run the alchemy formation. It's much more difficult to make alchemy arm guards. I have failed twice in a row. However, Ivan did not expect to make such a difficult alchemy item successfully. After the next batch of materials is delivered, I will practice a few more times. What really troubled Ivan was that Dumbledore hadn't been seen since the first week of school. At least he couldn't see his name on the map of the life spot, as if Dumbledore was deliberately avoiding himself, but Ivan couldn't think of Dumbledore's reason for doing this. Because of this, the plan to find the magic power storage room was at a deadlock. Ivan had to abandon the illusion and support himself, and spare some spare time every day to go to the Hogwarts library to search for words related to the establishment of the school. It is worth mentioning that the mysterious appearance of Ivan God has attracted Hermione's attention in the past few days. Under various questions from the little witch, Ivan, who was so annoyed that he couldn't help it, revealed some information, saying that he was looking for a magic power storage room and was going to use the abundant magic power there to make a magic item. Naturally, Hermione joined in without saying a word, and helped to find the information together. Considering that one more person has more power, the little witch also pulled Harry and Ron, who were idle together. The two sat in the library groaning and complaining constantly, but they still looked at the books honestly, greatly speeding up the process of screening materials. Just 3 days later, Hermione, who kept flipping through the book, suddenly showed a look of joy, turned her head to look at Ivan, and said happily, "I found a clue, Ivan." "What? Do you know where the magic storage room is?" Ivan said with a sullen expression and hurriedly asked. "No, but I think someone might know." Hermione shook her head and passed the book in her hand. "Ms. Grey, Phantom. A History of Hogwarts says that she is the daughter of one of the 4 founders, Rowena Ravenclaw, and she must know the castle very well." "Ms. Grey Helena Ravenclaw, yes, why didn't I think of her before?" Ivan murmured. As a ghost that existed when the school was founded, the other party may know more secrets than the principal Dumbledore. If there really is a magic storehouse in Hogwarts, she would definitely know it. Thinking of this, Ivan was very excited, hugged Hermione, and kissed her face several times. "You are amazing, Hermione." The little witch blushed, and just as she was about to say something, a rebuke reached the ears of the two of them. "Quiet. This is the library, you interrupted other people's reading." Ivan turned his head when he heard the sound, and found that the librarian Mrs. Pants was staring at them with dissatisfaction. Not only that, but the yell I made just now attracted the attention of most of the students in the library. Obviously they all saw the appearance of kissing Hermione just now. Realizing this, Ivan's expression was very embarrassed, and he didn't dare to stay here for a while, and quickly pulled Hermione away dingy. All the way out of the library door, Hermione also slowed down and asked. "Ms. Grey Ghost usually only wanders in the Ravenclaw Tower. How are you going to get in there?" I saw in A History of Hogwarts that for nearly 1,000 years, no one except Ravenclaw could answer the questions asked by the bronze door knocker. Hermione talked endlessly about the information she had read in the book. Ivan's face darkened, and Hermione's words reminded him of the problem that the door knocker gave him in front of the Ravenclaw Tower. What is the nature of magic? Is this really something a minor wizard can answer? I am afraid that even Dumbledore and Voldemort may not know the answer. Ivan was complaining about the double-labeled bronze eagle in his heart. When he was squatting at the door in the form of Animagus in his 2nd year, he also met a few Ravenclaws. At that time, the bronze eagle mentioned some brains, sharp turns, or logical thinking problems. The only thing that is very harsh on myself, it is estimated that it is because of the students of the foreign school, so the difficulty of the question has risen sharply, no wonder that no one can answer it for 1,000 years. But he doesn't need to answer the question. www.mtlnovel.com. Don't worry, I can fly in from the window in the form of Animagus, and I don't need to answer the question. Ivan said with a smile. Hermione nodded hesitantly. After the Goblet of Fire last school year, she had seen Ivan's Animagus form. It was an eagle, but it looked quite big, with a wingspan of more than 3 meters. I don't know. Can you squeeze in through the window? In fact, the easiest way to enter the tower is to let a Ravenclaw student bring it in. However, Yvonne repeatedly ordered them to keep it secret, and I must not want to let others know. Just as Hermione thought, Yvonne didn't want everyone to know about finding the magic storage room by himself. So after learning that Helena had a high probability of knowing the location of the magic storage room, Yvonne didn't mean to act immediately, and planned to wait until late at night when everyone was sleeping before going to Helena to chat alone. Not to mention, there will be 2 annoying defense against the dark arts lessons in the future. Yvonne only hopes that Umbridge can rest a little bit today, and don't mess with him. Chapter 771, Teasing Umbridge. In the afternoon, in the defense against the dark arts class, Umbridge looked at the defense magic theory in his hand and spoke. Today, your class task is to read the 9th, 10th, and 11th pages of the book 5 times, and then transcribe the relevant content of assessing magic defense in the background of actual application. In addition, when we are in class next week, I hope that each of you can recite fluently. Do you understand? Umbridge looked around at the crowd and added with a smile. Gryffindor and the little wizards of Slytherin nodded unhappily, and opened the books in their hands one by one and began to read them weekly. According to the arrangement of the previous courses, everyone can guess what they are going to do this school year, which is to recite the entire theory of magical defense by heart. This is obviously not in line with everyone's expectations for the defense against the dark arts class. Compared to the boring endorsement in the classroom every day, they expect to be able to wave their wands to practice magic or fight against dark creatures. Yvonne doesn't matter. As an exam-oriented student in his previous life, endorsement is what he is best at. In addition, Umbridge appears to be a very disciplined person. As long as he pretends, he can get an excellent class evaluation and get a high grade point award. This is why Umbridge is still standing here so far, not being sent to the St. Mungo Hospital for magical injuries because of a teaching accident. In the quiet of reading, Hermione was uncharacteristically raising her arm, looking like she was hesitant to talk. Umbridge seemed to have not seen it. After talking about today's task, he sat down on the chair on the other side of the podium and supervised everyone to read the textbook with his eyes drooping like toads. Hermione still didn't mean to give up, raising her arms higher and higher, as if fighting to the end. Seeing this scene, Yvonne shook his head helplessly. The little wizards in the classroom also slowly noticed Hermione's abnormality, and turned their gazes one after another. The sound of reading one after another became weaker and weaker, and finally stopped completely. Umbridge's endurance seemed to have reached its limit, so much that she had to get up from her chair, looked at Hermione and asked. Miss Granger, do you have any questions about the content of these 2 pages of the textbook, or is there something you don't understand? No, what I'm trying to say is not about the book problem. Hermione stood up and replied. Then please sit down. It's class time. Umbridge pulled out a smile, showing the small, pointed teeth in his mouth. If it is an issue that has nothing to do with the class, we can talk about it after class. I have a question about the course goals of this year's defense against the dark arts class, Professor. Hermione said straightforwardly. I found that in your recent course arrangement, you have not mentioned anything related to learning defensive spells. I think this is extremely unreasonable. Learning a defensive spell? Why do you think that? Umbridge was taken aback, and looked at Hermione with a weird look. You don't need to use defensive magic in my class. You don't think you will be attacked during class, do you? Miss Granger. But what good is it for us to recite theory of magical defense for a whole year? It's not very useful at all. Hermione said loudly. It will allow you to successfully pass the OWL exam, Miss Granger. Umbridge interrupted Hermione's words, looked around the little wizards on the court, cleared his throat, and said again. Due to the frequent changes of defense against the dark arts class professors over the years, your courses have fallen behind a lot, and are far from the level of passing the OWL exam, so you have to make up for the relevant knowledge. But as far as I know, if you want to pass the OWL exam, you still need to master 9 protective spells, such as obstacle spells and disarming spells. Hermione stared at Umbridge tit for tat, without giving up. No, the content of the exam has changed since this year, Miss Granger. Umbridge said with a smile. You only need to write the principles of these enchantments on paper, and submit a report of at least 10 feet describing how to prevent wizards from misusing protective magic, and then I will assess whether you can pass the exam. Memorizing textbooks can't protect our safety. Hermione said angrily. Under the protection of the Ministry of Magic, you don't need to worry about safety at all. What you need to worry about most now is how to pass the exam. Umbridge said impatiently. What about Voldemort? Harry shouted suddenly. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to Harry. What did you say? Mr. Potter. Umbridge didn't seem to hear Harry's words clearly. I said, we are not safe now. Voldemort was resurrected 2 months ago. He is now lurking in the dark with his Death Eaters waiting for opportunities. What we should consider most is not taking exams, but learning how to fight. Harry shouted loudly. Nonsense! Umbridge said without hesitation. As everyone knows, the mysterious man died 11 years ago. But I saw him with my own eyes. On the night of the Goblet of Fire finals, I, Yvonne, Professor Dumbledore, and Sirius had all confronted him. Besides Phoenix, there are many people who can testify. Harry stared at Umbridge closely, speaking nonchalantly. Perhaps it was just a dream you had, Mr. Potter. Umbridge said unhurriedly. In addition, Black is a fugitive from the Ministry of Magic, and his testimony is not enough to win the letter. As for Principal Dumbledore, the prophecy the daily newspaper said that he might be a little confused. Then how do you explain the Dementor riots and the personnel riots in the Goblet of Fire? Hermione questioned again. This is just a matter of personnel error, Miss Granger. The Ministry of Magic has issued an apology statement. Umbridge said in a genuine manner. Hermione didn't expect Umbridge to be so shameless. She was so angry that she didn't reply. Does anyone have any questions? Umbridge asked triumphantly. Seeing that Hermione and Harry were so angry, Yvonne thought about it, and said in help. Since the Ministry of Magic can't do everything, then we still need protective magic to protect ourselves, don't we? Umbridge moved his gaze to Ivan's body, his eyes became sharp, and he spoke in an official voice. The Aurors involved in the incident have been punished, and the Ministry of Magic will learn from the lesson and provide you with the safest learning environment. In addition, I heard some time ago that there was a disorder in Knockoff Alley, and you and your mother happened to live there, right? Halls? The Ministry of Magic has recently received some very bad rumors, and someone has reported you. In Knockoff Alley. Umbridge's words became harsher, but before she could finish speaking, they were forcibly interrupted. You said that rumor? I seem to have heard of it. Yvonne had a slight sarcasm on his face. Voldemort led the Death Eaters to attack Knockoff Alley, only to be beaten and fled. Did you mean this? I thought the Ministry of Magic would not believe this kind of gossip. Umbridge choked, and there was a burst of laughter in the classroom. Apparently many people had heard of this rumor. You know what I'm talking about, Halls. Umbridge said gloomily. The Ministry of Magic has sufficient evidence that your mother, Aisha Halls, participated in gathering crowds, creating riots, and selling dark magic items in violation of regulations. The Ministry of Magic does not order magic items from a dark magic shop, Professor. But you have to say that you are really imaginative. Maybe when did you dream of it? Yvonne said indifferently, ignoring Wu. Threat of Umbridge. He doesn't eat this set. There is evidence that the Ministry of Magic has already started it, and that would be with himself here. The laughter in the classroom grew louder and louder. Umbridge looked back angrily. The little wizards all turned off, and the laughter stopped immediately. Gryffindor deducted 20 points. Umbridge turned his head, looked at Yvonne, and said word by word. What's the reason? Professor, is there anything I did wrong? I'm just answering your question. Does this violate the Hogwarts school rules? Yvonne asked with an innocent look. The expression on Umbridge's face froze, but her smile soon returned to her face, turning her head to look at Hermione and Harry who were still standing still, and said lightly. Of course you didn't do anything wrong, Mr. Halls. The points were deducted by Miss Granger and Mr. Potter. They severely disrupted the classroom order and intended to cause panic. I have said this before. It is forbidden to ask questions that are not related to the class during class. I hope you all can keep this in mind. Please raise your hand when you speak next time. Especially you Halls. Someone told me that you often make loud noises in class without the consent of the professor, is that right? Umbridge questioned. This is just a rumor, Professor. You should have your own judgment, and believe what you can't listen to. Yvonne said calmly. Furthermore, the professors of each subject will naturally deal with what happened in other subjects, so I won't spare you the trouble. After all, you are only a teaching professor, not the dean of the college, and you have no right to interfere with other subjects, do you? Yvonne added. Okay, very good. Umbridge was shaking with anger. Thank you for your compliment, Professor. Yvonne nodded slightly. You have just arrived. If you have any doubts about the school rules, you can always ask me. Umbridge's entire face twisted together. She looked at Yvonne coldly for a while, and then glanced at the little wizards who were watching the excitement. What are you watching me doing? If anyone fails to complete the class task before get out of class ends, then I can only ask him to stay in the confinement room. The little wizards in the classroom shuddered together, quickly picked up the book on the table, turned to the corresponding page, and read aloud. Umbridge suffocated, and while thinking about how to fix Yvonne in his heart, he walked to the podium and leaned on a chair. For some reason, while Umbridge was sitting down, the two stool legs at the back of the chair suddenly couldn't bear the weight and broke apart. Unprepared, Umbridge screamed and hit the floor with his head. Rolled sideways in embarrassment before getting up. Who did it? www.mdlnovel.com. Stand up for me. Umbridge completely lost his former calm, shouting disheveled. The little wizards at the scene covered their faces with books one by one, suffocating their smiles very hard, and Seamus even couldn't help laughing. Umbridge pulled out his wand angrily, and wanted to step forward to question the wizards sitting in the front row, but perhaps her luck was too bad, and she stepped on the broken stool leg without taking a few steps. He fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long while. Seeing Umbridge's misfortune, Yvonne shook his head pityingly. Reaching out, a few fly-sized insects with ferocious mouthparts landed on Ivan's palm, and then twisted back into small paper with some sawdust. Sure enough, you still need to use protective magic in the classroom, otherwise it's easy to stumble. Chapter 772, Beautiful boys are very deceptive. Who did it? Get out of me. Umbridge got up from the ground with a swollen nose, holding his wand, his mouth let out a roar of resentment, and his eyes kept scanning the classroom, wanting to find out of the one who teased himself. However, she didn't doubt that Yvonne was on the body. After all, Yvonne was sitting very back, and there should be no chance to cast a spell. It is the students sitting in the front row that are most likely to work on this chair. Umbridge's embarrassed look made the little wizards who had been holding back laugh. For a while, the classroom was full of joyful breath. No laugh, no laugh. Umbridge rebuked loudly. However, no one listened to her. Everyone laughed happily. The little wizards of the two colleges were rarely seen enjoying themselves. Umbridge's face was distorted and a little scary, and annoyed. He ordered everyone present to copy the school rules 50 times. Then, amidst louder laughter, he left the classroom embarrassed and went to the school hospital to deal with his injuries. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts class ended so early. The classroom was very noisy, and the little wizards were talking about Umbridge's embarrassed appearance during class. Many people even regarded Yvonne, Hermione, and Harry, who were hard-faced with Umbridge, as heroes. Ron also fought with Eurongian. He said loudly that he wanted to stand up and compete with Umbridge, but he hadn't figured out what to say. After teasing Umbridge with a 7-level transfiguration technique, Yvonne was in a very comfortable mood. While packing his books, he was thinking of the night's actions in his mind. Hermione was very curious about how the chair Umbridge was sitting on suddenly broke, plus the swollen nose that happened to step on the leg of the chair afterwards. This is no coincidence that can be described. In the impression of the little witch, only Yvonne was the only one who could do this without telling everyone. Facing Hermione's question, Yvonne glanced at Harry and Ron beside him, then shook his head decisively, and said, "Nonsense. Maybe it's just that Professor Umbridge's luck is not so good? Don't forget, every defense against the dark arts class professor is very unlucky. So far no professor has been able to stay for a full year." Hermione was dubious, but didn't ask any more questions. Harry and Ron didn't care if it was a coincidence. In short, they were very happy to see Umbridge's luck. Late at night, over Hogwarts Castle, an owl flapped its wings and flew towards the Ravenclaw Tower. "Fortunately, I seem to be lucky." After wandering around, Yvonne quickly found an open window, got in directly from there, and changed into a human form again. The tower at night is very quiet, with blue and bronze silk hanging on the elegant arched windows all around, slowly fluttering under the breeze. The white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw was placed in the niche opposite the door. What made Yvonne even more pleased was that the target he was looking for stood there, looking at the gorgeous the statue is ecstatic. "Hello, Ms. Grey." Yvonne stepped forward and said hello. "Who?" The sudden sound from the tower seemed to disturb Helena, who was floating. She quickly turned around and stared at Yvonne, who came out of the darkness with a scrutinizing gaze. Questioned. "You shouldn't be a Ravenclaw student. It's so late, what do you do to sneak into the tower? You take the liberty to excuse me, I'm here to look for you specially." Ivan's face was just right with a bit of apology, and he bowed slightly. "Find me?" Helena looked a little surprised, but there was a little sarcasm in her tone. "Yes, Ms. Grey." Yvonne nodded, then continued. "I am very interested in this 1,000-year-old castle and its history. I happened to find some clues left by the founders in my previous exploration, but there are still many things I don't understand, so I have some questions." "You?" Fearing that Helena suspected that she was planning a wrongdoing, Yvonne did not say that she was looking for the magic storage room as soon as she came up. She was ready to make a step-by-step approach, close the relationship, and then find clues through clues. However, Yvonne soon found out that she had miscalculated. Helena didn't seem to be very interested in the topic of the founder, and she drifted aside lightly, saying a little impatiently, "I'm just a ghost, I can't help you, you should go find someone else." "Please don't say that, Ms. Helena, if even Ravenclaw's daughter doesn't know much about this castle, then I can't think of anyone else to ask." Yvonne decisively took out the first assassin's skill, revealing the identity of Helena. "Do you know who I am?" From whom did you hear it? Helena's expression finally changed, she squinted her eyes and asked. Of course I guessed it myself. Yvonne laughed, after all, the time is not right. Time? Helena asked puzzledly. The corners of Ivan's mouth raised slightly. Knowing that he had successfully aroused Helena's interest, he cleared his throat and spoke again. Although you don't know why you want to pretend to be someone else, Miss Jane Grey, the first deposed Queen of England, was born in the 16th century, and you were in this castle before that. Isn't it? And I asked the ghosts in the school, and I heard some news about you from them. Yvonne said deliberately very vaguely, so as not to wear help. Helena was silent for a while. www.mdlnovel.com. Finally, she sighed and said quietly. Smart boy. Come on, what do you want to know? I'm very interested in the history of Hogwarts, and I found Slytherin by accident. Yvonne gushed, but this time before he could finish, he was caught by the sea. Lena interrupted. Again. Helena's tone became a little sharp. What? Yvonne was stunned. Don't try to fool me. Helena floated all the way to Ivan's, got close to her body, stared at him, and said in disgust. You came to me specially, maybe not to hear those boring history. Yvonne was a little surprised how he put on a gang, why Helena could be so sure, but now is not the time to think about it. Yvonne racked his brains thinking about how to break the game now. Helena on the side looked at him and sighed. Sure enough, beautiful boys are very deceptive. Chapter 773, So-Called Responsive. You may not know that a few decades ago, there was a wizard as old as you who sneaked into the tower one night and asked me similar questions. Helena said in an erratic tone. Yvonne immediately guessed who Helena was talking about and cursed inwardly. Damn, Tom, actually blocked the way he wanted to go. Yvonne silently wrote a note to Voldemort, but the expression on his face remained unchanged, and he pretended to be confused and said. I know what you mean too. Are you here for Ravenclaw's crown? Helena spoke contemptuously at Yvonne, who was pretending to be stupid. Actually, you are not the first student to covet the crown. No, Ms. Helena, I think you have misunderstood. Yvonne shook his head. Don't admit it. Hey, then it seems that we have nothing to talk about. Helena said with a sneer, before turning around and leaving. At this moment, Ivan's voice came over again. Ravenclaw's crown was destroyed a few years ago. What am I looking for? Helena's body stopped for a while before she turned her head abruptly, staring at Yvonne, and asked in astonishment. What are you talking about? The crown is damaged. Have you not heard? This is something that happened 3 years ago, and it has something to do with Tom Riddle. Yvonne pretended to be surprised, and after a deliberate pause, he spoke again. He defiled the relics of the founders, made Ravenclaw's crown into a Horcrux, and caused a riot in Hogwarts. It took me a lot of work to deal with this trouble. Helena looked at Yvonne suspiciously, but when he heard him mention Tom Riddle and Horcrux, she didn't directly question it. So you are interested in hearing my story? Ms. Helena. Yvonne snapped his fingers softly, and a flame rose out of the air from the dry fireplace, dispelling the midnight cold wind. Helena was slightly surprised by the use of a wandless spell. She was silent for a while, and then asked. Can you tell me what is your name? Yvonne Halls. Yvonne bowed slightly and said. After dispelling Helena's doubts, Yvonne would go to the Ravenclaw Tower every night to meet with Miss Ghost in the next few days. But what made Yvonne feel a little helpless was that Helena was still very cautious. For this reason, he had to knock on the side and try to lean the topic into the magic storage room as much as possible. You mean that the 4 founders were all involved in the transformation of this castle? Yvonne couldn't help asking the night 5 days later, after listening to Helena telling the story about 1,000 years ago. Yes, but most of it was done by Slytherin and my mother. Helena said in an erratic tone. Yvonne nodded, not surprisingly. According to Helena, Rowena Ravenclaw is very proficient in alchemy, and Salazar Slytherin is the owner of this castle, so they will naturally be responsible for the transformation. It seems that her previous guess is not wrong. Helena is very likely to know the clue of the magic storage room. You are such a special person, Halls. While Yvonne was thinking about it, Helena suddenly floated beside him, muttering to herself softly. It's not like a Gryffindor at all. In fact, many people have said so, and I also think I might be more suitable for Ravenclaw College. Yvonne shrugged. If it weren't for the memory of the original, he would probably miss Gryffindor. No, you don't look like a Ravenclaw. Helena said ethereally. Why? Yvonne is very strange. He thinks that he is shrewd, loves learning, and has a strong desire for knowledge. He should be in line with Ravenclaw's admission standards. There is no reason, it just doesn't look like, if you insist on saying something, it's intuition. Helena smiled happily. Ivan's face turned black, only when the ghost was making fun of himself. He shook his head helplessly, and asked again. By the way, Helena, why did you tell Tom about the whereabouts of the crown? After these days of contact, Yvonne found that this ghost lady was not easy to fool, not as good as he expected. Or maybe after being deceived by Tom, you learned to behave? Tom, different from the others, he is very likable and empathetic, compassionate, for 1,000 years, no one has been like him, understand me? Helena sighed. And he promised me to come back with my mother's crown. Well, that's not wrong. Tom did bring the crown back, but put it in the responsive room. Yvonne spit out, and to some extent Voldemort didn't lie. Hey! Helena snorted slightly, a little unhappy, but when she thought of being deceived by Tom Riddle, her mood became more and more depressed, and she sighed quietly. I regarded Tom as a friend who can make a heart-to-heart, but he deceived me. I told him the location of the responsive house. No wonder, Yvonne muttered to himself. The location of the room of requirement is very secretive. Even Dumbledore was able to enter it because of an accident. He had always wondered how Voldemort learned of the House of Requirement, but now he realized that it was from Helena. Of course, compared to this, Yvonne is more curious about the operating principle of the House of Request, and being able to realize the magical place in his mind is really beyond his understanding. Helena also didn't mean to hide it. www.mdlnovel.com quickly explained. The House of All Requests is a miracle created by my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, who combined alchemy with the huge magic power of the entire castle. The magic of the entire castle. Yvonne was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly realized something. Helena did not notice the change in Ivan's expression, but continued to speak. On weekdays, this castle will store the magic power consumed by your daily divergence, or practice magic, for the operation of secret passages, spiral stairs, and various protective spells. But as the number of students increased, the remaining magic power became more and more impressive, so my mother took advantage of the trend to create a room for all requests. Of course, the magic power stored at that time was no better than it is now, and it could not be responsive to requests, just as a research room. Listening to Helena's words, Yvonne was stunned, that is to say, the so-called magic storage room is a room for requests. He didn't think that what he wanted to find was always under his nose, and he hadn't realized it at all for more than 4 years. Chapter 774, The Essence of Magic. Helena felt that something was wrong, and Yvonne suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to talk, trying to hear more clues. It was like this until the early hours of the morning, and Yvonne said goodbye to Ms. Ghost as usual. Hals, I want to ask you to do me a favor, okay? Helena said suddenly. Of course there is no problem, are we friends? Yvonne nodded, and Helena told him the location of the magic power storage room. Now he naturally won't refuse the request. I hope you can bring my mother's crown. Helena said hesitantly. Okay, I'll get it for you as soon as possible. But I can't find Dumbledore recently. The crown should still be with him. Besides, this thing is broken. Having said that, Yvonne looked at Helena with hesitation. If he didn't make a mistake, as a ghost, Helena could not pick up or touch the real thing. I just want to look at it one last time. Helena said quietly. After thinking about what happened to Helena during her lifetime, Yvonne understood a bit, and looked at the ghost lady sympathetically, and then turned into an owl and flew out from the wide-open window. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the first sunlight in the morning broke through the darkness and sprinkled on the earth. Yvonne stayed up all night but was still full of energy. He didn't mean to return to the dormitory at all. Instead, he rushed to the 8th floor in a hurry, walked back and forth 3 times across the huge tapestry, and muttered in his heart. I need to enter the magic storage room at Hogwarts. When Yvonne opened his eyes again, a door appeared out of thin air on the flat wall. Just a response. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief, which proved that it is feasible to enter the magic storage room directly through the responsive room. However, in such an important place, the 10 have some obstacles, such as statue guards, so that no one can accidentally destroy the power system of the entire castle. So before opening the door, Yvonne drew out his wand, ready to respond to possible attacks. Inside the door is a boxy space, all around it is pitch black, it looks a little crippled. Yvonne walked in without fear, waved his wand and illuminated it with a powerful light spell. The dots of fluorescence gradually dissipated the deep darkness, but beyond Ivan's expectation, there was only a quaint bronze door in the entire space, which looked very similar to the one in Ravenclaw's lounge. There is an eagle-shaped knocker on the door handle. Is there another door inside the door? What kind of protection is this? Yvonne was a little confused, because the bronze knocker on it gave him a familiar feeling. You won't let yourself answer the questions, right? Yvonne walked to the door anxiously, and as expected, the bronze eagle slowly asked. Excuse me, what is the nature of magic? Yvonne was silent for a while, his face darkened a bit scary, and only the mechanical sound of the bronze eagle reverberated in the square space. After a while, Yvonne suddenly raised his magic wand and gestured on the door, but finally let it go and decided to give the knocker a chance. Change another question. Yvonne said calmly. However, the rigid bronze eagle spoke again. Excuse me, what is the nature of magic? Well, since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you that the essence of magic is. Yvonne raised his wand expressionlessly, and a scorching flame slowly emerged. Conf Ringo. Thunderbolt explosion. The flame swelled in the wind and turned into a large fireball several meters high and quickly hit the bronze door. The next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the hot sea of fire enveloped the entire space. After a full minute, the flames in the sky were gradually dissipating, and the bronze door was still repeating the question unscathed. So hard. Yvonne couldn't help but stunned. After a few steps closer and closer inspection, he found some clues. A large amount of protective magic was burned on the door, otherwise it would never be possible to block one of his thunderbolt explosions. As for the forced attack, it's not impossible. Yvonne estimates that 4 or 5 hours of frantic attacks should be almost the same, but in that case the magic power stored in the responsive house will be completely emptied, because it is the castle that maintains the protection magic. The magic that has been stored for thousands of years. Rowena Ravenclaw, you really have a problem for me. Yvonne stared at the bronze door in front of him with a headache, and sighed helplessly. He finally mastered those complicated alchemy arrays, and spent time and effort to brush Helena's favor. He thought that he would be foolproof and could immediately make the Philosopher's Stone, but was blocked by a door. Yvonne, who had been making trouble for the whole morning, returned without success and had to go to the auditorium to enjoy today's breakfast in disgrace. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had already sat at the long table at Gryffindor, and when they saw Yvonne coming in from the hall, Hermione hurriedly said hello. Yvonne, here. Ron was curiously asking where Yvonne went in the morning. Find a place to practice magic. Yvonne quickly stepped forward and sat down in the empty seat, and replied casually. Practice magic? Harry and Ron looked at each other, working harder than someone who is more talented than you, and they suddenly felt that the pie in their hands was not fragrant. Hermione also looked at Yvonne with admiration, and immediately decided that she would have to work harder in the future. Just as a few people were thinking about things silently, a letter delivery owl flew in from outside, hovered and threw a newspaper in front of Yvonne and the others. It's the new issue of the Daily Prophet. Hermione picked up the newspaper for the first time www.mdlenovel.com and glanced at it. The expression on her face became more and more serious. Look at it all, we are about to have trouble soon. Hermione said angrily, unfolding the newspaper and putting it in the middle. On the cover is a half-length photo of Dolores Umbridge. She is smiling and blinking at them. The title below is very conspicuous, making Harry and Ron take a breath. Cool air. The Ministry of Magic seeks educational reform, and Dolores Umbridge is appointed as the first senior investigator. Yvonne had expected it a long time ago and was not surprised. After browsing the content quickly, he made a general summary. The Ministry of Magic recently passed a decree called Education Order No. 22, allowing Minister Fudge to directly interfere with the appointment and removal of Hogwarts staff. At the same time, Fudge also added a position called Senior Investigator out of thin air in Hogwarts, which will be concurrently held by Umbridge, a professor of defense against the dark arts. This means that the Ministry of Magic is about to take action on Hogwarts. Chapter 775, Education Order No. 22. Fudge, Umbridge. Holding the Daily Prophet, Yvonne sneered. Now that the threat posed by Voldemort is imminent, the Ministry of Magic, the official agency of the magical world, has repeatedly added chaos to him. Such behavior has touched Ivan's bottom line. He was not Dumbledore, he would care about the rules and regulations, taking into account the so-called procedural justice, and waste time and effort wrangling with a bunch of fools who could pinch to death. If the Ministry of Magic's actions did not meet his wishes, then he didn't mind correcting it personally. As for how to deal with Fudge, Yvonne hasn't thought about it these days, and he has made a preliminary plan. If it can go on smoothly, he can clean the Ministry of Magic as the savior, replace most of the officials who do not work for himself, calculate Voldemort by the way, and throw all the pots to the other party. Of course, the current plan is still very imperfect, and there are many problems to be solved, the most important of which is to make a magic stone to make up for your shortcomings. Regardless of the power and influence he has now is very impressive, it is not a problem to explode the Ministry of Magic, but once they do this, they will completely turn from the dark to the light, and they will encounter both the righteous men and the Death Eaters. Attack. After all, the Ministry of Magic is an official institution, and it has a high status in the hearts of ordinary people. Even ruthless people like Voldemort dare not directly replace it. They can only choose to use the Imperious Curse to control the Minister of Magic. Therefore, in addition to being crushed by strength, it is better to have a reason to liberate the Ministry of Magic without causing public disgust. When Yvonne was thinking about it, Harry and Ron who were reading the newspaper were furious. It seems you are right, Hermione, the Ministry of Magic is going to interfere with Hogwarts, what should we do now? Harry said sadly. Umbridge was annoying enough to be a professor of defense against the dark arts. Now he was a senior investigator and had the right to censor other professors. Harry couldn't imagine how sad the days in the future would be. What else? We can't do anything. Hermione sighed. Don't worry so much, look at it, the professors are not so easy to deal with. If she goes to review Snape, Snape will give her a curse. Ron didn't panic at all, and said swearingly. With. Harry thought about the appearance of Snape and Umbridge tit-for-tat in his mind, and his mood suddenly improved. Listening to the conversation between the two, Hermione rolled her eyes. There are other professors in the school besides Snape. What do they do? While the three of them were thinking about it, Yvonne was still looking at the newspaper. Except for the headline news on the front page, other content was also very interesting. For example, one of the reports mentioned that in the past 2 months, the Ministry of Magic held 3 meetings to discuss the reform of Hogwarts, but Dumbledore never came forward, which made many lawmakers very dissatisfied. It can be said that Education Order No. 22 was passed so quickly, which has a lot to do with how long Dumbledore was not seen. Where is Dumbledore? Yvonne muttered to himself, touching his chin. It has been more than a month since school started, but Dumbledore only came out to say a few words when he was welcoming the new students. At other times, he was not seen at all. It was really strange that the Ministry of Magic did not even go to meetings with him. Could it be that the strength of the knight was completely pretended to be seen by others, with the intention of deterring those who are restless? In fact, Dumbledore is not good enough now? Yvonne thinks it is very possible, otherwise he can't explain this weird situation. It's just that this deterrence obviously won't last long, as long as Umbridge keeps on testing. Sooner or later he will wear it out. Several people ate breakfast anxiously, and then went to the curse classroom together. Not long after, Yvonne saw Flitwick walking in from the door with a dark face, and Umbridge was with him. The new investigator held a writing board in his hand. After entering the door, he picked up a chair and sat down in the corner of the classroom, writing and drawing on it from time to time, with a very focused appearance. Yvonne, who has read the newspaper, naturally understands that Umbridge is evaluating Flitwick's course to determine whether it meets the standards of the Ministry of Magic. There was an extra person in the classroom out of thin air, which made Flitwick somewhat uncomfortable, but he still ignored the existence of Umbridge as much as possible and taught as usual. The only difference is that the actual practice step is omitted in the class, which makes the whole class a bit boring. For this, Flitwick was very helpless, because Umbridge had already talked to him before, and the Ministry of Magic only allowed Hogwarts students to learn safe and harmless magic. And those spells with a certain offensiveness will be taught in the form of theory classes. The reason is to avoid some magic accidents that no one wants to see. A curse class ended quickly. After Flitwick walked out of the classroom, Umbridge put down his pen, grabbed a few students who were about to leave, and asked questions about what the course suggested. Yvonne did not stay in the classroom for a long time. After class, he went straight to the library to search for materials related to magic, hoping to answer the Bronze Eagle's question as soon as possible. A week passed in a flash. Except for daily classes, Yvonne spent most of his energy on checking information. Occasionally, I will spare some time to go to the Ravenclaw Tower at midnight and chat with Miss Ghost about life. He wasn't the scumbag Tom, he left others aside after asking what he wanted. As a responsible wizard www.mtlnovel.com, even if he really wants to disappear from the other side's site forever, Yvonne will give a perfect reason so as not to add obstacles to the students. However, Yvonne was a little disappointed that in the past 1,000 years, no wizard seems to have seriously explored the essence of magic. In most documents, magic is just like the hands and feet that the wizard is born with, no matter how normal but something. During this period of time, Umbridge was very active, frequenting classrooms of various subjects and pointing fingers at the professors. Yvonne keenly noticed that the Hogwarts professors and most of the students' attitude towards Umbridge was getting worse. Obviously Umbridge's usual arrogant, and superior attitude is very unpopular. This kind of situation is undoubtedly what Yvonne would like to see. The senior investigator now seems awe-inspiring, but in fact the most important thing is missing. Someone who didn't know thought she was an undercover agent sent to the Ministry of Magic to discredit the ministry. Yvonne believes that as long as appropriate firewood and fire are added, the reputation of the Ministry of Magic in this school will drop to the bottom. Chapter 776, Prophecy and Annoyed Umbridge. On Wednesday afternoon, in the divination class, Professor Trelawney was holding a guide to dream interpretation, which explained 3 ways of interpreting dreams in a nagging tone. The students sitting around were drowsy, and even Yvonne became a little impatient. His divination has reached 2 levels and he hasn't moved again. I don't know if Trelawney's course is too watery, or he really doesn't have the talent in this area. Below everyone is divided into 2 groups. With the help of Dream Interpretation Guide, explain to each other the scenes that each other has seen in dreams recently. Trelawney closed the book and set out today's class tasks. At this moment, a harsh door open suddenly came over, interrupting Trelawney's words. Yvonne turned his head strangely and looked over, and saw Umbridge emerge from the trapdoor on the floor. Good afternoon, Professor Trelawney. Umbridge closed the trapdoor and looked at Trelawney, with a sweet and greasy smile on his face. I believe you must have received my notice, right? It says to check the time and date of your class. Professor Trelawney nodded sullenly, looking very unhappy, and then without looking at her, he continued to guide the students on the specific steps of dream interpretation. Umbridge didn't care about Trelawney's indifferent attitude. He grabbed the chair closest to her, pulled it aside and sat down, writing and drawing on the clipboard from time to time. When Trelawney sat down to rest, the Wizard of Umri, who had been silent, suddenly asked. How long have you been in this position? Professor Trelawney. Almost 16 years. Trelawney replied unhappily. 16 years? Time is not short. Umbridge said as he wrote a few notes on the clipboard, so, Principal Dumbledore hired you? Yes. Professor Trelawney said simply and neatly. Professor Umbridge wrote a few more pens on the clipboard before looking up again. As far as I know, you are the great-great-granddaughter of the famous prophet Cassandra Trelawney. Yes. Professor Trelawney raised his head and said proudly. But I remember that none of the descendants of Cassandra Trelawney had inherited her prophetic talent, and do you think you will be the only exception? Umbridge looked at him questioningly. Trelawney. Because this kind of talent is usually separated from generation to generation, I mean it is inherited in 3 generations. Professor Trelawney's face was a little more unnatural. The corner of Umbridge's mouth smiled even more, and he slapped the clipboard in his hand and said. Next, I hope you can make a prediction for me, which will be related to your teacher rating. Listening to the conversation between the two, the little wizards in the classroom put down their books one after another and looked curiously over there. Trelawney stared at Umbridge very angrily, and after a while he said angrily. I can't predict it to you, the third eye will not be ordered to watch. Well, I think I probably understand what you mean. Umbridge shook his head disappointedly, picked up the writing board and was about to leave. Behind him, Trelawney's gloomy voice suddenly rang. If I were you, I would leave this school immediately. Umbridge stopped, and turned his head in surprise. At this time, Trelawney had changed his appearance, leaning down on the chair and twitching slightly. The whole person looked very strange, and he spoke in a low voice. I'm on you, feeling darkness, scars and pain, you are going to be unlucky, Umbridge. This is a curse, this is a curse. Trelawney's eyes widened, her mouth screamed sternly, and the broken high pitch made the little wizards nearby couldn't help covering their ears. Umbridge was also taken aback, unconsciously stepped back 2 steps, then his whole face flushed, and shouted angrily. Trelawney? Did you curse me just now? Trelawney's face was very pale, with a look of excessive energy consumption, she gasped, looking at Umbridge with a little more fear in her eyes, but she still said affirmatively. That's a prophecy, the prophecy you want. Prophecy? But I heard many students mention that you like to scare freshmen at the beginning of school, saying that they will die this year, right? Umbridge stared at Trelawney and asked. However, Trelawney was stubborn and insisted that this was the future she saw, and the annoyed Umbridge had to throw his sleeves away angrily. Oh my god, it's the first time I know Professor Trelawney is so brave. Ron looked at the angry Umbridge leaving back, then looked at Trelawney's thin figure, admiring him very much. Said. These days, Umbridge has reviewed 6 teaching professors, and Professor Trelawney is the most rigid of all. I'm afraid it's not just bravery. Have you forgotten the predictions made by Professor Trelawney a few years ago? Many have been realized, maybe this is also a true prediction. Hermione said very seriously. After her observation, although Trelawney in a normal state often said some nonsense, when something abnormal happened, what he said must be true. Wouldn't it be better, so Umbridge will soon be out of luck? Ron said gleefully. So far, no defense against the dark arts professor has been able to stay for a year in peace. Harry also nodded, and for the first time he was thankful for Voldemort's curse. Yvonne did not participate in the discussion of the 3. For him, Umbridge was just a small role. If he could not play a role, he would have been kicked out a long time ago. The only thing Yvonne was curious about was whether Trelawney's prediction could be changed. He has not forgotten that in the prophecy 15 years ago, it was clearly mentioned that Harry and Voldemort, who were mortal enemies, would only die in the hands of each other. If he destroyed all the Horcruxes and killed Voldemort in a duel, wouldn't it mean that the prophecy was shattered? Yvonne thought about this possibility in his mind, but she didn't hear Hermione's shouting. The helpless little witch had to stretch out Raven's sleeve. What's the matter? Hermione. Yvonne then recovered and asked. I mean, we've wasted more than a month, and we can't wait any longer. Hermione vowed. Mysteries and Death Eaters may launch attacks at any time. If the Ministry of Magic is determined not to let us take the defense against the Dark Arts class, then we should learn the magic that can protect ourselves. Chapter 777, rebuild the duel club. Are you planning to establish a student association? Yvonne looked at Hermione in surprise and asked. It's a study group to be precise. Hermione corrected. I asked before, many people are willing to participate, and now only one qualified person is responsible for teaching us. So, you want me to be a professor? Of course Yvonne could understand Hermione's subtext and smiled. Yes. You defeated Quirrell, who was controlled by a mysterious person in the first grade. Last year you subdued a huge fire dragon alone. You did a lot of things that even a professor couldn't do. There is no more suitable candidate than you. The little witch talked endlessly. When she formed the study group before, many people were willing to join in because of Ivan's reputation. Having said this, Hermione took a deep breath and looked at Yvonne with her brown eyes. If someone can really defeat Voldemort, then I believe that person must be you, Yvonne. Yvonne was not affected by the little witch's flattering words, and became swollen. Instead, he looked at Harry with an embarrassment on the side. According to the prophecy, this was the savior who defeated Voldemort. Oh, sorry, Harry. Hermione keenly noticed Ivan's gaze, and then realized that Harry was still here, and said apologetically. No, you just told the truth, Hermione. Harry waved his hand, saying that he didn't care, he never thought he was special. The last time I was able to stand in a stalemate with Voldemort in the cemetery for so long, until Yvonne and Sirius were rescued, it was entirely because of the subtle connection between the two magic wands. Or maybe it's just that his luck is better. But luck clearly couldn't defeat Voldemort, so Harry agreed with Hermione's statement. It's okay to let me be a professor, but I'm very busy lately and I need some information. I may not have much time to come. The study group meeting is best once a week. It's better to set the time to Sunday morning. Yvonne hesitatingly said. Now that the decision was made, Yvonne began to cheer up a bit and began to seriously discuss the specific format of the rally with Hermione and others. He plans to become like a second-year duel club, focusing on actual combat teaching, and setting up some small prizes to mobilize everyone's interest. As for the free time on weekdays, the students can be divided into groups of 3 to 4 people to practice magic freely, and there is a duel once a week for sparring. If you don't want to lose face, everyone should spend some time to practice magic in private. Is it similar to a duel club? That's a good idea. After hearing Ivan's thoughts, Hermione suddenly felt his eyes shine. The duel club held by Lockhart was very lively when the students from the whole school came. Even if Lockhart's level was too low and often guided blindly, they also learned a lot of dueling skills. However, there are many people who join the study group. If you want to set up a duel venue, you need a large enough space. Normal empty classrooms are not that big. We can go to the Screaming Shack. Yvonne suggested without thinking, this is the only suitable place. After all, the responsive house is his own place, and accidents are inevitable. It is better not to let outsiders in this period of time. Harry and Hermione thought for a while, and they nodded in agreement because they thought the place was quite secret. At this moment, Ron said suddenly. So many of us disappeared together, what if Umbridge finds out something is wrong? Yvonne looked at Ron incomprehensibly. On the day off, it's normal for the school to lose dozens of people? If Umbridge asked, they could have said they had gone to Hogsmeade Village. However, beyond his expectation, Harry and Hermione actually started to discuss ways to deal with Umbridge. Seeing several people discussing a perfect plan for a long while, Yvonne shook his head and said casually. Isn't it enough to let her pause for a few days? How to stop? Harry, Ron, and Hermione were puzzled. Umbridge would not listen to them. Yvonne kept his mouth shut, and sold it off, with no intention of answering at all. It wasn't until 3 days later that the news finally came. Umbridge accidentally slapped his foot on the way downstairs and rolled down the stairs all the way, with a bruised nose and swollen face. Now he is sent to the St. Mungo Hospital for magical injury. Many students suspected that Trelawney had secretly cursed her, and the curse prophecy went crazy in the school. You did it, right, Yvonne? You are amazing. Harry understood the moment he heard the news, and asked excitedly. Yvonne just smiled, tacitly acquiescing. If you want me to say, you're still too light to strike, it's okay to throw her to death. Ron mumbled, Umbridge disgusted him these days. Yesterday when they attended the defense against the dark arts class because they hadn't copied the school rules 50 times, they were put in confinement by Umbridge. They were forced to hold an inkless quill and write 100 times observe school rules and disciplines. I don't know what kind of curse Umbridge cast on that quill pen, and the traces drawn on the parchment will be faithfully engraved on the back of their hands, like a needle prick. If Yvonne had not figured out a way to dispel the magic for them, I am afraid they would still not be able to get rid of the mark of shame. It is very rare that Hermione did not comment on Ron's radical remarks, and even actively suggested that the two could use the automatic pen developed by George and Fred to complete the tasks assigned by Umbridge. Are you really Hermione? Harry looked at the little witch in shock. Ron also looked like he had seen a ghost, almost suspecting Hermione was the one who used the compound decoction. The real Hermione would not allow them to use cheating methods to complete their homework. Umbridge is an exception. We can't waste too much time on such useless things as copying school rules. Hermione vowed to say that she was not so unreasonable. But these remarks are obviously not convincing www.ndlenovel.com because she wrote the rules manually for the 50 times. By the way, Yvonne, when did you finish copying the school rules? Ron asked curiously. He thought that Yvonne would definitely not compromise with the demon Umbridge. Yvonne didn't mean to conceal it. He immediately explained that he was in class only when he remembered it, and then reproduced it temporarily with magic. I wanted to help you, but I didn't panic at all when I saw you and Ron. I thought you had already thought of how to deal with Umbridge. Yvonne shrugged, he didn't think of either of them either. The surface is calm and relaxed, but in fact there is no preparation at all. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, depressed. Obviously, when we were chatting in the auditorium some time ago, everyone agreed to fight to the death. Seamus even swore to them that he would jump downstairs if he copied the school rules. It turned out that when they were actually waiting for the class, they were surprised to find that everyone had secretly copied it. Only the two of them were unlucky enough to believe it, and they were caught by Umbridge. Chapter 778, We will regain the right to cast spells. While chatting and spitting out, Yifun and the others had already walked under the beating willow tree, and together went to the screaming hut through the underpass. Before I entered the door, all kinds of noisy voices came over. After Yvonne pushed the door and entered, I was surprised to find that there were as many as 100 or 200 little wizards coming to class. Judging from the school uniforms that everyone wore, most of the little wizards from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff arrived, and some students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin also came. Yvonne could guess that the entire castle must be half empty now. No wonder Ron felt that Umbridge could find something wrong. After all, her eyes were not blind. The noise from the door quickly attracted the little wizard's attention, and more than 100 pairs of eyes glanced over. It is the prefects of the various colleges and universities who are in the forefront of maintaining order. Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, Anthony Golds, Padma Patir, and even Slytherin's prefect Pansy Parkinson were there. Together with Hermione and Ron, it can be said that all the prefects of Hogwarts have arrived except Malfoy. Being stared at by this large group of people, Yvonne was the first and too big people. He originally thought that he was here to guide a study group, at most 20 or 30 people. Thinking of this, Yvonne looked at Hermione with a weird look. The little witch looked at the lively screaming shack, too. She had only invited some trusted friends before and discussed with the prefects. Although Hannah Abbott had promised her that they would bring some people who wanted to learn defense skills, Hermione did not expect that there would be so many so-called some people. Your Excellency Halls. Ernie Macmillan in the front row greeted him for the first time and said respectfully. Hannah Abbott and Pansy Parkinson also yelled at the side, looking at Yvonne with a mixture of flattery and awkwardness. In fact, during the summer vacation this year, they were told by their family members to obey all the instructions of Yvonne Halls in school and try their best to get closer to each other. How close can it be? In the beginning, Hannah Abbott and the others were naturally reluctant. No one is the little princess in the family these days, not to mention that their family background is good, and it's good if they don't need anyone to please. How could they take the initiative to go to please others? But after they figured out the reasons for this, all of them were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that their parents and their family had actually taken refuge in Yvonne Halls, who was alumnus of their same age. And this classmate who can meet from time to time actually beat the famous mysterious person frontally not long ago. The huge impact of the two pieces of news made Hannah Abbott and Pansy Parkinson feel a little absurd, and even suspected that their parents had hysteria or been deceived from time to time. It's a pity that the family gave them death orders, and Yvonne Hall's orders must be obeyed in school. Compared with the two, Ernie Macmillan knew more, because his father used the pen to let him personally witness what happened that night. Under the witness of hundreds of wizards, the scene of Yvonne Hall slapped flying the mysterious man was deeply imprinted in his mind. So when I heard Hermione talk about setting up a study group and letting Yvonne Halls be the professor, Ernie Macmillan took a lot of attention and took a lot of effort to remove most of Hufflepuff's the little wizards were brought here. Ernie Macmillan's respectful attitude towards Yvonne made the little wizards present very curious. But Yvonne didn't want to show the past, so he waved his hand and said, "Relax, you don't have to be too outside, just call my name in school." Hearing what Yvonne said, Hannah and Pansy breathed a sigh of relief. They were also student prefects at Hogwarts anyway, and it was too embarrassing to behave like a small follower in front of so many people. Ernie Macmillan still looked respectful. He had seen Ivan's true face in his memory, so he still behaved very cautiously, and he didn't dare to be negligent at all. "Pansy, why are you here? I didn't invite you to come." Hermione had already passed from her surprise, looking at Pansy Parkinson with a hostile look, and questioned. She had never notified the students of Slytherin about the study group, and she didn't even want to invite them. After all, there is a deep conflict between the two colleges, and they can't trust each other. I don't need your invitation, Granger, and you are not responsible for teaching us. Pansy Parkinson frowned and responded tit for tat. The faces of the Slytherin students behind them also showed dissatisfaction. Many of them were forcibly pulled by Pansy Parkinson, and now hearing Hermione say this, they can't wait to turn their heads and leave immediately. Hermione still insisted on her own opinion, thinking that Pansy and others must have some conspiracy here. She wanted to figure out the purpose of their gathering, and then told Umbridge. The two soon quarreled in the Screaming Shed, and the little wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor also drew out their wands, faintly showing a confrontation. I believe that everyone here is not malicious, Hermione. Yvonne interrupted the argument between Hermione and Pansy very seriously. But they. Hermione opened her mouth and wanted to reply. No but. Yvonne interrupted Hermione's words again www.mtlnovel.com and then increased the pitch a little bit, and continued to speak. Don't forget, we are now facing the deterrence brought by mysterious people, everyone should unite, there is no academy here. Ivan's words made Hermione think about the Sorting Hat's warning at the beginning of school, and she nodded, putting away her hostility towards Pansy Parkinson. The original tense atmosphere in the Screaming Hut was also eased by Ivan's words. Only Ernie Macmillan and others looked at Yvonne with weird gazes. If you are not mistaken, hasn't the mysterious man been defeated by you? Yvonne didn't pay attention to the doubts that arose in the hearts of several people, but turned to look at the more than 100 wizards and spoke. Welcome everyone to join the Defense Against the Dark Arts Association I founded. Because of the rush of time, your prefect may not have mentioned the significance of the existence of this association to you, so I will repeat it briefly. I have only one purpose in creating this association. That is to take back the original from the Ministry of Magic. It belongs to us to cast spells. Chapter 779, Yvonne, I will reveal everything covered by the Ministry of Magic for you. Regain casting power from the Ministry of Magic? The little wizards present were very puzzled, and didn't quite understand what Yvonne meant. Hermione understood a bit, and reluctantly translated Ivan's words. You mean to say that the Ministry of Magic told Umbridge to ban us from learning protective magic, so we have to learn it ourselves? The same can be said. Yvonne nodded, did not refute, but continued to speak with hundreds of eyes. I hope you haven't forgotten Umbridge's speech at the opening banquet. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, she told us that the British magical world is very peaceful now. There is no dispute or chaos here. Every one of us can put down our wand and stay in the safe Hogwarts to learn magic with peace of mind. But I think you should all know that this is a complete lie. Yvonne scanned the audience, his eyes became very sharp, and silently added a loud voice curse to his own. Think about it, everyone. Quirrell 4 years ago, Lockhart 3 years ago, the Dementor and Peter Pettigrew 2 years ago, and the riots that took place on the Goblet of Fire a few months ago. These are what you and I have personally experienced. It can be seen that the Ministry of Magic is lying, the danger has never been far away, and the magical world is not safe. And what did Minister of Magic Fudge and his Auror men do when we were in danger and helpless? They didn't provide us with any effective help. Yvonne said affirmatively. Let's not fulfill the promises they had made. The Ministry of Magic has only let us down time and time again, indulging the Dementors in Hogwarts, making a mess of everything, and even mistakenly treating the magical heroes as criminals in Azkaban for 3 years. Having said this, Ivan's face had a somewhat sarcasm, and he said word by word. The best thing the Ministry of Magic is good at is to issue a safety statement after the event, suppress all those who are willing to tell the truth, and try to deceive our parents. All danger is an accident. But the Ministry of Magic, which is full of lies, is still arrogantly ordering us to let each of us give up learning those magic that can protect ourselves, and spend our time and energy with those boring and meaningless courses. They are afraid. Fear that we can see through their lies and know the truth, and even more afraid that we can get rid of them and have the power to protect ourselves. Ivan's loud voice reverberated in the Screaming Hut, and the rhythmic words quickly aroused the angry emotions of the little wizards, and made everyone recall the dangers experienced in this castle. The fear that the Dementors brought to them 2 years ago is even more unforgettable for many people today. At the same time, they will not forget that when those disgusting monsters fly down from the sky and want to hurt them, it is not the aura of the Ministry of Magic that stands in front of everyone, but the hero of Hogwarts, the Great Dragon Knight. Yvonne Halls. Seeing that the time was right and the little wizards present had accepted their ideas, Yvonne stretched out his finger to the door of the Screaming Hut, and said. If there are still some of you who are willing to believe the Ministry of Magic's rhetoric and hope that the aura will be there in time when you are in danger, then you can leave now, and I will never stop it. But, if you make up your mind to take up your wand to protect yourself and protect your cherished family and friends, then I will solemnly welcome you to join the Defense Against the Dark Arts Society. As soon as Ivan's voice fell, Luna stood up for a moment and said briskly. I believe you, Halls, and the Ministry of Magic are all liars. My dad said they are more annoying than harassing the horsefly. Yes. The Ministry of Magic has no right to stop us from learning protective magic, we must regain our right to cast spells. Ernie Macmillan also hurriedly responded, expressing his firm support for Ivan's ideas. After the two made their voices heard, more and more little wizards raised their hands and announced that they would join the defense against the Dark Arts Association. In the end, even the Slytherin students joined together, and no one left. I'm very happy to have your trust, Yvonne said with a smile, looking at the energetic little wizards. Next time you come here again, I will reveal everything that the Ministry of Magic has concealed for you. Ivan's words aroused everyone's curiosity. Is there anything else the Ministry of Magic can't see people hiding from them? However, after Yvonne raised their curiosity, he did not give an answer. He changed his voice and began to arrange today's learning task. The 168 little wizards present were divided into groups according to their grades and colleges. Each prefect is responsible for management. Are we training right here? After Yvonne had divided the team, someone suddenly yelled from the crowd. Yvonne glanced towards that side and found that it was Colin, who was one term younger than him, but apart from him, the other little wizards also had more or less opinions on this practice venue. After all, the Screaming Shed has been abandoned for a long time. It is dirty and chaotic. There is dust everywhere. Even the air is filled with a scent of decay. Apart from being open, it doesn't look like a practice field at all. Yvonne naturally understood this, and asked with a smile. What facilities do you think a qualified training field needs? Colin. Some combat dummies. Colin thought for a while, and said uncertainly. Very good, battle dummy. Yvonne nodded, and then waved his wand to point to the corner of the screaming hut. The tables, chairs, and benches piled there that were almost moldy and rotten all floated from the ground, constantly twisting and deforming in mid-air. In just a few seconds, hundreds of dummies stood up. Not only that, there are 2 wheels at the bottom of these battle dummies, and their positions are constantly changing under the drive of magic. They are not rigid targets, but magic dummies that can run, jump and counterattack. Colin and the others who watched such a wide range of transfiguration were stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Does anyone have any requests? Yvonne put down his wand, looked at the crowd, and asked. The students present had their eyes shining, and they realized that Yvonne was going to use metamorphosis to transform a practice field suitable for them, and even if the discussion started up www.mtlnovel.com, we still need to be able to sit down and rest. In places, the dust on the ground should also be cleaned up. The windows need to be repaired, or the wind will leak in. There are bookshelves and cabinets. How about some more decorations there? Yvonne listened to everyone's suggestions and waved his magic wand one by one. Under the effect of the transformation magic, the wooden boards on the ground were replaced with bright, neat stone bricks, the damaged walls were refurbished, the collapsed bookshelves were also lifted up and refurbished, and even the broken bricks and shredded tiles were collected into one by one exquisite decorations. However, Yvonne didn't do everything by himself. After solving most of the set, he took this opportunity to explain the essentials of transfiguration, and assigned the remaining work to the little wizards in the upper grades. An hour later, the dilapidated screaming shack was completely renewed. Chapter 780, You Guys Get on One. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. A spacious and neat practice room just appeared in front of everyone. The students present were very excited, and many of them looked at the surrounding scenery with pride, because they also contributed their efforts. Yvonne waved his magic wand to arrange a bookshelf neatly, and then spoke. From now on, this will be our training base. You can come here to practice magic on the morning of the weekly rest day. As for now. Yvonne looked at the small witches and witches in the crowd and continued. Students under the 3rd grade go to the right, where the practice dummies are your opponents. The 10 people who destroy the most dummies will get an extra reward before they leave. Following Ivan's words, everyone looked to the right side one after another. Hundreds of practice dummies were erected there, wandering horizontally for a moment. Because these practice dummies are made of wood, they don't seem to be a threat, so even the 1st or 2-year-old wizards didn't take them to heart. They were gearing up one by one. Some people even felt that the number of practice dummies was too small. Not enough points at all. In this regard, Yvonne just smiled and didn't reply. The practice dummies activated by him are not easy to deal with. It is good not to be beaten and cry because of these little ghosts who have not experienced any fighting. Pansy, Ron, Anthony, and Hannah, you guys are responsible for guiding them. Yvonne turned his head to look at the prefects, and said. Ron and the others nodded and greeted the lower grade students to beat the fakes. After setting up these little devil heads, Yvonne then put his mind on the remaining senior students, and directed the 2 of them as a team and began to practice against each other. In a short while, the screaming hut became very lively, various spells were flying in mid-air, and Yvonne was walking on the field. In addition to healing the wounded by using healing magic, he also spoke out from time to time for guidance. Raise your hand, Seamus. Pay attention to the wand's trembling law. Now, use the petrified spell. Don't just use obstacle spells to resist, most of the time avoiding is the best choice. Ernie, I need to remind you that using blasting spells in practice is against the rules, and you still can't control the power of magic. After wandering around in the Screaming Hut, Yvonne was very disappointed to find that the magic level of the more than 100 students was much weaker than he thought. Only a few people can master the Iron Armor Curse, and some graduates are not even proficient in the Disarming Curse. This year's students can't do it. Yvonne shook his head. He was also a student. Snape was able to create his own spell when he was in the 5th grade. Sirius and the others also taught themselves the difficult transformation magic Animagus. Needless to say, Tom Riddle made Horcrux before he graduated, and fused his blood. The average professor may not be his opponent. Having seen these outstanding people, and then looking at the students in front of them who hadn't even mastered the basic magic, Yvonne had to sigh with emotion. Of course, the main reason for this phenomenon is the long-term peace and the unreliable defense against the dark arts class professors in recent years. The morning passed by, and when the meal was near, Yvonne asked the students who had been practicing intensively for 2 hours to take a break. Immediately afterwards, Yvonne waved his magic wand to form a few long tables, and ordered Dobby to contact the elves in the castle to bring some food, so that he would not have to return to the castle and waste precious time. After a brief lunch, Yvonne greeted the rested little wizards to gather and explain to them the precautions in the battle. On a whim, he turned his head to look at the prefects and asked Hermione and others to come up and talk to each other. Make a demonstration by yourself. 7 of us together. Anthony Golds asked hesitantly. Of course. Yvonne nodded. Thinking that Yvonne just showed the level of transfiguration in his performance in the top 3 cup last year, Anthony Golds finally closed his mouth or took out his wand. Hermione and the others, who had a rough estimate of Ivan's strength, took out their wands and stood on the opposite side without saying a word. The other little wizards stepped back one after another, leaving a vast space, preparing to watch the battle enthusiastically. Yvonne, who didn't feel safe, raised his hand and waved his wand to release a few protective magics to prevent anyone from being accidentally injured. Although this battle is just a practice, you can play as much as you like without any restrictions, and you don't need to worry about hurting me. Listening to Ivan's words, several prefects frowned involuntarily, and Anthony even felt that Yvonne was too much. They were the prefects, one of the best wizards of the year. Expelliarmus. Except for your weapon, Anthony deliberately let Yvonne know his own strength, when even waving his wand www.novel.com shouted loudly. Hermione and the others did not dare to neglect to raise their hands and cast spells together. Stupefy. Fainted. Reducto. Bone to pieces. The curse beams flew out in a cone, and a moment of effort appeared in front of Ivan's eyes. However, such a small scene is not even a warm-up for Yvonne. He just lifted his wand gently, and a magic barrier automatically appeared around him, resisting all the magic that attacked him. While cracking the magic of several people casually, Yvonne did not forget to point out how they should cooperate effectively to defeat him. Be careful, don't fight alone, join forces to cast spells. Only by attacking the same place in a short period of time can it break my barrier curse. Remember to change positions at all times, Ron, don't always stand in the same place to cast spells, this is a big taboo in battle. Under Ivan's constant command, Hermione, who had been fighting on their own, gradually had some tacit understanding, and their cooperation became better and better. But they soon found desperately that no matter how perfect they played, Yvonne would always be able to crack it easily. After 5 minutes, they could hardly even force Yvonne to move. The whole battle ended soon after Yvonne turned from defense to offense. Looking at the prefects who were knocked down one by one, like a fighting, Yvonne shook his head amusedly. He already kept his hands as much as possible. Otherwise, the battle will be over in a few seconds. I dare you to say that even a professor is not as good as you, Halls. Anthony got up from the ground, breathing heavily, looking at Ivan's eyes full of admiration and incredible color. The point that rose in his heart, dissatisfaction, has also been wiped out in the previous match. Chapter 781, Yvonne, I really don't fit Ravenclaw College. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Work hard, one day you can do it too. Yvonne stepped forward and patted Anthony on the shoulder, said with a smile, then turned his head to look at Hermione and the others. If you cooperated better just now, you might have a chance to defeat me. Hermione rolled her eyes and didn't believe a word. The 7 of them couldn't even force Yvonne to move a few times. With such a strength gap, no matter how well they cooperated, it was useless. Pansy and Hannah looked at each other indiscriminately. After experiencing Ivan's extraordinary magic level, they already believed in the inconspicuous rhetoric of the family. Ernie Macmillan was not surprised at all. He knew very well that Yvonne had already let the sea go when he played against them. If it is a real battle, I am afraid it will be over in a second, because they can't stop Ivan's magic at all. The tens of meters long fiery sword that cut through the fog in the sky has been unforgettable for Ernie so far. He can't even believe that this is magic that can be used by wizards. It is simply a moving natural disaster. Ernie Macmillan's brain supplement in his heart is unknown to Yvonne. When there are many people, his panic is usually only maintained at the lowest level of perceiving malice, and there is no such idle mind to perceive everyone's thoughts one by one. After speaking to comfort the wounded hearts of the prefects, Yvonne greeted the little wizards onlookers to regroup and continue the previous battle practice. When observing the duel of the little wizards in the morning, Yvonne had already got a rough idea of their strengths, so this time they were grouped, and Yvonne specially grouped those with similar strengths together. For one thing, this will help them spur each other, and there will be no situation where one party has an absolute advantage and only wins but not loses. Secondly, it is also convenient for him to guide. After all, the similar strength means that he can turn the tide of the battle with just a few words. In fact, just as Yvonne thought, the students who had been instructed felt that they had suddenly become stronger, and easily defeated their opponents, and they all admired him. The practice continued until the evening before it stopped. Yvonne picked out a few of the fastest improving students to instruct alone, and once again received a wave of gratitude. As for the little wizards who played against the wooden dummies, they were all abused enough, because the magic dummies were so flexible and strong that they could still jump alive even if they were interrupted. It would have left a shadow in the hearts of these little ghosts, and Yvonne had to repeatedly weaken the strength of these magic dummies to make them easier to deal with. After a hard battle, the little wizards who finally defeated the strong enemy were filled with a sense of accomplishment, and the depression of being abused before was also wiped out, even when they left. Some reluctant to leave. As the organizer of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Society, Yvonne was naturally the last group to leave. Before leaving, thinking about the pesky bronze knocker, Yvonne stopped Luna who had not yet gone out. "Are you free tonight, Luna?" Yvonne asked directly. "Well, I need to take care of the horn-snoring beast at night, and reply to my dad by the way." Luna murmured and counted the things to do at night, and then said with a smile. "But these things can also be done tomorrow." "That's good. I would like to ask you a favor. Waiting for me on the 8th floor at 10 o'clock tonight shouldn't delay you too much time." Yvonne spoke very cautiously, and he would be listened to. By the time, he did not reveal much information. Luna just blinked and nodded, without asking more. Saying goodbye to Luna, Yvonne went to Hogsmeade Village to buy some magic materials again, feeling a little excited. Although he hadn't figured out the nature of magic, he thought of another way to pass through the gate. That is to change the bronze door to a simpler problem. Yvonne is very suspicious that the bronze eagle in the responsive room, which is similar to the double-labeled eagle in front of the Ravenclaw lounge, will give special treatment to the Ravenclaw students, or that the two of them are completely integrated, otherwise it's no coincidence that you ask yourself the same question. It was with this in mind that he would invite Luna to have a try at the responsive room in the evening. Success is the best, and it doesn't matter if it is unsuccessful. Luna's mouth is very strict and she will not talk to the outside at will. This has been proved many times before. At night, Yvonne found a reason to leave the bedroom and arrived on the 8th floor of the castle on time. Luna, wearing a weird robe, was already waiting there. "It looks like I'm a little late," Yvonne said apologetically, somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that every time he came out with Luna, he was the one who was late. "No, I just arrived." Luna shook her head and said that she didn't care. She looked at Yvonne with anticipation. Obviously she was very interested in going out in the middle of the night to take an adventure. www.mtlnovel.com. Yvonne didn't mean to delay, waved his magic wand and released a few magic to ensure that no one around was peeping. He walked to one of the walls in front of Luna and walked back and forth 3 times, then pushed away and suddenly appeared on the wall. Walked in through the door. Luna followed Yvonne into this dark space, but she was not scared at all. Instead she asked curiously. "Where is this? Did you find another secret room?" "It's not a secret room, but it's almost the same. There is a room for requests, built by Ms. Ravenclaw." Yvonne replied casually, then raised his wand and chanted a spell. Lumos Maxima, fluorescent blinking. The blue fluorescence gradually dissipated the darkness, and the bronze gate in front slowly emerged in front of the two of them. Luna looked at it, and at a glance she could see that the bronze door was very similar to the door of the Ravenclaw lounge. "Do you want to answer the question?" Luna asked curiously. "Well, let's try it," Yvonne said encouragingly. In Ivan's expectant gaze, Luna stepped forward and walked to the door. The bronze eagle slowly opened her mouth. "Excuse me, what is the nature of magic?" Hearing this familiar question, Yvonne was a little disappointed. It seemed that this bronze eagle treated him equally and was not as easy to deal with as he thought. Yvonne sighed and was about to greet Luna to leave with him. At this moment, the little witch suddenly spoke. "Magic is magic, it is a kind of magical thing, invisible, intangible, but it can let us release magic and create miracles." Luna's innocent and straightforward words made Yvonne feel a little funny, but to his shock, the bronze eagle nodded after thinking for a while. Chapter 782, The Choice Between Wisdom and Family. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. "It makes sense." The bronze eagle suddenly spoke, and the gentle voice reverberated in the confined space, and then the heavy bronze gate slowly opened. Looking at the open door in front of him, Ivan was completely stunned, feeling ridiculous. It took him more than a week to go through the banned book area and he couldn't answer the question, so Luna solved it so easily. And the answer is so simple? Luna on the side seemed to see Ivan's doubts, and quickly explained. Bronze Eagle questions usually have no fixed answers, as long as it thinks what you say is reasonable, it will open the door for you. Listening to Luna's nursing home, Ivan was a little bit dumbfounded. He understood that he was thinking about things from the beginning, and the Bronze Eagle did not deliberately target him. It's just that he is preconceived, frightened by the difficulty of this question, and confidently believes that he has the ability to explore the nature of magic, so he directly regarded this as Ravenclaw's test of himself, a showdown that spanned 1,000 years. However, the facts told him that he was just fighting against the air. The other party set up this question, probably just expecting the students to give a variety of different answers. Perhaps, even Ravenclaw himself failed to understand what the essence of magic is, otherwise there should be relevant records in the Forbidden Book area. Helena is right, I really don't fit Ravenclaw Academy. Ivan said with a grudge. After experiencing this test, Ivan also understood one of his flaws, that is, lack of magical thinking, and the brain circuit was completely incompatible with Ms. Ravenclaw who lived more than 1,000 years ago. For example, the Bronze Eagle asks, what is the nature of water? He would definitely answer that water is an inorganic substance composed of two elements, hydrogen and oxygen. But the actual reference answer water is the source of life. In this regard, Ivan just wants to say MMP. Are we going in? Ivan. Luna looked at the open bronze door, her eyes full of inquiry, and turned her head to ask. Well, let's go in together. Ivan collected his mind, put those messy thoughts behind him, and walked in first. Inside the bronze door is a very large research room. It was unexpectedly well preserved within 1,000 years, but it was covered with thick dust. On the old mahogany table in the center, there are many research manuscripts and magic materials, and the surrounding walls are piled with all kinds of magic books. In addition, Ivan also noticed that the magic in this research room was extremely active, and when his thoughts moved, a ball of flame appeared on his palm out of thin air. Although he had already mastered the skill of using a wandless spell, he used to release magic far less smoothly than tonight. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. A low, dreamy cry sounded in the research room, interrupting Ivan's thinking. He looked back and found that it was Luna who was making the noise. At this moment, the little witch was standing in front of a blue-white stele, staring at the text of the stele in a dream. Ivan walked a few steps to find that the above text was written in ancient rune, and the text was not complete, so he could not fully understand it. However, combining Luna's words is not difficult to confirm, the above is the famous saying of Ravenclaw: extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. However, what makes Ivan feel a little strange is that there is a deep crack on the surface of the stele, almost splitting the entire stele into two pieces. Ivan was certain that this was not the result of natural weathering, but the traces of magic blows. This is a bit intriguing. If there is no special destruction by latecomers, wouldn't it mean that Ravenclaw himself destroyed the stele? Maybe Ms. Ravenclaw didn't agree with this sentence in her later years. Luna stretched out her hand and gently stroked the crack on the stone tablet, and said softly. Why do you say that? Ivan asked Luna with interest. There is no reason, it should be like this. Luna said, shook her head. Otherwise, I can't think of the reason why Ms. Ravenclaw destroyed the stele. Ivan was speechless. Intuition, I thought it was like this. If someone were to say this, Ivan would think that the other person was talking nonsense, but Luna is an exception, and the other person's intuition can almost be regarded as a kind of talent. In addition, Ivan had some guesses, so he nodded in agreement. Perhaps you are right, Luna, as for the reason, I am afraid it is Helena. Are you talking about Ms. Grey? Luna asked curiously. Ivan didn't mean to conceal it. When even Ravenclaw's daughter Helena, in order to become smarter and more prestigious than her mother, steal the crown privately, causing the mother and daughter to almost break apart. www.novel.com. The story that eventually led to a tragedy is told again. Rumor has it that after his daughter was lost, Rowena Ravenclaw put all his energy on magic research. Ivan suspected that Rowena Ravenclaw probably looked at this stele every day, and then remembered his daughter who had betrayed her in order to gain extraordinary wisdom, and she was angry and cursed on her. It seems that Ms. Ravenclaw has found something as important as wisdom. Luna muttered to herself quietly, looking at the broken stone stele. Family. At this point, Luna's mood became a little depressed. Ivan knew that the little witch must have thought of her mother who died in a magic experiment, and hurriedly changed the subject, calling Luna to search in the research room together. Due to a lapse of thousands of years, many of the alchemy manuscripts in the research room have been blurred and unrecognizable, which has added a lot of difficulty to their search work. Fortunately, some of the most critical research manuscripts were kept by Ravenclaw in a box made of jade. The ancient English and ancient runes on it had been learned beforehand. In addition, Luna will soon be related. The research manuscript was translated. That's it. According to the description in the manuscript, Yvonne found a large open space behind the research room and squatted on the ground trying to enter some magic. Ahead, the bluish-white floor stone tiles suddenly lit up, and gradually outlined a complex and exquisite alchemy array. From Ivan's knowledge of alchemy, it can be seen that the function of this circle is to adjust the magic power of the castle, which was probably used by Ravenclaw in some high-intensity magic experiments. However, this saves him a lot of preliminary work. As long as he spends some time improving it, and then completes the materials for making the Philosopher's Stone, he will be able to get his own Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 783, Make a Magic Stone. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. After working all night, Yvonne barely completed the transformation of the alchemy circle, and then it took some time to transfer all the materials for making the Philosopher's Stone to this research room. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 3 to 4 hours. It should be too late. Yvonne, who had stayed up all night, glanced at the clock slightly tiredly, and muttered to himself. At this point in time, the professors and students at Hogwarts shouldn't get up yet, even if the magical power of the castle is temporarily cut off during the process of making the Philosopher's Stone, it will not cause much impact. Of course, normally speaking, away from those excess magical powers will not interfere with the normal operation of the castle. The time is specially chosen in the early morning just in case. However, according to Ivan's previous idea, before using the magic of the castle to make the Philosopher's Stone, he had to notify the principal Dumbledore and try to get the other party's consent. However, more than 2 months after school started, the Hogwarts principal seemed to have disappeared, and no one was found at all. Even McGonagall and Snape didn't even know where Dumbledore was going. This situation made Yvonne very uneasy, and had to prepare for the worst, choosing to chop first and then make the magic stone. After all, the only person who can fight Voldemort now is himself. Thinking of this, Yvonne took out the Book of Hieroglyphics and placed the alchemy materials such as mithril metal, sulfur, and mercury one by one according to the above description, and then placed the most critical rough stone in the entire alchemy method. The center of the array. Now it's the blood of magic power. Yvonne took a deep breath, waved his wand and slashed his wrists, blood pouring out from the wound, spilling on the huge alchemy array. These viscous liquids flowed slowly along the magic lines as if they had consciousness. After the blood completely soaked the lines in the magic circle, Ivan's face had turned pale, but his eyes became brighter, because he was only one step away from success. Yvonne did not immediately activate the magic circle, but very cautiously waved his wand to cover a circle of magic enchantments, and then opened all the protective rings he carried, and a full 10 layers of magic barriers instantly appeared around him. With these protections, even if Voldemort suddenly jumped out to make trouble, he would have time to make some arrangements. There should be nothing missing. Yvonne looked around, and finally confirmed it, then half-kneeled and pressed his hands to the floor. Along with the input of magic power, the alchemy lines on the ground were brightened enough, and a wonderful 5-star array was quickly outlined, but due to the infiltration of blood, the original blue fluorescence had been replaced by blood red. I don't know, I thought it was a ritual to summon demons. Yvonne murmured a word in his heart, and then he sank his heart and threw these distracting thoughts aside, closed his eyes and focused on manipulation. In Ivan's perception, a huge magical power was constantly gathering, and the amount far exceeded his imagination. It was thousands of times its own magic power, surging like a huge wave, and the perception alone made Ivan's back chill. But now everything is ready, there is no possibility of turning back. Yvonne had to gritted his teeth and forcibly guided the magic out. The next moment, the entire research room shook, the surrounding magic lights flickered and dimmed, an indescribable pressure centered on the alchemy circle, quickly spreading in all directions. Click! The magic enchantment covering the magic circle soon burst into cracks, and after about 2 seconds, it burst open. With cold sweat on Ivan's forehead, but he didn't dare to be distracted at all, he worked hard to confine the castle's 1000-year-old magic power to the alchemy circle, otherwise the out-of-control magic power would destroy everything around him in an instant. The blood-red light became stronger and stronger. It was a sign of the surge of magical power. Yvonne tried hard in his mind to recall how he felt when he guided the magical power in the past, and carefully controlled it according to the plan. Not long after, the alchemy material placed in the circle was like an invisible big hand supported by it, slowly floating in the air, being quickly ground into dense mist-like dust, and being given by the rough stone located in the center of the circle. Adsorbed in. The original silver-white rough stone about the size of a half-palm has obviously grown into a circle, transparent like a gem. But this purity was quickly infiltrated by blood. The magic power in the circle, together with the blood sprinkled before, seemed to be drawn by some kind of force, rushing into the original stone madly. About 20 minutes later, the crimson blood light became dim, and finally slowly disappeared, and the rough stone had completely changed its appearance, with the crimson blood color on the outside, and magical fluorescence faintly appeared on the surface. Seeing the success of the alchemy ritual, Ivan's tense spirit finally relaxed. It is not easy for him to manipulate such a huge magic power. www.mtlnovel.com plus a lot of blood loss, the whole person is sitting in embarrassment to the ground. But even so, Ivan did not forget to move over to pick up the magic stone, and at the same time the system's prompt sound also sounded. A new legend event has been generated. Ivan opened the system bar and took a look, and found that an alchemist title had indeed been added to the title bar, rewarding a little legendary point, and there was also an additional message in the magic inventory. Magic item, Sorcerer's Stone, Sage's Stone. Magic scale, 8961. Explanation, this is the highest creation of alchemy, but for a true alchemy master, owning it is just the beginning. The magic power of nearly 9,000 adult wizards. Ivan couldn't help but stunned while holding the magic stone in his hand. He had thought that the magic powers stored in Hogwarts for thousands of years would not be too much. After all, these magic powers usually need to be used for the operation of the entire castle. Ravenclaw has made a responsive house, which is very depleted. Unexpectedly, the surviving little magic power far exceeded his expectations. As for the description in the system description, Ivan is not surprised. Nicole Lemay once said that the Philosopher's Stone is equivalent to a huge source of magic power, and how to use its power is the key. For example, the Book of Pictographic Symbols records an alchemy array that can transform huge magic power into pure impact. If the power of the Sorcerer's Stone is pulled out in one breath, it is tantamount to the joint efforts of thousands of elite wizards, and the power released may be able to destroy a city or even several cities in an instant. Of course, this premises that the caster has a strong ability to control magic, and superb alchemy skills, otherwise the magic has not been released, the caster will have been torn apart by the magic of the riot. Chapter 784, Alchemy Armguards and Sorcerer's Stone. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Ivan held the Sorcerer's Stone and played with it for a while, then took out the alchemy armguard that was made before and set the Sorcerer's Stone into the groove in the middle of the armguard. With a slight sound, the groove closed automatically, and the magic lines on the surface of the armguard seemed to be activated, emitting a blue fluorescence. Sectum Sempra. Shen Feng Wuing. After putting the alchemy armguards on his forearms, Ivan tried to wave his wand to mobilize the magic power in the magic stone to cast spells. Several invisible and invisible magical blades suddenly slashed out, and the strong wind pressure hung cracks on the ground. The hard stone statue as the target in the distance shook for a moment, and then directly broke into several pieces and collapsed. The power is not bad. Ivan stepped forward and looked at the broken stone statue and nodded in satisfaction. It was almost the same as using his magic power to cast spells. With this Philosopher's Stone, when fighting in the future, he will have thousands of times the magic power reserve of ordinary wizards as a guarantee, and no longer have to worry about encountering the dilemma of insufficient magic power in the past. Thinking of this, Ivan's tight heart finally relaxed. Although there is still a big gap between his strength and the explosion in the protection mode, relying on blood magic and endless magic, it is no problem to fight Voldemort 5 times. This means that he finally doesn't need to show his strength with pretentiousness, or worry about being dismantled every day, and he can let go of many things. In a good mood, Ivan enthusiastically experienced the legendary turning stone into gold, and successfully used the alchemy circle to turn a few rubble on the ground into heavy gold. After a series of experiments, Ivan is very sure that this is a real material conversion, even if the gold is directly exchanged into the corresponding Jin Jialong in Gringotts. However, in contrast, the magic reserve in the Philosopher's Stone was instantly reduced by 30 scale units, which made Ivan feel a little distressed. After all, the magic power of these reserves cannot be restored by itself, so use a little less. Only by finding another place with abundant magical power and reusing the alchemy array that guides magical power can new magical power be poured into the Philosopher's Stone. For the time being, it is impossible to kill an opponent with money. Ivan shook his head disappointedly. Although turning stones into gold is fascinating, it is not worth wasting precious magic power. After getting familiar with the magical functions of the Philosopher's Stone, Ivan waved his magic wand to restore the dilapidated research rooms one by one, and the damaged stone sculptures were re-established, but with a few more gaps. After working for a long time, Ivan's excitement about making the Philosopher's Stone gradually subsided. He packed his things and was about to leave. Today was Monday, and it was past 7 o'clock after the delay for so long. Luna, why are you still here? Didn't you go back to sleep? When passing by the door, Ivan was surprised to find that Luna was sitting on the chair at the desk in the research room and flipping through a few pages of alchemy manuscripts, apparently staying up all night like herself. There is no harassment fly here, so I am not sleepy at all. The little witch shook her head and said lightly, then looked at the empty field behind Ivan and asked curiously. Did you draw a magic circle just now? That's really beautiful. Yes, it's beautiful, but it's also dangerous. Yvonne looked back at the scenes when he controlled and guided the magic circle, unavoidably a little scared. The magic power stored in Hogwarts was more than he expected. If his magic control ability were weaker, it would now be shredded by the violent magic power. Fortunately, I finally succeeded. At this point, Yvonne laughed again. Congratulations! Luna happily congratulated, and then as if thinking of something, she picked up a stack of alchemy manuscripts placed on the table, handed it to Yvonne, and said. Most of Ms. Ravenclaw's manuscripts are badly damaged, and the handwriting has become blurred and unrecognizable. There is only so much left. Yvonne was stunned for a while, and then realized that the little witch was not idle during the time she was making the Philosopher's Stone, but sorted the manuscripts in the research room. Thank you, Luna. Yvonne said gratefully after receiving these alchemy manuscripts in Luna's hand. Friends should help each other, right? You helped me find the Horn Snorer. I haven't thanked you yet. Yeah, I forgot to put more water and leaves in its den before I came out. Luna muttered to herself in distress. It doesn't matter, the Horn Snorer is very hungry, even if you don't eat or drink for a day or two, you can't die. Yvonne waved his hand and said with certainty and comfort. He did related experiments. The two of them just opened the door while chatting, leaving the responsive room, and walked towards the auditorium. On the way, Yvonne tentatively asked about the current situation of Xenophilius Lovegood. He was curious whether the other party did what he said. Voldemort would not give up those who insulted him easily. www.mtlnovel.com. So Yvonne can't help but worry. Dad said in the letter that he moved to Knockoff Alley more than a month ago and made many new friends there. He told me that everyone there is very good and he was willing to rent it for half price. One of his rooms is used as the resident of the newspaper. Luna gushed about the letters Xenophilius had written to her in the past 2 months. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief when Xenophilius was safe. Are you worried about my father's safety? Because of the mysterious person? Luna looked at Yvonne and suddenly asked. Yes. The remarks your father made in the contrary might annoy Voldemort. Of course, there are part of my reasons. Yvonne said apologetically. A slightly surprised expression appeared on Luna's face. Do you remember the riot in Knockoff Alley more than 4 months ago? Yvonne asked. Ah. I know. Dad said that it was a mysterious man leading the Death Eaters to attack Knockoff Alley. This may be a conspiracy planned by Professor Dumbledore. He wants to overthrow Minister Fudge's rule. Luna said in a matter of course. No, it has nothing to do with Principal Dumbledore. Well, it should be said that it has nothing to do with it. Yvonne wanted to complain, but in the end he changed his words awkwardly. Because he suddenly remembered that if Dumbledore hadn't miscalculated the time Voldemort took to recover from his injuries, he wouldn't have been forced to be tough with the famous Dark Lord, wasting precious legendary points. Thinking of this, Yvonne was depressed, but he briefly told the story of the matter. Anyway, I defeated Voldemort to mess with Voldemort, and made him embarrassed in public. Now that guy probably hates me to death. Yvonne spread his hands and said helplessly. Chapter 785, Trelawney was fired. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. You defeated the mysterious man. Luna stopped and asked in a slightly surprised voice. Yes. Yvonne nodded, and then asked jokingly. What? Don't you believe it? No, I believe you can do it. Luna shook her head slightly, her beautiful light blue eyes stared at Yvonne, and said in a dreamlike tone. That's really amazing. Dad said that the mysterious man is probably the most terrifying wizard in the history of England, and only the most brave and fearless can defeat him. Yvonne touched his nose. He felt that he was really not worthy of the word bravery and fearless. He could defeat Voldemort more by relying on the help of the system. Don't praise me, Luna, I just wounded him that day and failed to kill Voldemort, so I suspect that he would attack my family or close friends to retaliate or threaten me. Yvonne explained. So? I'll be careful. Luna nodded seriously. Just being careful is not enough. Yvonne increased his tone and said again. I learned a kind of imprinting magic before, which can establish a connection between two wizards. No matter how far away you are, you can communicate anytime and anywhere. In addition, you can sense the location of the other party when necessary, and the apparition will move past. Yvonne talked eloquently about the various effects of magic marks. After hesitating, he did not conceal some of the shortcomings of the marks. He told Luna bluntly that he could control those being planted to a certain extent. Imprinted person. After all, Luna was one of his close friends, and Yvonne didn't want to deceive each other, but returned the right to choose to Luna's hands even if it was for the safety of the other party. However, after explaining the effects of the magic mark, Yvonne was also a little worried. The most famous mark magic in the magic world today is the famous dark mark. The effects of the two are so similar that it is difficult to guarantee that Luna will not associate. It is for this reason that he has not told Hermione about the magic mark until now. Fortunately, Yvonne was relieved that Luna didn't care about the physical limitations after planting the imprint, but asked with interest. In other words, if a mysterious person comes to me, you will help me drive him away, right? Yes, whether it is a mysterious person or not, as long as you encounter danger, you can activate that mark, and I will appear in front of you immediately. Yvonne promised. Then what are you waiting for? Luna happily pulled up the sleeve of her right hand, and handed the white wrist to Yvonne. The process of planting the imprint went smoothly, and a gorgeous diamond pattern soon appeared on the girl's white wrist. Stroking the magic mark like a tattoo, Luna seemed to have found some interesting toy, curiously inputting magic power according to the method given by Yvonne, and tried to have a conversation with Yvonne in her mind. On the way to the auditorium, the two communicated silently and privately. This feeling of spiritual dialogue makes Yvonne also feel very novel. That's how it was until when class was about to begin, the little witch seemed to be tired of playing, and took the initiative to disconnect this kind of spiritual communication. Because 5th graders need to take OWL exams, the weekly courses are very heavy. Although Yvonne is not very concerned about exams, in order to get as many grade points as possible, he still fills up his courses as much as possible. Most of the day passed quickly. The only thing that surprised Yvonne was that Umbridge was discharged from the hospital early. Even though the redness and swelling left on his cheeks remained, he still insisted on working with illness and dedicated his work. It's embarrassing. Of course, in Ivan's opinion, most Umbridge didn't want to give up such an important status as a senior investigator. If she leaves for a long time, the Ministry of Magic will definitely send another person to replace her. The experience of falling down the stairs inexplicably last time obviously made Umbridge angry. In addition to the rumors in the castle that Trelawney had cursed her, as soon as he returned to Hogwarts, Umbridge resolutely ended the review of the professors and sent a message to all the students. A questionnaire and announcing that the Ministry of Magic will expel the worst teacher. However, Professor Trelawney herself did not realize this at all, perhaps she didn't think she would be the worst one at all. It is a pity that the results of the questionnaire survey were posted the next day, and Trelawney was honored to be voted the worst teacher by most of the students. Umbridge was very satisfied with the result, so he happily broke into the divination classroom on the same day. www.mdlenovel.com in front of everyone, she warmly informed Trelawney that she could do it today. Rolling betting is gone. No, it's impossible. 16 years. 16 years of hard work. You can't insult me like this. Professor Trelawney screamed excitedly when he got the notice, his eyes widened. People choked and trembled. Obviously, you didn't divination to the point that you would be fired, did you? This shows that your divination is not that useful. Umbridge sneered and said, looking at Trelawney's excitement, there was a hint of happiness in his heart, and he continued speaking sharply. Perhaps you don't have any abilities at all, you just became a professor at Hogwarts by fooling the principal. How dare you say that and slander my third eye? Trelawney stared at Umbridge angrily. If his eyes could kill Umbridge, Umbridge would have been broken into pieces. But Umbridge ignored it and forced Trelawney out. Yvonne, who was sitting in the corner of the classroom, looked at Trelawney, who was taken away, and was a little surprised. Although he guessed that he might be involved with Trelawney by teasing Umbridge, he did not expect Umbridge to move so fast. In just one day, he managed to bypass the complicated procedures of the Ministry of Magic and let Fudge authorize her to expel the professor at Hogwarts. Let's go out and have a look. Yvonne stood up and said to Hermione and the others. Although Trelawney would be fired by Umbridge even if he didn't do anything, but no matter what, this matter has something to do with him, and it's not easy to leave it alone. Hermione, Harry, and Ron also hurriedly followed, and when they walked to the auditorium, it was already crowded with people watching the excitement, and even the professors who had been notified hurried away. Come. Chapter 786, Education Order Number 23. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Yvonne pushed away from the crowd and soon saw Professor Trelawney standing in the middle of the hall. At this moment, she was holding a magic wand in one hand and some divination tools in the other. Her eyes were teary, her hair was very messy, her glasses were crooked, and she looked embarrassed. And Umbridge stood in the entrance of the hall and threw 2 old suitcases in front of Trelawney. You can't. Professor Trelawney looked at Umbridge and screamed with excitement, tears pouring from behind the big lenses, you can't fire me. I've been here for 16 years. Ho. Hogwarts is my home. It used to be, this was your home, but it won't be anymore. Umbridge said arrogantly, watching Trelawney sitting down on a box and crying, her toad like a toad. A smug smile appeared on his face. Come on, your stay here will only embarrass us, Trelawney. The Ministry of Magic has signed an order to dismiss you, and now I ask you to leave this castle. Seeing Trelawney's unwillingness to leave, Umbridge impatiently reached out to Trelawney's sleeve, trying to drag her out of the hall. The faces of the little wizard's onlookers showed a little sympathy. The eyes of the professors who looked at Umbridge were getting worse. Although not many people liked to talk all day long and curse Trelawney, who died in the same place. The fellow professors of the college saw Trelawney being forcibly driven away, and they couldn't help feeling a little bit of sadness in their hearts. Yvonne looked around, trying to find Dumbledore's figure. Now that the professor in the school has been expelled, Dumbledore, the principal, should never continue to play missing. However, Yvonne looked around and did not find the Whitebeard in the crowd. Yvonne frowned slightly, and after a few steps back, he wanted to perform Bogart's transformation in the dark. He didn't want to see Trelawney being driven out of Hogwarts for his own reasons. At this moment, a voice rang. Wait. Trelawney shouldn't leave Hogwarts. Trelawney paused as he stepped out of the hall, while Umbridge turned his head in dissatisfaction behind him, wanting to see who was interrupting his interest, and then he saw a serious McGonagall. The professor squeezed out of the crowd. She walked straight to Professor Trelawney, patted her back lightly, pulled a bandana from her robe, and sighed. Okay, Sybil, calm down, blow your nose, things are not as bad as you think. Really, Professor McGonagall? Umbridge said with a sneer. I need to remind you, according to the dismissal order signed by me and the Minister of Magic, which is the Education Order No. 23. The top investigator of Hogwarts, that is me. The right to inspect, retain, and dismiss any teacher who does not meet the standards of the Ministry of Magic. Yes, according to the rules and regulations, Trelawney is no longer a professor at the college. Professor McGonagall raised his brows and said. If that's the case, then you should understand. Umbridge started to speak with a throat, but before she could finish speaking, he was interrupted by McGonagall's words. You have the authorization from the Ministry of Magic to expel the professor. That's right, but you don't have the right to expel her from this castle, do you? Professor McGonagall looked back at Trelawney, who was still sobbing, and said categorically. Although Trelawney does not have the status of a teaching professor, she can still be the principal's guest and still has the right to stay in this castle. Umbridge's face suddenly became ugly, and he asked word by word. That's what Dumbledore meant? Then why didn't he come out to see me in person? When Principal Dumbledore was away, I was the acting principal and was solely responsible for the internal affairs of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood in front of Trelawney and replied forcefully. Acting principal? I'm afraid this has not been approved by the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge looked at McGonagall gloomily. According to the rules and regulations, the temporary appointment of an acting principal requires only the principal's consent. Professor McGonagall said tit for tat. Okay, very good. Wait, the Ministry of Magic won't let you do anything wrong. Umbridge gritted his teeth, and then continued happily as if thinking of something. There is also Principal Dumbledore. I have looked for him many times, but he is not in this school every time. This is a very serious dereliction of duty. I believe that the proposal to impeach him is already on Secretary Fudge's table. Umbridge's intimidation was not taken to heart by Professor McGonagall, she just responded indifferently. That's something for the future, at least now you don't have the right to expel Trelawney. Umbridge glared at McGonagall angrily, then turned and left angrily. There was a burst of enthusiastic applause in the auditorium, and the little wizards gathered here looked at Professor McGonagall, who drove away Umbridge with admiration and admiration. Over the past few days, Umbridge has gone against the odds at school, causing anger and resentment. Everyone is accumulating anger. Now that she is deflated, she is naturally happy. Yvonne also clapped vigorously. Umbridge was even more capable than he had imagined. After only more than 2 months of enrollment, the Ministry of Magic had already lost their hearts and minds. Even the teaching professors are bored with Umbridge, so it seems that some of his plans can already be implemented. But before that, he still needs to go to the principal's office to take a look and confirm some things. Umbridge and the Ministry of Magic have never been taken care of by Yvonne. It is easy to play fudge. The only thing he really cares about is the movements of Dumbledore and Voldemort. After dealing with Umbridge, Professor McGonagall waved his magic wand to release the floating spell on the suitcases, and then pulled Trelawney upstairs, who was still choking. The crowd gathered in the auditorium quickly dispersed. On the way back to the lounge, the little wizards were still talking in 2s and 3s about the dispute between McGonagall and Umbridge. Professor McGonagall was so handsome just now, someone should have cured Umbridge long ago. Ron recalled Umbridge's angry and helpless look, very happy. Harry also nodded. Professor McGonagall really gave them a sigh of anger. www.mdlenovel.com. Hermione was not as optimistic as the two of them, but thinking of the words Umbridge said before leaving, Magic, the Ministry deliberately impeached Dumbledore in an attempt to drive him out of Hogwarts. If the Ministry of Magic really does this, they will face the worst situation. Thinking about this, Hermione was a little worried. Even though she wanted to discuss a countermeasure with Yvonne, when she turned her head, she found that Yvonne, who was still by their side, was now gone. At the same time, on the top floor of the castle, in front of the headmaster's office, Yvonne tried the password again and again against the guard statue. ZZ honey candy. Cockroach pile. Crying nose. Residue squeeze. Just when he was talking about pumpkin juice, the stone statue suddenly shook and rose slowly, opening an entrance. Yvonne strode in. There was no one in the principal's room. Even Fox was no longer on his branches. He could only vaguely see many documents and envelopes scattered on the table. The surface was dusty. There should be no one for a long time. Take care of it. Randomly glanced around in the principal's room, Ivan's gaze stopped for a while on two of them, and finally turned to the portraits of the principals hung on the wall and asked. Good afternoon, dear principals, do you know where the current principal Dumbledore has been recently? I have something very important to look for him. Ivan's voice reverberated continuously in the closed principal's room. Dozens of principals on the wall looked at him together, staring at him curiously but silently. Only the portrait of the lady who had been watching him by the side was kind. Said. We don't know the whereabouts of Principal Dumbledore. He has come back several times this semester, but each time he left soon. Chapter 787, Second Package. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. The quiet principal's room suddenly became noisy, and many portraits of principals also spoke out about the current principal's dereliction of duty for a long time. How many times have you come back? Yvonne touched his chin, muttering to himself. These days he often stared at the map of the Point of Life, but he hadn't seen Dumbledore's name at all. I probably just missed it. Thinking of this, Yvonne looked at the principals on the wall again and asked. Then Professor Dumbledore has any arrangements before leaving? The portraits shook their heads to show that they did not know. However, Yvonne was a little unwilling to give up, staring at the painting hanging on the wall on the right. Dumbledore in the portrait was drinking a cup of tea leisurely and did not participate in the discussion from beginning to end. Perhaps he noticed Ivan's gaze, and Dumbledore in the portrait slowly put down his teacup and waved his hand at Yvonne, saying that he was just a portrait and didn't know anything. Yvonne squinted his eyes, doubting. He certainly knows that although the portraits in the magical world are active and talkative, they have no soul or thought. Everything is given by the painter. It's a bit like a preset program, or artificial intelligence. However, this portrait of Dumbledore was a bit different. The original time and space even guided Snape's actions. The legendary Gryffindor sword was hidden behind the portrait. Therefore, Yvonne suspected that the old professor secretly moved something on this painting, and it was one of the opponent's backhands at Hogwarts. Despite this thought, Yvonne had nothing to do with this portrait. Even if a powerful magic is applied to it, it is just a painting, and the idea of dementia doesn't work. The other party doesn't want to say that he can't throw it into the fireplace and burn it, right? Yvonne was somewhat depressed, but after finally coming to the principal's room, he didn't mean to go home empty-handed. Dang even took out the meditation basin in the cabinet and said to the portraits. When Professor Dumbledore returns, please let me know, I will borrow the meditation basin for a few days. Oh, yes, I almost forgot to have a crown. This is what the daughter of Ravenclaw wanted, so I borrowed it first. Yvonne slapped his head, suddenly remembering his promise to Helena, and raised his hand. The Ravenclaw crown hanging on the branch was also taken down. The portraits of the principal on the wall were blowing their beards and staring, and were very dissatisfied with Ivan's act of taking two things without consent. Even Dumbledore in the portrait showed a bit of helplessness. After leaving the principal's room, Yvonne immediately went to the House of Requirement and temporarily stored there. After the excess magic power of the castle was emptied by him, the famous House of Requests was no longer able to respond to requests. Fortunately, the previously generated spaces have not been destroyed, and it is easy to find a place to store items. As for deliberately borrowing the pensieve from the principal's room, of course it was to pierce the lies that the ministry had painstakingly woven. After all, he had promised before that he would uncover the truth for those students at the next meeting. What could be more direct and effective than witnessing Voldemort's return with his own eyes? Of course, he will deal with these memories a little bit, because some things are inconvenient to expose after all. Where did Professor Dumbledore go? On the way back to the lounge, Yvonne kept pondering this question. He couldn't even confirm whether the other party was still alive, because the portraits last saw Dumbledore appear more than a month ago. But anyway, without Dumbledore's interference, the implementation of the plan would be less concerned. While thinking about it, Yvonne pushed the door into the bedroom. What made him feel a little curious is that Harry, Ron, and others gathered on the table by the window, staring at an opened black package. Another package? Is it the same as last time? Yvonne stepped forward and asked. Yes, it was sent by the same owl. Ron nodded and replied. Looking at the candies and small objects in the package, Yvonne frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. I should have reminded you before that you must be more cautious about this kind of 3-no package and don't open it at will. But, the person who sent us the package should have no malice. Harry said hesitantly, and then handed a note to Yvonne. It says Umbridge already knows the Defense Against the Dark Arts Society, so let's be more careful recently. Yvonne took a look at the note unexpectedly. The content on it, as Harry said, was to make them beware of Umbridge, but it was slightly different from last time. This time it stated that the package was sent to himself of. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, Harry, Ron, and Seamus were all together, all about guessing who had leaked the secret. If Umbridge knew that they organized their hands to practice magic in private www.mdlenovel.com, they would certainly not let them go easily. It must be Pansy and those Slytherins. Hermione didn't invite them at all that day. They must have secretly told Umbridge about the assembly. Ron said loudly. Harry and Seamus also thought it was possible. However, unexpectedly, Yvonne shook his head directly, vetoing their speculation. No, this matter should have nothing to do with Pansy. Yvonne knew very well that Pansy Parkinson didn't have the guts to betray him, so the news was definitely not leaked from the other side. As for who it is more difficult to say. After all, there were too many people participating in that rally, and coupled with the absence of mandatory measures such as magic contracts, it is possible to accidentally speak out during small talk. In fact, Yvonne didn't care about the issue of the information leakage. Compared to this, he was more concerned about who sent the package. Yvonne turned his head and looked out the window. A grey-white owl was flying towards this side quickly, passing through the open window, and falling straight on his shoulder. Have you tracked the movement of that owl? Macca. Yvonne stretched out his hand and scratched Macca's neck, asking expectantly. After being sent a package inexplicably last time, he asked Macca to wander around in his spare time. If an owl comes in with a strange package, he will try to follow it. Cuckoo Macca lightly pecked Ivan's cheek with his beak, jumping up and down on his shoulders, screaming incessantly. Yvonne, who had already reached the pinnacle of eagle language, quickly understood the meaning of Macca. Is that so? That owl is in the school's owl shed, and you saw a student wearing a Slytherin robe there? Okay, thank you. Chapter 788, You Broke It Cruelly. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. 3 days passed in a flash, and during this time no third package was sent. But for the person sending the package, Yvonne has already had some speculations, but he has not yet figured out the motive of the other party for doing so. At noon on Thursday, after having a meal in the auditorium, Yvonne focused his gaze on the long Slytherin table, considering whether to find a chance to stop him from asking a question. Just as he was thinking about it, Harry and Ron, who had returned to the dormitory one step earlier, ran over in a hurry, pulled Yvonne in one hand, and gasped. It's not good, Yvonne, go over and take a look. Seeing the shocked appearance of the two of them, Yvonne couldn't help but be a little curious. Dang even followed. When he arrived in the lounge, Yvonne discovered that the little wizards of Gryffindor were gathering around the bulletin board, where a new notice was posted. Order of the Senior Investigator of Hogwarts. All student organizations, associations, teams, or clubs are hereby dissolved. If a student is found to have formed or joined any organization, association, team, or club without the approval of the Senior Investigating Officer, he shall be expelled immediately. After reading the contents of the bulletin, Ivan's expression remained calm. Obviously this announcement was aimed at him, but he had anticipated it when he was engaged in the Dark Demons Defense Art Association. Harry and Ron on the side were worried, and they both looked at Yvonne and asked. What should we do now? Yvonne. Should we temporarily stop the assembly? No, business as usual, just do what you should do. Yvonne shook his head and replied casually. Harry and Ron glanced at each other confusedly. They didn't quite understand what Yvonne meant. Umbridge's announcement was obviously to do something against them. The best way now is to temporarily cancel the large-scale gathering and wait for the news. I'll talk about it later. After all, the Education Order No. 24 stated very clearly that if Umbridge caught them, they would definitely be expelled. Relax, don't worry too much. If there is something, I will take care of it. Yvonne patted the shoulders of the two of them, gave a few words of comfort, and then went straight back to the bedroom. Due to the new announcement, the little wizards gathered in the lounge. The bedroom was empty. Yvonne took advantage of the lunch break to sit on the bedside and open a secret compartment in the drawer, and took the crown placed inside. Came out and looked at it carefully. 3 years ago, in the decisive battle in the Chamber of Secrets, he used the fangs of the basilisk to destroy this Ravenclaw relic, and now he can still see the dense cracks on the crown. Magic item, Ravenclaw's crown. Special status, damaged. Explanation, this is a relic left by the founder of Hogwarts, Rowena Ravenclaw, which can increase the wisdom of the wearer. Note, you ruthlessly broke it. Looking at the remarks in the inventory, the corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. Ravenclaw's crown had long been tainted by Voldemort, and I should have helped it out of the sea of misery. How can you say cruel? Yvonne murmured silently in his heart, but the increased wisdom in the system description made him very interested. The rumored Ravenclaw's crown does have a similar function, and the reason Helena stole it was also to gain wisdom beyond her mother. Strange, if the crown is really so magical, why would Voldemort be willing to make it into a Horcrux? Yvonne gently stroked the inscription on the crown, somewhat puzzled. He had always thought that the rumors of the crown's increased wisdom were just a fable. For example, Rowena Ravenclaw expected people to discover that it was not the crown that gave people wisdom but her herself. However, after collating the manuscripts left by Ravenclaw in the past 2 days, Yvonne overturned this speculation, and the systematic explanation was another kind of testimony. But anyway, before fixing it and understanding the power of the crown, he doesn't plan to return this thing to Helena. Pop! In the silent male dormitory, a slight flick sounded. As soon as he heard the sound, Yvonne drew out his wand and pointed it towards him. There was already a small figure in the clearing next to him. More than. After seeing the person clearly, Yvonne put the wand away, and then asked curiously. Did my mother let you come? How is Knockdown Alley? How is the situation over there? The situation is very bad, sir. Recently, the Ministry of Magic has suddenly increased the search of Knockdown Alley. Mrs. Hall suspects that mysterious people are infiltrating the ministry. In addition, because of censorship, the wizarding market is very busy. I was smashed. Dobby drooped his ears, talking shrilly about the troubles that Knockout Alley had encountered in the past 2 months, and murmured bad minister and bad aura from time to time. Listening to Dobby's words, Yvonne frowned. After the conquest of the wizarding market last year, a large amount of the money seized was reinvested in the operation of the wizarding market. www.ndlenovel.com. Now, after more than a year, the wizarding market has finally gained some color to the time when it can make money. But because of the review of the Ministry of Magic, the business had to be suspended. How could Yvonne not feel uncomfortable? Of course, the most important thing now is to solve the problem of shortage of funds. Whether it is to support law enforcement or to win over officials from the Ministry of Magic, money is indispensable. Fortunately, there is a philosopher's stone. Yvonne thought in his heart, his frowning brows gradually loosened, looked at Dobby, and said. Don't worry about the funding problem. After you go back, let your mother report the count, and I will give you gold and magic metal of the same value. You give these things to Roger and the others, and let those pureblood families come up with enough Jinjialong in exchange. Sorcerer's Stone can carry out material transformation, naturally not only has the function of turning stones into gold, in fact, most metals can be produced directly by consuming magical power. Although it was a waste of magic to do so, it was an extraordinary period now, and I couldn't care about so much. The only trouble is how to exchange these gold and magic metal into the corresponding gold gallon without attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Although Gringotts is a good place, even if he turns into a golden mountain, the opponent can eat it, but after all, there are a lot of eyeliners from the Ministry of Magic, and the credibility of the fairy is also very problematic. He may turn his head and sell you. At this time, the role of those pureblood families who surrendered was manifested. Not to mention that Roger and the others have been blackmailed severely by him once, and each family has paid tens of thousands of gallons for admission, but he doesn't believe that the pureblood family has only that little background. Because of his love, he is not good at forcibly expropriating the other party's property, but is it always okay to change? Chapter 789, Conversation with Umbridge. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. As Yvonne commanded, he took a quill and parchment to learn from Nicole LeMay, and briefly wrote down the matter of making the Philosopher's Stone, and asked Asia to mention it to himself if he needed money. At the end of the letter, Yvonne hesitated for a moment and did not specifically ask Asia to conceal the Philosopher's Stone, but allowed the news to spread within a small area. After all, owning a Philosopher's Stone is not a shameful thing. With his strength, no one dared to grab it. On the contrary, he could use the immortal potion to lure some people to turn to themselves. When I go back, I will hand this letter to my mother. Yvonne folded the parchment and handed it to Dobby, then touched his chin and muttered to himself. As for Voldemort's penetration of the Ministry of Magic, Yvonne closed his eyes and thought for a while, using occupational brain techniques to search for memories, opened his eyes about 3 minutes later and spoke. Let them check the officials of the Ministry of Magic Yaxley in August. Maybe they will get some gains, but they are asked not to start the operation before the official action begins. In the original time and space, the 2 Ministry of Magic officials both took refuge in Voldemort, became members of the Death Eaters, and passed a lot of key information to Voldemort. Especially Yaxley, in the future even used the Imperious Curse to control the executive director, and used this as a springboard for Voldemort to gradually control the entire Ministry of Magic. Although the current situation is very different from the original time and space, Yaxley and August may not be willing to take refuge in the Dark Lord again, but there is no harm in checking it out. Dobby will tell Mrs. Halls exactly. Dobby took the parchment and promised, patting his chest, looking at Yvonne with a look of admiration. Over the past few days, Asia has been scorched by the small movements of the Ministry of Magic, but didn't want Yvonne to come up with a solution easily. Besides these 2 things, does my mother have anything else to tell you? Yvonne asked. Dobby shook his head, then nodded again, hesitating for a while before speaking. Mr. Dougard wants me to ask you in private, when can they start? Why? Can't you wait any longer? Yvonne raised his eyebrows and put the crown in his hand back into the drawer mezzanine. Of course he knew why Doubt and the others were so anxious. After all, they were already the #1 power in the magic world, but they still had to be suppressed by the Ministry of Magic. They were inevitably unbalanced. Mr. is the greatest wizard, and should be the greatest minister of magic ever. Dobby plucked up the courage to speak. Yvonne didn't care about Dobby's flattery, but waved his hand with a smile. Well, let Doubt find a suitable location, and I'll talk to them myself in half a month. Dobby nodded hurriedly, snapped his fingers, and disappeared in place. Yvonne was sitting alone by the window, sorting out the mixed thoughts in his mind, and temporarily leaving behind the restoration of Ravenclaw's crown. In the afternoon there will be a defense against the dark arts class, and Yvonne has a hunch that Umbridge will find ways to make things difficult for him, or put him in confinement. But it happened that he also had something to ask Umbridge. It would be best if the other party could provide a quiet and undisturbed place. Just as Yvonne thought, after 2 boring defense against the dark arts lessons, Umbridge went into trouble without warning. Please come to my office after class, Mr. Halls. Okay, Professor, I'll look for you after dinner. Yvonne collected the books on the desk and said calmly. Umbridge was very satisfied with Ivan's submissive attitude, but felt a little uneasy for some reason. In the past, when she asked people to come to the office, the other party would have some fear, but Yvonne did not see the slightest fluctuation on his face, and it was calm and scary. But Umbridge didn't think much about it, and simply attributed it to the courage of the other party, contempt for authority, and no respect for the professor. After Umbridge left the classroom, Hermione, Harry, and others immediately surrounded him. Umbridge must know something to ask you. Hermione said worriedly. Yeah, are you really going to see that old witch tonight? She will definitely not let you go easily, or we should go to Professor Dumbledore. Ron suggested. Don't be so nervous, maybe Professor Umbridge is just on a whim, maybe he wants to talk to me. Yvonne stood up and said. Hermione glared at Yvonne angrily. It was not the time to laugh. Harry and Ron also felt that Yvonne was a little bit too uncomfortable. They had been confined by Umbridge before, and it felt uncomfortable. Yvonne didn't know how to explain for a while, so he just said nonsense. Don't worry, I am the winner of the Merlin medal anyway, and I have some reputation in the magic world. Umbridge dare not do anything to me. At 6 in the afternoon, after dinner, Yvonne went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office under the worried gaze of Harry and others. www.mdlenovel.com. Knocked on the door, a voice that was too sweet and greasy rang. Come in. Yvonne pushed the door in and looked around. The whole office was decorated by Umbridge like a girl's boudoir. Tables and chairs were covered with lace tablecloths, and there were many pink decorations on the walls. And colorful big cat dolls. Sit. Seeing Yvonne coming in, Umbridge gestured to the table and chair in front of him. Yvonne did not refuse, but even sat down on the chair. Umbridge gently waved his wand, locked the office door, and then asked with a smile. Do you know why I called you? Mr. Halls. Do you have any doubts about the school rules? Do you need my help? Professor. Yvonne pretended to be puzzled. The smile on Umbridge's face instantly froze, then he narrowed his eyes and said harshly. You should know what I'm talking about, Halls. Someone reported to me that you had established an illegal student organization and held a large-scale rally in private, right? To be precise, it's just an ordinary learning interest group, Professor. Yvonne said positively. Interest group? But I heard that at least 100 people participated in this illegal rally. Umbridge stared at Yvonne and said word by word. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, student organizations or assemblies with more than 3 people must report to me, otherwise the students involved will be expelled. I think you may not have a good memory, Professor. Yvonne suddenly interrupted Umbridge's words. The Education Order number 24 was issued 3 days ago. We didn't have this ordinance when we were practicing magic. Chapter 790, Yvonne, that's right, I have to deal with the Ministry of Magic. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Of course, strictly speaking, you did not violate the school rules, not yet. Speaking of this, Umbridge couldn't help accentuating his tone a little bit, however, the premise is that you must disband the so-called learning interest group as required, and tell me, who instigated you to do this? No one instructed me, Professor, to say anything, this is my own decision. Yvonne shrugged and said. A lie. Umbridge yelled loudly, staring straight at Ivan's face, as if he wanted to see something from his face. She didn't believe that a 15-year-old little wizard would hold a gathering of 100 people on a whim and make some remarks against the Ministry of Magic. Is it Dumbledore? He must have instructed you to do all this in secret, right? Umbridge asked eagerly again with a hint of expectation. Yvonne looked at Umbridge with a weird look, and then suddenly asked with interest. Well, if I say yes, how would you deal with him? So, are you willing to cooperate with us as a witness? Mr. Halls. Umbridge was a little excited, his face full of surprise. You haven't answered my question yet, Professor. Yvonne responded nonchalantly. Umbridge only calmed down his excitement a bit, and said. If everything you said is true, then our principal Dumbledore, I am afraid, is trying to force Hogwarts students to conduct military training and form a scout to fight the Minister of Magic. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, this is a felony. If nothing else, he will be dismissed from the post of principal and will spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Umbridge said while looking at Yvonne. The threat was obvious. Yvonne didn't care about Umbridge's eyes, but continued to ask. No accident? But what if there is an accident? For example, Dumbledore is determined to take up magic against the Ministry of Magic. How can you deal with him? Yvonne added. He has always been very curious, where in the original time and space Fudge had the courage to lead people to arrest Dumbledore. Did his brain break? There are more than 100 Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge stared at Yvonne sternly, then continued arrogantly. Dumbledore is impossible, and he does not dare to confront us. He must abide by the Ministry of Magic's regulations and accept punishment unless he is ready to fight the entire magical world. Yvonne nodded, and he understood that it was bureaucratic thinking that was at work. These people are accustomed to relying on order and regulations to suppress others, and subconsciously feel that the individual cannot resist the collective will. Coupled with Dumbledore's usual gentle and well-behaved behavior, even if he was slandered by the Daily Prophet as an old madman or a silly worm, he could endure it. That's why Fudge and Umbridge could develop a kind of handle. You can arrest Dumbledore's illusion. I hope you can think about Halls. When asked by Yvonne, Umbridge's face became gloomy. She said again. Your mother, Aisha, hasn't been very restful lately. The Ministry of Magic knows that she is making some small moves in Knockoff Alley. But if you can cooperate with the Ministry of Magic and act as a witness to correct Dumbledore, then Minister Fudge may also consider letting your mother go, regardless of this. Don't care about this. Yvonne almost couldn't help laughing, and then said with a sigh, not knowing whether it was happy or not. I probably understand that the Ministry of Magic has no way to deal with an out-of-specification and unruly wizard. It seems that you are determined to follow Dumbledore and fight the Ministry of Magic, right? Umbridge brushed and stood up, his entire face was ugly and scary, and his right hand was already on the wand. No, you made a mistake at first. Yvonne shook his head, pointed at himself, looked at Umbridge, and said with certainty. It's me who has the students to assemble and prepares to fight the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's face was full of amazement. She seemed to understand something suddenly, but she still seemed to be a little puzzled, but in any case, Umbridge pulled out the wand for the first time. However, Yvonne was one step faster than her. He didn't need a magic wand, nor did he need to chant. He just stretched out a finger and the alchemy device on his wrist lit up slightly. A red light flashed in mid-air. Umbridge didn't have time to chant the protective spell. He only felt that his body was hit vigorously, and the wand he was holding in his hand suddenly came out in mid-air, spinning in the middle, and finally fell into Ivan's hands. Between the lightning and flint, Umbridge had already lost the ability to resist. Looking at the little wizard in front of him who was only 15 years old, Umbridge only felt a great fear enveloped in her heart. Only then did she remember that the other party had a record of confronting a giant dragon head-on last year, which was far beyond her ability. Cope. But even so www.mdlnovel.com Umbridge didn't mean to subdue softly, but sternly scolded. I am a senior investigator appointed by Minister Fudge himself. How dare you do something to me? Yvonne didn't reply, but lazily waved the wand that he had just captured. The soul comes out of the body. The moment the spell was pronounced, Umbridge screamed in horror. But in the next second, the frightened and angry look on Umbridge's face slowly subsided, his mind was empty, his body became light and fluttering, as if a voice in his heart kept telling her that the little wizard in front of her was the person I trust and respect the most. Sit. Yvonne put his wand on the table casually, pointed to the table and chairs in front, and said. Umbridge moved quickly and sat back in position as Yvonne ordered. For a while, everything seemed to be back to the original appearance, but this time the primary and secondary were completely changed. Yvonne did not rush to ask, but turned his gaze to the table in front of him. There was a roll of parchment and a long, thin black feather pen with a particularly sharp tip. Is this thing used to deal with me? Yvonne asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Halls. Umbridge nodded and explained in the most gentle tone. This quill has been spelled and will engrave the written sentence on the writer's wrist. My original plan was for you to keep copying observe the school rules and regulations, until you remember this sentence in your heart until... Well, that's it. Yvonne suddenly realized that, reaching out his hand, turning the pen and paper over, and placing it in front of Umbridge. Then what are you waiting for? Copy it now. By the way, from whom did you know the Defense Against the Dark Arts Society? Chapter 791, measures in response to the Ministry of Magic. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Under Ivan's question, Umbridge quickly explained it. 3 days ago, when she was passing by the foyer, she happened to hear a few students talking about the assembly, so she stopped them and asked about it when she was curious. In the beginning, these annoying little ghosts did not intend to tell the truth, but after I threatened a few words to tell their parents about this matter, and expelled them all, these little ghosts took everything from the gathering that day. Let it be revealed. Umbridge said with some pride, and the movements of his hands did not stop. The black quill was constantly writing and drawing on the parchment, but the strange thing was that the writing on the parchment was blood red. And every time Umbridge slid a stroke on it, the back of her hand would be cracked and the same scratch appeared. After a small half of the paper was filled, the scratches on the back of the hand were connected, and there was a faint mark on it. With comply with the school rules and disciplines. It's just that this little injury did not interfere with Umbridge's interest in speaking, or the needle-like tingling sensation made her more excited. Listening to Umbridge's account, Yvonne nodded. It seemed that the situation was better than he thought. It was not that someone took the initiative to contact Umbridge to report him, but that someone was accidentally caught while talking. Umbridge heard it. As for the little ghosts who revealed the information about the gathering, Yvonne did not mean to blame them. After all, they are all underage little wizards. They can't stand the scares. The average students are still very afraid of dropping out and calling their parents. Umbridge was still talking endlessly. After I learned that there was an illegal student organization in the school, I reported the matter to the Ministry of Magic. Minister Fudge thought it must be Dumbledore's backing, so the temporary meeting passed the Education Order No. 24. And let me investigate this matter thoroughly. So, does the Ministry of Magic already know? Yvonne muttered to himself, touching his chin. Last time, after discovering that the so-called interest group had more than 100 members, he guessed that this matter must be concealed. It's just that Yvonne didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. He originally thought Umbridge would not notify Fudge so quickly. Fortunately, Dumbledore helped him carry the pot. Yvonne thought for a while, and soon he noticed, and immediately spoke. Well, let's go, Umbridge. Next time you go back, tell Fudge that this illegal student organization is indeed related to Dumbledore. But this old slicker is very careful. You can't catch his handle for the time being. You need some time to collect evidence. Remember. Yvonne looked at Umbridge and ordered seriously. Before the preparation work of the original plan was completed, Yvonne did not intend to head on with the Ministry of Magic, and avoiding trouble for the time being was the right move. Of course, this time will not be long. According to the latest information he has obtained, Voldemort can't wait. Within a month, there will be an optimal time to attack the Ministry. Umbridge didn't dare to disobey Ivan's instructions, and took all these instructions in his heart. If the Minister of Magic Fudge is unfortunately killed, who will be the next successor? Yvonne suddenly asked. Umbridge was stunned, unable to pay attention to Ivan's meaning, but under the control of the Imperious Curse, he thought about it and replied. It will most likely be Rufus Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office. He is currently the most popular candidate for the next minister. Of course, the director of the executive division, Pierce St. Ennis, also has the opportunity. Rufus and Pierce. Yvonne touched his chin, thinking of the two people's intelligence in his mind. They don't seem to be any good characters to deal with. The original time and space are all resistancists. If they did not surrender to Voldemort, it is naturally unlikely that they will take refuge in themselves. The end of the two was not very good. Rufus was tortured to death, Pierce was controlled by the Imperious Curse and became the puppet minister. Although he can learn Voldemort to use the Imperious Curse to forcibly control a Minister of Magic, it is not a long-term solution after all. While Yvonne was thinking about it, Umbridge suddenly twitched and pointed at himself. The one who can be the Minister of Magic, and me. Her current position is the Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, and naturally has the qualifications to serve as Minister of Magic, but she has a shallow foundation and not many people are willing to support her, so she is not a popular candidate. It is based on this that she is willing to become Fudges against Dumbledore, hoping that after taking down Dumbledore, she will receive the full support of Minister Fudge and become the most powerful candidate to succeed the Minister of Magic in the future. You, forget it. Yvonne glanced at Umbridge, thinking she was thinking beautifully. Although in a sense, Umbridge is very suitable, has the possibility of becoming the Minister of Magic, and is a good dogleg who is obedient enough, but Yvonne does not have any good feelings for her. www.ndlenovel.com choose she was really a bit reluctant to be a minister. After Yvonne explicitly refused, Umbridge was somewhat disappointed. It's just that Yvonne didn't bother to pay attention to her emotional changes, and then asked about the Ministry of Magic's information. Under the control of the Imperious Curse, Umbridge didn't dare to conceal the slightest, and confided everything she knew. As the senior vice minister of the Ministry of Magic, she knew most of the secrets of the ministry. You mean, the Ministry of Magic also has an anti-ghosting alchemy circle? Yvonne asked curiously after listening to Umbridge's account. Yes, Mr. Halls, but it will only be activated in an emergency. Umbridge responded with a very submissive voice. For example, during the last Wizarding War, the Ministry of Magic opened the anti-phantom shifting alchemy circle, and blocked all the fireplaces. With the defense circle inside the Ministry of Magic, the headquarters became an unconquerable fortress. Resisted the attacks of mysterious people several times. No wonder Voldemort was unwilling to attack the Ministry of Magic, because he tried it in the last war and suffered some dark losses and failed to make it. Ivan's eyes showed a certain degree of clarity. In the original time and space, after Dumbledore's death, Voldemort was no longer able to compete with his opponent. But even so, this cruel black demon didn't mean to direct people to attack the Ministry of Magic. Instead, he chose to corrode and control the Ministry of Magic's high officials around the corner, and indirectly control this place. Yvonne had always believed that Voldemort was as unwilling as himself to increase subsequent management costs. Now it seems that the Ministry of Magic's protective circle is indeed desirable, at least it will make Voldemort feel unsuitable for head-on. Since the outside is not easy to attack, it can only begin to disintegrate inside, which is exactly what he meant. Chapter 792, Why do you look familiar with this handwriting? The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Which department is responsible for protecting the circle and blocking the fireplace? Yvonne asked. It's the Department of Mystery Affairs and the Department of Magic Transportation. Umbridge replied without hesitation. Very good. Yvonne thought of the intelligence of these two departments in his mind. After a while, he suddenly picked up his wand and pointed it on Umbridge's forehead. Forget it all. A cloud of white light lit up in front of Umbridge's eyes. Umbridge only felt his brain groggy, as if he had forgotten something, and he sat there blankly. About 3 seconds later, Yvonne slowly put down his wand and inserted it back into Umbridge's waist. Then, with the thought, he took the black quill that Umbridge was holding and used it kindly. The healing magic healed the scar on the back of her hand. After all this was done, Yvonne stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and Umbridge recovered from the trance. What's wrong with me? Umbridge shook his head dazedly, and memories came out. Only then did she remember that she was punishing Yvonne Halls and wanted to force him to help correct Dumbledore. But the kid in front of him was very stubborn. Even after more than 2 hours of needle-like pain, he was reluctant to subdue softly. He wrote a whole piece of parchment abruptly, staring at it in a daze and almost fell asleep. Thinking about the cause and effect, Umbridge looked down at the page on the table. In her impression, Yvonne Halls had just handed it over. It's just that this handwriting is a bit familiar to me. Umbridge frowned involuntarily, but there was a voice in her heart that kept telling her that this is the handwriting of Yvonne Halls, and that she thought too much. Umbridge was in a daze, then dropped the parchment into the burning fireplace, and then looked at Yvonne and said with a smile. Let's stop here today, Halls. Go back and think about my proposal. You will come to my office once every night for the next week, until you keep school rules and discipline in your heart, do you understand? Every night? You may be mistaken. Professor Umbridge, I think it is enough to come once a week. Yvonne shook his head. He didn't want to waste so much time chatting with Umbridge. Seeing Yvonne dared to disobey her, Umbridge's face suddenly darkened, but she quickly regained her calm, because she suddenly felt that these words were not unreasonable, and she had seen Ivan's stubbornness. I'm afraid that simple writing can't make the other party soft. So she had better take some time to persuade the Ministry of Magic to allow her to use those criminal laws that had been abolished in the last century, such as hanging up the wrong student with a whip. In response to Umbridge's thoughts, Ivan's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not disturb the middle-aged witch's interest, and decisively stood up and left. Walking out of the office door, Yvonne returned to the Gryffindor lounge along the corridor while collating the information he had received from Umbridge. It is worth mentioning that Umbridge's performance was too different before and after. When he returned to the Ministry of Magic, he was seen through. Yvonne did not use the Imperious Curse to forcibly control the opponent's words and deeds, but gave Umbridge extremely a large degree of autonomy, with only minimal control. Just in case, he also revised Umbridge's memory again, deleted the paragraph about the Ministry of Magic, and changed it to Umbridge's supervision of his writing comply with school rules and regulations. With these two levels of arrangement, unless it is Dumbledore and Voldemort, a thorough investigation of Umbridge's memory, it is possible to discover some clues. Yvonne, are you okay? Did Umbridge punish you? As soon as they stepped into the door of the lounge, the little wizards of Gryffindor immediately gathered around, asking babbled questions. Hermione grabbed Ivan's right hand for the first time to check, and when she saw that there were no scars on the back of her hand, she breathed a sigh of relief. I said before, Hermione, Umbridge is just talking to me, she can't help me. Yvonne in turn took the little witch's arm and said with a smile. Then this week's assembly will continue. A voice suddenly rang from the crowd. The noisy lounge suddenly became very quiet, and everyone looked at Yvonne uneasy. According to the latest regulations of the Ministry of Magic, he was caught participating in a large-scale gathering but was about to be expelled. Of course, continue. But the form needs to be changed a little. Ivan looked around the crowd and said with certainty. A few days passed in a flash. After pacifying Umbridge, Ivan returned to his normal learning career, and continued to study and familiarize himself with the power of the Sorcerer's Stone in his spare time, so as to avoid any accidents during the battle. As for the action against the Ministry of Magic www.intelnovel.com, Dobby was instructed to assign corresponding tasks to Dougert and others. Ivan is only responsible for providing a general idea. The improvement and execution of the plan are naturally left to those brains to fix the blame, and just find them something to do, so that these people will not eat rice every day. In addition to these two important things, Ivan will set aside 1 or 2 hours a day to teach the little wizards who participated in the defense against the Dark Arts Society. The meeting place has also changed from the remote screaming shed to the practice room of the responsive house. After the Philosopher's Stone was made, there was no need to deliberately hide it. Ivan simply set it here for the convenience of it. The time was changed from once a week to every day, but it was reduced to more than 40 people every time. In this way, by rotating every few days and covering each other, the possibility of being discovered will be greatly reduced. No matter how many people disappear in the castle, Umbridge's brain will automatically shield this anomaly, but on the surface it still needs to behave like a look. Miss Eckmore, the Iron Armor Curse is a very practical magic that can resist or even rebound the enemy's curse. You need to gently wave your wand, do as I do, and then say the spell Prot Egos, Armor Protection. On Saturday evening, inside the responsive house, Ivan slowly waved his wand as a demonstration, and an invisible magical barrier suddenly appeared around him. Is it like this? Prot Egos. Armor bodyguard Marietta Eckmo stood next to Ivan and imitated him, waved her wand and chanted a spell. The magic barrier appeared faintly, but it soon slammed shattered. Obviously, the spell failed. Marietta sighed and was a little disappointed. She practiced for more than an hour but still made no progress. Chapter 793, Maybe, this is the trouble of the strong. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Don't be discouraged, Miss Eckmore, the Iron Armor Curse is more difficult to learn, and many Aurors have not been able to master it. But I think you are very talented in learning this spell. It just takes a little longer. Really? Marietta felt a shock, as if she had been inspired by something. Of course, so don't be so impatient. You have been practicing for more than an hour, so why not take a break first? Ivan responded with a smile. Marietta nodded immediately and agreed with Shanryu, her eyes full of admiration when she looked at Ivan. Even though it was a break, Marietta didn't mean to take time off. After putting down her wand, she leaned over to Ivan's side and spoke endlessly. Halls, I have seen the memory in the pendant basin yesterday. My god, you are the bravest person I have ever met. You defeated the basilisk, the fire dragon, and the dark wizards who pretended to be professors. I never knew that you did so many things in secret to protect this castle, A&D. And you also and Professor Dumbledore we beat out the mysterious man together, that's amazing. At the end, Marietta blushed her cheeks, her words were a bit unfavorable, and her expression was even more agitated, just like a little fan. After expressing her admiration in a simple way, Marietta begged Ivan to tell her the story of the battle of the last school year. Although she had watched the general battle process through the penis, she still knew nothing about the cause and effect, so she was always curious. Ivan, who was entangled by Marietta, felt a little helpless in his heart. However, Ivan did not directly reject Marietta's request. He was very proficient in how he broke through difficulties and obstacles, rescued Harry from Voldemort's hands, and talked about the battle with him. In fact, Ivan has repeated this experience countless times. There is no other way. Recently, more and more students worship him. No matter where he goes, he will be chased by others. This was far beyond Ivan's expectations, and even made him regret that he had brought the Pensiev out of the principal's office. In the beginning, he just wanted to use the memory fragments in his mind to pierce the lies weaved by the Ministry of Magic, but unexpectedly there were such side effects. Sure enough, being too good is not all good. Maybe this is the trouble of the strong. Ivan thought silently in his heart, and after spending some time getting rid of Marietta's entanglement, he opened the system's taskbar alone and checked it. Task: Fanatic Families. Mission Objective: Have more than 100 followers in Hogwarts. Task Progress: 214,100, completed. Is there so many people worshipping me? Unfortunately, no more legendary points are rewarded. Ivan glanced at it, closed the system bar, and muttered to himself. He has been so active in forming the defense against the Dark Arts Association these days. In addition to combating the prestige of the Ministry of Magic, another important reason is that he wants to test whether he can rely on this long-completed mission to get some legendary points. Now it seems that this possibility is very slim, and this attempt is a failure. But Ivan was not too frustrated, because he discovered a long time ago that as his strength increased, the difficulty of obtaining legendary points became higher and higher. For example, when he was just entering the first grade, killing a giant monster would be able to get legend points, but now even if he kills 10, he may not be able to get it. After all, it would be surprising for a new kid to kill the trolls, but it's normal for the famous and talented wizard Yvonne Halls to win a few trolls. Let go, you let me go. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the House of Requests. Yvonne turned his head strangely and saw George and Fred walking over with Malfoy. George? Fred? Didn't you take a shift today? Why did you get here? Yvonne looked at the two in surprise, and then turned his attention to Draco Malfoy who was struggling. And what did you bring Malfoy here? George smirked, holding Malfoy tightly with his arm, and explained. When Fred and I were passing by the 8th floor, we happened to see this guy sneaking around nearby. I definitely wanted to explore the location of our meeting and then tell Umbridge. So, we caught him. Fred added. But if you brought him in, wouldn't it expose the responsive house? Yvonne looked at them speechlessly. Don't worry, after the torture, we can use a small spell to erase his memory. Fred waved his hand and said indifferently. But we have never used the forgetting curse very well. www.mdlenovel.com. Maybe we will beat him into a fool. George said regretfully, but he seemed to be a little eager to try. No, you can't do this to me, I'm not sent by Umbridge, let me go. Malfoy was frightened by the words of the two, shouting in horror, struggling more intensely. Up! When the little wizards trained nearby heard the sound, they all gathered around. Seeing that this farce is getting worse, Yvonne hurriedly said. Well, George, let him go first, Malfoy didn't lie, he should just come to me. George and Fred glanced at each other. Although they were suspicious of Ivan's words, they released their hands and threw Malfoy to the ground. Malfoy got up from the ground very embarrassed, stretched out his hands to straighten his robes, and stared at the two angrily. The Weasley brothers didn't care about Malfoy's angry gaze, each holding their wands in constant gestures, seeming to be waiting for him to resist. Did you send me those 2 packages? Malfoy. Yvonne asked suddenly. Ivan's words diverted Malfoy's attention from George and the others. He looked at Yvonne and nodded first, then hesitated. You knew it a long time ago. These 2 pieces of paper are all your handwriting, aren't they? Yvonne took out 2 pieces of paper from the pocket of the wizard's robe and shook it in mid-air. When Macca traced the owl back that day and said that the person sending the package was a Slytherin, Yvonne was a little suspicious. He happened to be with Moody's investigating last year and checked the handwriting of many people, including Malfoy's. After searching through the memories carefully, Yvonne really confirmed this. Chapter 794, You should be thankful that you don't have the talent to be a villain. Malfoy was silent for a while, then looked around, stammering. I want to tell you something alone. Yes. Yvonne waved his hand, greeted the little wizard's onlookers to continue practicing the spell, and then took Malfoy out of the responsive house alone. Walking in the empty corridor of the castle, Malfoy said hesitantly, seeing no one around him. The Dark Lord wants to kill you. Well, I know. Yvonne raised his eyebrows, not surprised at all. He had previously used the mind to read the corresponding memory from Malfoy's mind, so Yvonne quickly stopped, turned his head to look at Malfoy, and said. The one chosen by Voldemort to do it is you, right? Malfoy. Draco Malfoy's pupils shrunk slightly, and he looked at Yvonne in surprise. He didn't understand how he knew. For these days, he hadn't acted according to the direct vision of the Dark Lord at all, and there was no possibility of revealing himself. Could it be that there was a ghost among the Death Eaters? Malfoy suddenly became a little flustered, and Yvonne was misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained. Although the Dark Lord asked me to find a way to assassinate you, I didn't do that, and Snape. Professor Snape was sent by the Dark Lord to supervise me, so I must send you something every once in a while. To show that he is working. I told him to put candy in the package to dispel your vigilance and to prepare for future poisoning. Malfoy confided in what he should have said or not, but what made him feel a little more panicked that Ivan's face remained the same, as if he had known it a long time ago. Relax, I didn't doubt what you meant. Yvonne calmed Malfoy's excitement before continuing. But you came to me specifically tonight, just want to tell me the news. Malfoy hesitated, then spoke. It's my dad who wants to see you. The last 2 messages to you are our sincerity. Having said that, Malfoy's expression was a bit awkward. In fact, Lucius was asking him to please Yvonne Halls as much as possible, and to ease the relationship with the other party at all costs. But in the face of such a dead enemy who has been fighting for more than 4 years, Malfoy can't help but choose to send gifts and send intelligence to this stupid way. Oh? Lucius wants to see me. Yvonne finally had some surprises. He tried to probe Malfoy's thoughts, only to find that the other party didn't know why Lucius met him. However, the mind of the second and fifth boy is also very easy to guess. It is nothing more than feeling that Voldemort has lost a big defeat. He is hiding in the safe house like a bereaved dog. It seems that it will be finished sooner or later, so he decisively chose to jump back. Thinking of this, Ivan settled his mind and continued to speak. So, you betrayed Voldemort by following Lucius' orders? What about yourself? I remember you should really want to be a glorious Death Eater. Ivan's tone was tinged with a hint of sarcasm, and Malfoy's face suddenly flushed red, and it took a long time to stammer in response. I thought being a Death Eater would be able to. Can you bully the Muggles wantonly and reproduce the glory of the pure blood wizard supremacy? Ivan indifferently finished the next words for Malfoy, and then continued with a sneer. But obviously you are wrong. You discovered that the Death Eaters are a bunch of lunatics. Voldemort is harsh to Muggles and more vicious to his own people. In his eyes, you are just the most humble servants and lackeys. He forced you to kill me, but you dare not do it, so you are afraid? If you are afraid to complete the task, he will torture and kill you and your family. Ivan's eyes looked at Malfoy as sharp as a carving knife. Draco Malfoy opened his mouth to refute, but in the end he closed his mouth dejectedly. Because Ivan didn't say it wrong, he did think so before, and even thought that becoming a Death Eater was a cool thing. It wasn't until that day when he saw his father Lucius with his own eyes that he was tortured by the Dark Lord with a heart-piercing curse for making a mistake, and his illusion collapsed. The rule of the Dark Lord is not heaven, but a bottomless hell. The Death Eater's actions are no better than usual jokes. He either chooses to kill or be killed. There is absolutely no third possibility. So you have too many concerns and don't have the talent to be a villain, Malfoy. Ivan said half sarcastically and half emotionally. Draco Malfoy remained silent, and his expression was very low. The extremely humble attitude of Lucius in front of Voldemort that day almost shattered his three views and made him understand that the so-called pure blood glory is not worth anything at all. Mention. Paying attention to Draco Malfoy's frustrated look, Ivan shook his head, then put out the other person's mind, and said directly. Didn't you just say that your father wanted to see me? Malfoy? I can give him a chance to inform Lucius and let him come to Hogwarts tomorrow night. I will be in the living room on the first floor. Wait for him, the time is 1 o'clock late at night. Late on Saturday night, at Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy stood in front of the hall and waited anxiously, staring into the castle www.mtlnovel.com for fear of being caught by Filch on patrol. At 10:10 midnight, a figure shrouded in black robe walked in from outside the hall. Draco breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried to greet him. The figure also reached out and took off the hood from his head. It was Lucius Malfoy who came. I received your letter, Draco, you did a good job this time, now take me to see Ivan Halls. Lucius patted Draco on the shoulder and said appreciatively. Draco nodded, and hurriedly led Lucius to the first floor meeting room. Along the way, Lucius asked from time to time what happened in Hogwarts since the beginning of school, especially everything related to Ivan. This is an extraordinary period, and the envelope was intercepted, and I didn't dare to say too much when communicating, so Lucius just had a general understanding before. All he knew was that Draco had deceived Snape by sending a package and hid some notes with intelligence in the package, thus gaining the trust of the other party, and had the opportunity to meet this time. However, Lucius was very dissatisfied with Draco's means to win over Ivan Halls, too petty. It took only a few dozen gallons from start to finish, which made him feel very disappointed, knowing that it usually costs tens of thousands of gallons to win over a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic. If you don't know what Halls likes, you can also start from his friends and give them some gifts. Those little ghosts are always easier to deal with, nothing more than new brooms, gift toys, and the like. Lu Husty lighted and said. Draco kept a black face and didn't reply. Friend? Which friend? That annoying Harry Potter? Or the red-haired Weasley? Anyway, he has no face to give gifts. Chapter 795, Lucius in Two Hardships. After simply mentioning a few words from Draco, Lucius closed his mouth, looking a little uneasy. After the rally in Riddle's mansion that day, he knew that his successive failures had moved Voldemort to murder. The reason why he didn't execute himself on the spot was just because the Dark Lord had just suffered a big defeat in Knockdown Alley, and the Death Eaters were unstable and should not cause chaos. Even so, Voldemort didn't let himself go, letting Draco execute the assassination plan was his revenge. Even if Lucius thought with his feet, he knew that it was an impossible task. Even the Dark Lord's helpless enemy, how could his son Draco deal with it? Voldemort just wanted him to lose his parents and children as punishment and then add some trouble to Ivan Halls by the way. It is precisely because of this that Lucius ignored his own face and came to Hogwarts in the middle of the night, condescending to pray that the young man who was as old as Draco, hoping that the other party would give him a way out. That's it. Draco led Lucius and pushed open the door of the drawing room. The whole room was very dim, only the blazing fireplace in the distance provided a little light source, and a figure sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace could be vaguely seen. Lucius took a deep breath and straightened his robe and quickly stepped forward. Hearing the movement at the door, Yvonne slowly put down the book of pictographs, turned his head to look at Lucius who walked in, and said playfully. "Long time no see, Mr. Malfoy, I heard Draco say you want to see me." Looking at the wizard who was only 15 or 16 years old in front of him, Lucius was in a daze. When he vaguely met last time, Yvonne Halls was just a talented boy, but he didn't want it to be only 2 years, and the other party had grown to the point where he even needed to look up. Thinking of this, Lucius couldn't help feeling a bit of bitterness in his heart, but he didn't forget that he was asking for help this time, so he put his posture extremely low and said apologetically. "Excuse me for waiting a long time, Halls. Your Excellency. I am here to meet you specifically this time. I want to report something very important to you." "Well, report to me." Yvonne smiled even more, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers to light the candles around him, and then continued. "Mr. Malfoy, did I misheard, or did you make a mistake yourself? As a Death Eater, you should report your work to the Dark Lord." "Actually, I don't work for the Dark Lord," Lucius Malfoy hurriedly explained. Or that we joined the Death Eaters at first to provide help to the Dark Lord in order to create a better magical world. But after using the power of us pure blood wizards to grow the power of the Dark Lord, he became arbitrary and could not help but vetoed the original path. He also restrained everyone with violence and threats, and regarded us as his pawns to dominate the magical world. A better world of magic. Yvonne said non-committal. "It's the magic world that is more conducive to pure blood wizards, right?" Lucius Malfoy's face suddenly became very embarrassed, and he said nonchalantly. "In short, we are not really willing to work for the Dark Lord, but are forced to be helpless. If possible, we all want to get out of the control of the Dark Lord." Yvonne stared at Lucius, who was kneeling in front of him, and couldn't help but sneer. "Don't say it so nice, Lucius. At last year's Quidditch World Cup, you took the initiative to gather old friends to hunt muggles, didn't you? So you still miss being a Death Eater. Now rebellion is nothing more than you can't do something, annoyed Voldemort and want to find a next home. Since you can choose to betray Voldemort today, how do I know that you will not choose to betray me in the future? After all, if I really want to talk about it, we also have a lot of contradictions." Ivan's words became more and more indifferent. "No, you misunderstood, Lord Halls, I can swear or make a magic contract, and the Malfoy family will always be loyal to you," Lucius Malfoy eagerly pleaded. Listening to Lucius' words, Yvonne just smiled without giving any response. Lucius's so-called swear he could not believe at all. Even the magic contract had loopholes to be found, and used this as a guarantee that he would not see any sincerity. Feeling Ivan's indifferent attitude, Lucius said anxiously. "Perhaps the behavior I offended before has caused you unnecessary misunderstandings, but I beg you to give me a chance, and I am willing to make up for my fault." Only then did Yvonne have some interest, and he was curious what Lucius would use in exchange for his understanding. 700,000 gallons. How? Lucius gritted his teeth and said. 700,000 gallons? Yvonne was stunned by Lucius' arrogance, and he almost doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Is this too rich? Yvonne couldn't help feeling a bit of toothache. www.mdlnovel.com. There was an inexplicable idea to copy the sacred 28 tribes. How much money could it be copied? Seeing that Yvonne finally had some reaction, Lucius secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For the continuation of the Malfoy family, he took out all the money that could be used in the family. After this hemorrhage, although the Malfoy family will not be injured, it will take at least 10 or 20 years to recover. But if you can spend money to avoid disasters, in exchange for the other side's shelter, then everything is worth it. In fact, Lucius had already investigated before coming here. The recent operation of the wizarding market has been very poor. Coupled with the need to pay for the officials to deal with the difficulties of the Ministry of Magic, the Halls family will definitely fall into a dilemma of making ends meet. This is also the best time for him to give charcoal. However, beyond Lucius's expectation, Ivan's expression quickly returned to calm after a brief surprise, not as ecstatic as he had imagined. I received your sincerity, but it's a pity that Jin Jialong doesn't make much sense to me. Yvonne sat down again, leaning his body on the soft backrest, and said in disgust. Lucius looked at Yvonne in a puzzled manner. He didn't quite understand what he meant. It was 700,000 gallons. Even if his estimate was wrong, Knockoff Alley was in good financial condition. A huge sum of money shaken by people. Yvonne didn't say anything to explain, he just reached out and wiped the dark stone bricks of the fireplace, and complex magical inscriptions gradually appeared on the alchemy device hidden by the robe. The next moment a golden light followed Yvonne and touched the stone bricks and began to spread rapidly. Under the gaze of Lucius and Draco, in just 10 seconds, a black fireplace turned into a gorgeous golden yellow. Chapter 796, Crazy Plan. Looking at the golden fireplace in front of him, Draco was stunned. Even Lucius, who was well informed, was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses, and then couldn't help stepping forward to touch the golden bricks. The intuition of dealing with money for many years told him that this is real gold. But this, how is it possible? Lucius couldn't hide the shock in his heart. He preferred to believe that this was the effect of transfiguration, but Ivan's magic skills were too high, so even he couldn't tell. Nicolas is my teacher. Ivan faintly explained, breaking the fantasy of Lucius Malfoy. Although he needs these 700,000 gallons as military expenses to reduce the magic consumption of the Philosopher's Stone, he does not want Lucius to take this so-called money payment too seriously, thinking that he can't do it without this money. Nicolas, turning stones into gold. Philosopher's Stone. Lucius muttered to himself, his face turned pale, he knew that he had lost the most important bargaining chip. Just as Lucius Malfoy was desperate, Ivan's voice suddenly came over. Didn't you just say that you have important information to report to me? Lucius. Lucius Malfoy suddenly woke up from the lack of consciousness, only then did he remember that he had another bargaining chip, and hurriedly responded. Yes, I have recently received news that the Dark Lord will have a big operation this month. The Auror stationed in Azkaban will undergo a shift in 15 days. Voldemort is ready to use this opportunity to defend when we are weak, we will rescue all the Death Eaters locked in Azkaban. In order to seize this only opportunity, Lucius kept out everything he knew, and even broke out several ministry officials who took refuge in Death Eaters. Very good, this information is pretty useful. Ivan nodded, affirming Lucius' contribution. The news that Voldemort wanted to rescue the Death Eaters had naturally been received by Ivan, and the Dementors who guarded Azkaban clearly told him that they would have a one-day vacation in 15 days. Of course, this holiday was not given by the Ministry of Magic, but Voldemort let them rush out of the island guarding the prisoners that day, and attack wizards and muggles on the road to block the Ministry and distract the Aurors. When Ivan received this information, he determined that Voldemort must take the opportunity to rescue those imprisoned Death Eaters. The previous plan for the Ministry of Magic was also determined by this. Now with the addition of Lucius Malfoy, the plan may be able to make some changes. I have one thing you need to do, Lucius. Ivan said after hesitating for a while. Please also tell me, Your Excellency Halls, as long as it is something I can do, anything is fine. Lucius responded excitedly. That's good. I want you to figure out the specific time of Voldemort's hands, and find a way to rush in front of Voldemort in 15 days, release all the Death Eaters locked in Azkaban, and lead them there. Stirring up chaos and swearing to the entire magical world that the Dark Lord will return. Ivan said word by word. What? Lucius looked at Ivan in amazement, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. Do you need me to repeat it? Ivan increased his tone a little dissatisfied. No, I can hear you clearly, Lord Halls. Lucius shook his head quickly, and then hesitated. It's just, those Death Eaters may not be willing to believe me, after all, in their eyes I have abandoned the Dark Lord once. Don't worry, there will be another Voldemort willing to cooperate with your work. Ivan put his hand on the armrest of the sofa and tapped it lightly, and said casually. Another Voldemort? Lucius' pupils shrunk slightly, and he couldn't help feeling a bit ridiculous. Could it be that there are two Dark Kings in this world who fail? And one of them is willing to cooperate with their actions? Wait, it doesn't seem to be completely impossible. After experiencing a brief surprise, Lucius quickly regained his senses. It suddenly occurred to him that he had used a lot of money to buy the memories of several knockdown alley wizards some time ago, and saw Ivan cut off Voldemort's hand. As long as the other party randomly cuts some flesh and tissue as raw materials and makes a compound soup, they can conjure a second Voldemort out of thin air. With Ivan's magic level, pretending to be Voldemort will not show up. Thinking of this, Lucius was a little dizzy. This is definitely the craziest plan he has ever heard in his life. But just because they are crazy enough, those Death Eaters would never have imagined that someone would dare to pretend to be Voldemort and take them away from Azkaban on the agreed day. Can you tell me why you want to release those Death Eaters in advance? Lucius swallowed hard, and asked cautiously. Fudge has been Minister of Magic for long enough, and it is a wise choice to retire now. Ivan said with a sneer. Retirement? Are you retired? Lucius murmured to himself in his heart, and he understood some of Ivan's thoughts. For the past 6 months, Fudge has been proclaiming that Voldemort does not exist at all, and has allowed the Daily Prophet to hype this view. The news that Voldemort suddenly robbed the prison and led the escaped Death Eaters to wreak havoc in Diagon Alley would undoubtedly turn into a loud slap slammed on Fudge's face, kicking him off the throne of the Minister of Magic. Also www.mtlnovel.com. Lucius didn't think Ivan would let the Death Eaters escape. In all likelihood, these people would be rushed to the Auror in time after the destruction. Enthusiastic people arrested or killed again. Then, as a beautiful political achievement, it was added to the candidate selected by Ivan and became an important support for the opponent to run for the Minister of Magic. Lucius couldn't help shivering. The young wizard in front of him was so bold to calculate Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic at the same time. Such courage was far beyond his imagination. The most important thing is that such a careful plan can never be thought up temporarily, and just more than 20 days is not enough to complete the preparatory work of the plan. This means that Ivan Hals has known the news a long time ago and has been preparing secretly. In addition to himself, there must be other ghosts in the Death Eaters' camp. Lucius, what do you think of this plan? How sure is it? Ivan asked. 70%, you can take a gamble. But there are two problems that need to be solved. Lucius carefully considered for a while, and said solemnly. First, our number is too small. It is impossible for the Dark Lord to take me to the rescue alone. Having said that, Lucius glanced at Ivan secretly, seeming to want to ask how many internal responses he had put in the Death Eaters, and how many people could participate in the implementation of the plan. However, Ivan did not respond, but looked at him with interest, as if expecting him to give a solution. Lucius had no choice but to speak helplessly. Among the Death Eaters, I am not the only one who wants to get rid of the control of the Dark Lord. Many people have rebellious minds. I am more familiar with Gibbon, Crabbe, Gower, and Gargson, and maybe I can think of ways to persuade and control them. Chapter 797, Draco Trembling. Ivan was somewhat surprised when Lucius said that most of the Death Eaters were rebellious. Is the famous Dark Lord now so miserable? However, after thinking about it, Ivan felt normal. The servants who were truly loyal to Voldemort were imprisoned in Azkaban. Only 25 boys like Malfoy could escape the Ministry of Magic's trial with impunity. Not to mention that things have gone wrong since the Dark Lord's resurrection. First, he was forced to fight his mortal enemy Harry Potter 5-5 in front of everyone. Then he ran into Dumbledore being beaten up and finally turned over in Knockdown Alley. The car, there is no sign of a rise at all. The dignified Dark Lord is no one for this, no wonder his subordinates will give birth to rebellious hearts. Although Voldemort's tragic experience deserves sympathy, Ivan didn't mean to underestimate the other party, and asked very cautiously. Are you sure to keep away from the Dark Lord's investigation while persuading them? Lucius. The Dark Lord has been hiding in the safe house recently. He rarely shows up or summons us. If we are careful, I don't think the Dark Lord will notice. Lucius Malfoy said hesitantly. Of course he knew Ivan. What is meant? In fact, many Death Eaters can guess that the Dark Lord is a clever master of mindfulness, so few people dare to lie in front of Voldemort. Lucius was sure that if he changed the time point, he would be caught by the Dark Lord immediately after he had just given birth to a rebellious mind. However, the situation is a little different now. The Death Eaters are all restless, and it is not easy for Voldemort to identify the real betrayers. As long as you don't meet alone, try to avoid looking at each other head-on, and hide some careful thoughts. Ivan nodded, he knows better than anyone else about the flaws of sensation. Once the other party is prepared, he can only use some violent means to read the memory. This is why he has been reluctant to expose himself as sensation. The reason for the teacher. In this way, our first problem is solved, so what is the second problem? Ivan asked again. Black mark. As long as the Death Eaters get close to the Dark Lord, the dark mark on his arm will react. If this cannot be resolved, it is easy to reveal flaws. Lucius sighed, in his opinion. Other flaws are easy to handle, but this one is more troublesome. This is easy to handle. Ivan raised his eyebrows, and gently waved his wand, a slight wave of magic power spread in all directions. Lucius was still a little confused at first, but soon realized that the black mark on his arm had become very hot, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of surprise and shock when he looked at Ivan. I have some understanding of imprint magic. Ivan put down the magic wand in his hand and faintly explained. After receiving the magic knowledge rewarded by the system, he has a deep understanding of imprint magic, not to mention that he captured many Death Eaters a few months ago and studied Voldemort's mark of the Dark Devil. Although Ivan was still unable to replace Voldemort to send orders to the Death Eaters to be teleported over together, but the short-term impact and interference with the operation of the Dark Mark were still okay. The external manifestation is that the Dark Mark's mark becomes hot, which is the same as Voldemort's anger or stimulating power. Normally, the Death Eaters are unlikely to distinguish the difference. In this way, this plan is more than 80% certain. Lucius said with joy, clutching the dark mark on his arm. Now that he had chosen to betray, Lucius of course consciously shifted his position to Ivan's side, eagerly hoping that this magnificent plan could be implemented smoothly. The stronger the opponent's power, the safer he will be, and there is no need to worry about Voldemort's revenge. As for the winning odds of the remaining two layers, both of them did not mention it tacitly. One layer had to bet on acting skills and strain, and the remaining layer was the difference of magic wands. In just half a month, they couldn't get Voldemort's wand in their hands, so the plan would not be perfect after all. They could only take one step and count one step, and see how it worked. For the next hour, Yvonne was discussing the details of the plan with Lucius, especially understanding the character and name of each Death Eater. If you call the wrong person, it would be embarrassing. Up. Draco stood by the fire shivering as he listened to the conspiracy of the two. Thinking of what he had done a few years ago, Draco felt scared for a while. He was very thankful that he had not offended Yvonne Halls, otherwise he would definitely not live today. There are a total of 71 Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. The one you need to be careful about is Bellatrix Lestrange. She is a fanatical admirer of the Dark Lord and also a dark the closest and most trusted person to the devil. Lucius looked at Yvonne and solemnly reminded that although his wife and Bella are two sisters, he has never had a good impression of this mad woman. Bella. Yvonne recalled the information of this well-known female Death Eater. The memory in his mind told him that Bellatrix was one of Voldemort's most powerful Death Eaters, and his personality could only be morbid. To describe it as crazy, it is indeed a difficult character to deal with. Even Lucius's rhetoric can only be described euphemistically, because Bellatrix is not only an admiration of Voldemort, but an extremely obsessive fascination. After thinking about Voldemort's grotesque snake face, Yvonne couldn't help but shudder. This female Death Eater really has a unique taste. www.mdlnovel.com. In addition, the food held in Azkaban, the number of dead followers was less than Yvonne expected. In the original time and space, Lupin once said that the number of Death Eaters was 20 times that of the First Order of the Phoenix, which meant that at the peak of Voldemort's power, the number of Death Eaters was more than 300. It seems that in the Wizarding War, the casualties of the Death Eaters were not small, otherwise the number of people held in custody would have doubled. The two talked until 3 o'clock in the morning. After all the things were arranged, Lucius put on the cloak again and prepared to leave the castle. At this time, Yvonne suddenly said as if thinking of something. Wait. Lucius. Lucius Malfoy's stride across the threshold stopped, turning his head puzzled to look at Yvonne. 700,000 gallons, sent to Knockdown Alley in 3 days. Yvonne lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa and reminded him. Are you not short of money? Lucius looked at the gleaming fireplace, almost unable to turn his mind. Fortunately, he soon realized that Yvonne might not need money, but his own attitude. After all, I tried to add blockages to the opponent 3 times and again in the past few years. No punishment is really unreasonable. Ivan's rejection of his proposal before is probably not only because there is no shortage of Jin Jialong, but more importantly, I didn't want to accept myself. Thinking of this, Lucius even felt relieved. Ivan's willingness to accept compensation means that he no longer cares about their past conflicts. I understand, Your Excellency Halls, the money must be delivered within 3 days. Lucius said solemnly, but wondered if the 700,000 gallons would be too little. It just so happens that Gore, Crabbe, and others are also joining in. How can they do without paying a certain amount of money? Why don't you make up 1 million gallons and send it to the other party? Chapter 798, This kid is strong and outrageous, but always unexpectedly cautious. After Lucius and Draco left together, the room was quiet again. Yvonne sat alone in front of the fire for a long time, and suddenly asked. Doubt, what do you think? The dim fire rose suddenly, the crimson flames gathered together, and finally turned into the big face of Doubt, and his deep voice rang. Lucius is a person who knows current affairs. He probably really wants to betray a mysterious person and take refuge in us. 700,000 gallons is also very sincere. I think what he said is worthy of trust. In addition, Malfoy is one of the most powerful wizard families in the British magical world. With his joining, some things will be much easier. Yvonne nodded. Counting the Malfoy family, they have won the support of nearly 40% of the powerful in the magic world in recent months. Once Fudge falls, the next Minister of Magic will be 100% of them. By the way, who is our candidate? Yvonne asked curiously. Pierce Sinkness. Dougert replied. The Executive Director. Yvonne was a little surprised. He thought Pierce was a diehard. I checked for more than a month, and found that this old guy is not clean in private, and it's better to deal with than we thought. Doug said proudly. These days, he had contacted the 2 most likely candidates to become Minister of Magic. Rufus Scrimgeour was a diehard, as Yvonne said, smelly and hard like a stone in a pit. But Pierce, the Executive Director, is different. He has a cherished family member as a weakness, and there are a lot of black materials to dig, so you don't have to worry too much about the other party's betrayal. In that case, let me come out and see you sometime. I will personally put a magic mark on him and accept Mr. Executive Director as one of us. Yvonne said non-committal, compared to some black materials. People who can directly control life and death are more trustworthy. I believe Sinkness will be extremely honored. Doug said with a smile, and he can naturally guess that Yvonne can influence, punish, and even kill those who have been engraved with the imprint. But Doubt was very clever and didn't mention this, but asked as soon as the words turned. Are we still following the original plan? On Lucius's side. Of course, it's just a few details adjustments at most, everything else is business as usual. When the action starts, Mr. Malfoy will understand what he should do. When the time comes, we will say that we temporarily changed the plan, which is not a lie to him, is it? Yvonne said casually. You are really careful, but that's right, if Lucius had just said it directly, he might not have promised so readily. Doug shook his head and said with emotion. Be careful not to make mistakes. Yvonne waved his hand and said. In case something goes wrong with Lucius, Voldemort knows all our plans, we will be the one who is besieged. Even if the Ministry of Magic and the mysterious man are united, it is impossible to be our opponent. Doubt mumbled secretly. This kid is strong and outrageous, but always unexpectedly cautious. Among the more than 100 people involved in the operation, only he and Asian know what the real plan is. Fern and Gleason may also be able to guess some of them. The rest of the wizards are mostly in the clouds and only know that they are responsible. That part. According to Ivan's words, even if someone suddenly turns back, it won't affect the overall plan. Have you arranged everything I asked you to do? Yvonne asked again. Mrs. Ekmo of the Flow Network Administration has taken refuge in us. She assured us that all the fireplaces in and out of the headquarters will be closed when necessary. In addition, there are also our people in the Department of Mystery Affairs, and Pierce will send someone to help once the operation starts. We captured there as quickly as possible. Doubt was talking endlessly, and after a pause, he added. According to reliable information, Fudge will call a meeting with the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic that day, none of them can run away. Yvonne nodded and nodded. One of the keys to this action was to catch Fudge and clean up some political enemies as Voldemort. What about the Daily Prophet? Yvonne asked again. After Ivan's voice fell, the flames in the fireplace suddenly rose again. Doubt's big face showed a bit of anger, but he gave way slightly, and the phantom the size of the fire shrank a circle next to him. A phantom figure appeared again, and it was Gleason who came here. Your Excellency Halls, please allow me to report it personally. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet returned home yesterday. It won't be long before this newspaper will speak for us. Gleason said confidently. Good job, Gleason, your movements are much faster than I thought. Yvonne is very satisfied. The Daily Prophet is the most influential newspaper in the magic world, and it is also the mouthpiece of the Ministry of Magic. It is equivalent to mastering the public opinion of the magic world. This is an extremely important part of the whole plan www.ndlenovel.com, which concerns the justice of their action. In just 5 months, Gleason was able to fix the Daily Prophet without knowing it. His ability was evident. As for whether the methods used were legal or not, Yvonne was not interested. When this matter is over, I will set up a propaganda department at the Ministry of Magic. Gleason, you are the first director. Yvonne promised. Thank you for your trust, Lord Halls. Gleason said excitedly, and the fire faintly vibrated. Then, get ready to act, everyone. Yvonne stood up and said loudly. For the future of the magic world. For tomorrow in the magic world. Doubt and Gleason responded in unison, and then the two flame phantoms instantly shattered. Yvonne waved his hand to extinguish the remaining flames, but looked at the golden fireplace in front of him with some difficulty. He had previously turned the entire fireplace into gold in one breath in order to shock Lucius. Although it was indeed shocking, it has become a big trouble to deal with it now. It is not easy to move such a large fireplace. As for putting it here? Of course not, it is too eye-catching. And after consuming so much magic power, it can't be wasted. I knew I had started on the table or the sofa. Yvonne sighed and miscalculated. Just as Yvonne felt his chin and pondered, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Who is in the meeting room? Filch? What a coincidence. Yvonne raised his eyebrows, and waved his wand to lock the door of the conference room. Filch, who was outside the door, quickly walked to the door, pulled the door lock vigorously, and shouted loudly. Come out quickly, I caught you. Chapter 799, The Disappearing Fireplace. The sound of pushing the door outside the door became louder and louder, and Yvonne frowned, wondering whether to put Filch in and give him another forgotten charm. But this idea was quickly forgotten by Yvonne. The noise made here might arouse other people's ideas, and just fixing Filch can't solve the current predicament. Dobby! Dobby! Yvonne snapped his fingers and shouted softly. The crumpled house elf appeared in the clearing aside in the next moment, and said shrilly. Sir, do you need Dobby's help? Can you use apparition to move this fireplace away? Yvonne asked, pointing to the fireplace next to him. Dobby looked past Ivan's direction, and the golden fireplace in the candlelight almost blinded his eyes. But after a brief stupor, Dobby quickly reacted. After all, before Yvonne would also let it ship some gold products back from time to time. Originally, these things were mortgaged to those pure-blood families in exchange for the same amount of Jin Jialong, but the money was indeed obtained, but no one dared to collect the things, so they were all piled up at home. Now there are gold tables and chairs, gold cupboards and gold teapots in the home. It seems that there will be an extra gold fireplace now. Dobby was very happy, and if it could, he could not wait to replace everything in the house with gold. How about it, can you move? Yvonne asked. It's too big, sir. Dobby reached out his hand and gestured for the size of the fireplace, and shook his head very depressed. It didn't have enough magic power to take this thing away at once. Then I will try to make it smaller. Shenfeng Wuying. Yvonne took out the wand from his waist and waved it one after another, and the invisible magic blade quickly divided the fireplace into dozens of parts. The huge gold nugget with the floating curse smashed to the ground, and there was a slight muffled noise. He used the shrinking spell to reduce these huge gold nuggets to only a quarter of the original size, and then looked at Dobby and asked again. Is this okay? Dobby nodded. Dang even pressed his hand on the 2 gold nuggets to start the apparition. After a dozen times of going back and forth, all the broken fireplaces were removed. Outside the door, Filch's sound of hitting the door became louder and louder. Yvonne cleaned up the surrounding traces on his own, and ignored Filch's intention. He cast a spell on the door. Even if he hit the door for a whole day, the opponent would not be able to come in. What's the matter? Filch. In the corridor, another familiar voice suddenly rang. Professor McGonagall, I caught a kid who went out for a night tour, and he is hiding in the meeting room now. But he cast a spell on the door and I can't get in. Could you please help me open the door? Filch shouted excitedly. Allow, Alohomora, Alohomora opens. Professor McGonagall gently waved his wand, and with a click, the door lock was unlocked. Filch pushed open the door impatiently, and walked in quickly, with a slightly excited expression on his face. However, to his expectation, the wide conference room was empty and there was no one in it. Come out, you can't run, I caught you. Filch held the oil lamp and shouted loudly. He thought that kid must still be in this meeting room, just hiding somewhere. Thinking of this, Filch stepped forward to find every place where Tibetans could be hidden, thinking of the bill passed the other day in his mind. He has always missed the feeling of hanging the erring student from the ceiling. Today, I might be able to revisit it. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, Filch was very disappointed. There was no one in this conference room. Damn, he must have been hiding behind the door just now and ran away with the phantom spell. Filch muttered to himself cursively, and when he was about to return to the door, he unexpectedly found that McGonagall, who was coming in with him, was staring at a wall in a daze. What's the matter, Professor McGonagall? Filch asked strangely. I remember there should be a fireplace here. Professor McGonagall stared at the neat stone bricks on the wall and said uncertainly. What? Filch's mind was stunned, and then he realized it quickly. Looking at the empty wall, Filch couldn't help but feel an absurd feeling in his heart. Could it be that a thief came from the castle and stole the fireplace at night? Just as the two of them were guessing, Yvonne had already returned to the dormitory. After a brief rest while it was still dark, Yvonne pretended to be okay and went to the auditorium to have breakfast with Harry and the others. Unexpectedly, the disappearance of the fireplace in the meeting room has spread, and many strange rumors have spread. Harry and Ron didn't believe it at first. How could the fireplace be stolen? But after taking a look at the conference room, the two of them had to admit that there are really everyone in this world. Hermione analyzed it scientifically and rigorously. It's not easy to take such a big fireplace out of school, let alone hide it from Professor Filch and McGonagall, so someone should have used a powerful vanishing spell on the fireplace. This is too weird, to use a vanishing spell on a fireplace. Ron murmured. It was probably caused by being too nervous after being discovered, and losing control of the magic. Hermione guessed, then looked at Yvonne and asked. What do you mean? Yvonne. How do I know? www.mtlnovel.com. It's just a fireplace, and it's worthless. Who would steal this? Yvonne yawned and said nonsense. As the culprit who moved the fireplace, Yvonne didn't reveal the truth at all, but only a few words took Harry and the others to a dead end. Don't look at the trouble, but as long as you can't find clues, it will probably be gone in the end. After all, a fireplace is not a precious thing. It only takes a few dozen gallons to reinstall one. A few days passed in a flash, and Yvonne spent almost all of his energy on improving his strength while studying, and even the usual rallies were suspended for reasons discovered by Umbridge. He needs to master the full power of the Sorcerer's Stone as soon as possible. Only in this way can it be possible to retreat under the siege of massive wizards. The news from Knockoff Alley has not been interrupted for a day, and a large amount of good or bad intelligence is continuously transmitted to him through Dobby. The worst thing is that the patriarch of the Knott family broke free from the Imperious Curse a day ago and went to the unknown. Damn, even someone who has been under the Imperious Curse can't look good. It happened at this time. Yvonne threw the envelope into the fire with a headache, muttering to himself. Dobby replied hesitantly. Mr. Furin said that there were too many people needing to be mobilized recently, so he neglected to take care of Mr. Knott, A&D. And Knott has always been honest, they are a little lax, right? Yvonne sighed helplessly, let alone watching the Knott werewolves, even he almost forgot that there was such an unstable factor. Previously, considering the need for the power of the Knott family to run for the minister, I temporarily saved the opponent's life, but I didn't expect an accident at this moment. Chapter 800, Angry and Helpless Malfoy. The only thing that made Yvonne breathe a sigh of relief was that he had modified Knott's memory before, and for the past 2 years, the other party had been under close surveillance and was unable to access the important information. Let Flenga send someone to find Knott as soon as possible. Yvonne ordered. Dobby nodded and nodded, remembering the instruction, and then as if thinking of something, he told Lucius Malfoy to transport 1 million gallons to Knockoff Alley vault in 3 days. Come out. A million gallons? Isn't it 700,000? Yvonne paused, rather surprised. Mr. Malfoy said that the extra 300,000 gallons were offered by his friends as a sign of sincerity. Dobby explained. Yvonne now understands. It seems that these pure blood wizards are quite acquainted. With so much savings all at once, Ivan's depressed mood suddenly improved a lot. Although money is not a panacea, it is definitely enough to solve most of the usual troubles. For example, in the current wizarding war that is about to start, the original preparations, post-war pensions, and subsequent management costs were all major problems, and now they have all been resolved. Tell Lucius that after this operation is over, I will help them remove the dark mark from their bodies. Yvonne promised after thinking about it. This should be the reward the former Death Eaters most wanted. After all, once the betrayal is exposed, the dark mark on his body will immediately become a time bomb, and Voldemort can easily locate them through the mark, find and kill them. Yes, sir. Dobby snapped his fingers when he received the instruction and disappeared in place. Day by day, just before Halloween, Yvonne received a secret report from Lucius that Voldemort will launch a surprise attack at 11 o'clock tomorrow when the Aurors are changing their shifts. And their action time was 9 o'clock in the morning, 2 hours ahead of schedule. If not surprising, when Voldemort arrived in a hurry, he had already done everything. In fact, Yvonne wanted to be earlier, so that it was safer, but the officials of the Ministry of Magic usually didn't start work until 9 o'clock. If they acted too early, maybe the ministry did not even open the door. Unfortunately, Halloween is not a holiday. It seems that I have to skip class for 1 day. Yvonne looked at the class schedule and said with emotion. As a good student who abides by the law, this is the first time he has done such a thing. On Halloween, considering that he wanted to give the Minister of Magic a Halloween surprise, Yvonne woke up a rare early morning, and after a hurried breakfast, he left Hogwarts Castle unconsciously. After half a year, the Wizarding Market, which was destroyed by the war, has been renovated again, and it is no longer as dilapidated as it used to be. When Yvonne arrived, more than 100 wizards who participated in the operation had already lined up and waited. Your Excellency Halls. Seeing Ivan's figure appear out of thin air on the high platform, Doubt and the others hurriedly greeted him, who was anxiously waiting. Has the personnel been arranged? Doubt. Yvonne asked. A total of 173 wizards, except for the 13 who were brought into the Ministry of Magic by Pierce, everyone else is already here. Doug said excitedly. Very good. Yvonne nodded in satisfaction, then continued. According to the previous plan, you and Fern led 120 people lurking near the headquarters. When I solve the Aurors, you will meet with the executive director and enter together. Doubt and Fren Lisso responded. They had practiced this plan several times in their hearts, and they were very clear about what they should do. While talking, Yvonne turned his head and looked at Asia again. Mom, you brought 15 law enforcement officers to respond to prevent the escaped fish from escaping. The support task is the least dangerous of all actions, and will only appear as a backup support force when necessary. After arranging the tasks for most of the people, Ivan's expression became more solemn, and he looked at the last 25 wizards left, and said. Lucius, McNeil, Gore, Crabbe, you and the rest follow me. We need to complete the most dangerous task in the entire plan. If someone is unfortunately killed in battle, I promise you that you will settle your family and pay a pension of 10,000 gallons. Yvonne looked around at the wizards below, solemnly added. 10,000 gallons? The wizards present were all surprised. For ordinary wizards, 10,000 gallons is definitely an unimaginable number. It may not be possible to save so much money without eating or drinking for more than 10 years. However, most of the people involved in the operation are also aware that this is a sum of money. Now that they are standing here, they are ready to die. Lucius and Gore, who didn't know the truth, glanced at each other and vaguely felt that something was wrong, but before they asked them, Yvonne said first. Some of you may not know the specific content of the task, so I will repeat it again. From now on, you are a Death Eater, and you will follow the Dark Lord to Azkaban to rescue those imprisoned colleagues, and then gather together to attack the Ministry of Magic. What? Attack, the Ministry of Magic? Lucius Malfoy was stunned, and Gibbon, Crabbe, and Gore also had a stunned expression. Wait. Your Excellency Halls, this is not the same as what you said. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward eagerly and asked. Before, their mission was only to save people and make a big fuss in the magic world after swearing that the Dark Lord would return. Although there are risks, they are still within an acceptable range. However, the current situation is completely different, they need to directly confront the official force. Just their 25 wizards www.mtlnovel.com plus those 71 Death Eaters who have been imprisoned for more than 10 years with little strength left, there are more than 100 Aurors garrisoned to attack, to the Ministry of Magic with more than 100 incumbent clerks? This is crazy. What is the difference between going to die? Even if he survives by chance, he will face the Ministry of Magic's wanted. Lucius Malfoy's anger filled his heart, but after he really met Ivan's cold eyes, all the courage that had risen in his heart disappeared without a trace, leaving only boundless fear. McNeil stood on the side at the right time, grabbed Lucius, and said annoyedly. This matter is my negligence, Malfoy. Your Excellency Halls revised the entire plan a few days ago. I should have notified you in time. Lucius stared at McNeil fiercely and opened his mouth to curse, but in the end he couldn't say it. Because he knows very well that the plan for the Ministry of Magic can never be made in a few days, which means that he has been kept in the dark from start to finish, and McNeil can be considered a backstop at best. What makes Lucius feel helpless is that even if he wants to repent now, it is too late, and he can only walk to the dark one by one. Having betrayed the Dark Lord, he had no retreat, not to mention his son Draco was still in school, life and death were only between the others' thoughts. Seeing Lucius finally calmed down, Yvonne said to calm down. Don't worry, Lucius, I have no plans to send someone to death. I will take care of the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, and the focus of your mission is not to fight the guards. Instead, when the Ministry of Magic was completely defeated and Pierce led the reinforcements to arrive, he cooperated with McNeil's rebellion Dark Lord as a spy and attacked the Death Eaters, and kept them all in the Ministry.